Chapter 1102. Handsome falcons constantly landed on the tortoise's back, delivering intelligence reports. The second report came late, because after the peachwood sword flew up the mountain, Song Jiming, who was guarding the pass at the time, knew the outcome. Chen Yao and Yu Xingrui rushed over after hearing the news, but they were both silent. Yu Xingrui's temperament was the most natural among his fellow apprentices, apart from his younger apprentice brother Hong Shixiang. The old man leaned against the stone tortoise's foot and raised his head, not daring to look at the hovering flying sword. Chen Yao, who was even older than the current Wudong sect leader's master, sat beside his younger apprentice brother and said softly, "This can be considered a happy funeral. Don't let younger apprentice brother Wang leave uneasy." Yu Xingrui nodded woodenly and said, "The sect leader is gone. Younger apprentice brother is gone. Younger apprentice brother Wang is gone. Elder apprentice brother Song also said he would be gone soon. It's only been a few years, but the six of us," Chen Yao laughed. "But they left without any regrets. Think about it, Jade Axe was brought up the mountain by you, and so many other juniors also went up the mountain. In the future, there will be new generations of people coming up the mountain. Sometimes when I look at those young faces, even a rigid old antique like me can't help but want to laugh." Yu Xingrui sighed and said in a muffled voice, "I'm not as open-minded as you." Chen Yao joked, "Your disciple is stronger than you." Yu Xingrui said in a low voice, "If he dares not take back younger apprentice brother, he can continue to be the sect leader. I don't recognize him as my disciple anyway." Chen Yao said angrily, "Are you still being reasonable? I'm in charge of the discipline. You want to be beaten at your age?" Yu Xingrui suddenly laughed and rubbed his cheeks. He sighed and said, "When we were young, it was Uncle Peng who was in charge of the discipline on the mountain. I always liked to go against Uncle Peng. When he was angry, he always said that if he had the ability to be the sect leader, he wouldn't care about me. I never thought that Jade Axe would become the sect leader. I have no regrets now." Chen Yao said worriedly, "It's not good to stop them one by one." Yu Xingrui, who had been in Jianghu for the longest time, shook his head and said, "It can't be helped. Among the top 10 masters of the world, except for the recent kidnapping of Gao Shulu, the devil Luo Yang and the broken spear Deng Mao, when have I heard of any other two fighting side by side? Moreover, this time Dong Tai was on Wang Xinji's side. Even if Chao Changqing wanted to interfere, De Chu had already restored his country and would not leave Guangling Road. Taking a step back, even if someone was willing to join forces with Little Ping, would our junior brother be willing? Taking a step back, if he was really willing, he probably wouldn't be able to use that final sword strike. Taking a step back, blocking Wang Xinji is not stalling for time. Wang Xinji's walking speed is not slow, but it is definitely not fast. The people blocking her are all using their own methods to find flaws." Chen Yao said helplessly, "If only junior brother were here. In this kind of battle, one person is more useful than 300,000 cavalry." Yu Xingrui thought for a moment and said, "It's better to rely on yourself than on others. Only those who cherish their own good fortune will come here." Chen Yao said no more. The two sat on the other side of the turtle hunchback and suddenly heard their senior brother Song Jiming cry out in surprise. The two old men stood up to take a look and were finally relieved. They looked at each other and smiled. One of the Su Fengyin came back to his senses, but did not return to his body. He stood near the peachwood sword and lightly bowed to the three Wudong Jinren. A month later, the moon shone on the summit of Kongzhao Peak. Chen Yao waited for the return of the second Su Fengyin. In front of him, there was a nimble ball of purple gold qi that surrounded this Su Fengyin leisurely. The Su Fengyin lay on his side at the edge of the cliff, one hand propping up his head and facing the outside of the mountain. Sleeping in the spring and autumn, sleeping in the spring and autumn, the stone root lies high and forgets the year. Not sleeping on a blanket, not covered with a blanket, heaven and earth as the bed, covered with a bright moon. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, Mount Tai destroyed, the ocean 10,000 feet high fell from the sky, black dragons screamed and frightened ghosts and gods. I was sleeping so soundly, eyes to nose to life, heart to heart. Continuous breathing, silently holding on, the void is extremely quiet. Essential chi floating Dan pool, inside the divine water ring 5. Call Jiating, summon the spirits, my god is out of the 9 palaces roaming the green and blue. Watching the sea in a dream, yin and yang are mentioned in the smoke. I don't know how many years have passed outside of the spring and autumn. This person who forgot his worries. Truly he could sit back and relax. There were already 3 Su Fengyin on the mountain, sitting, lying or standing. Only the last one was left. In the early morning, the sitting Su Fengyin began to feel as if he was struck by lightning, as if he was trying to wake up. Chen Yao was shocked. Even if the old man did not know the mystery of the spring and autumn dream, he should know that this was not good news. Logically speaking, the latest spy report said that Wang Xinji was still in Hezhou and had not entered the Beiliang road. Even if the Su Fengyin calculated something, at the very least Su Yanbing could resist for a while. The new Prince Liang should not be so impatient. Could it be that he had encountered an irresistible setback in his dream? Chen Yao did not dare to speak. He could only resign himself to fate. Finally the Su Fengyin opened his eyes. After a moment of thought, he murmured, "I can't wait any longer." For the time being, the Su Fengyin only had the body of Gao Shulu and did not have the complete soul. He turned to Chen Yao and said guiltily, "These years I owe Wudong too much." Chen Yao took a deep breath and said slowly, "Without Jinwu there would be no Wudong." Then Chen Yao could not help but ask in a low voice, "Why did you wake up so early?" The Su Fengyin smiled and shook his head, not giving an answer. The Su Fengyin walked more than 100 feet into the cliff, turned around and began to sprint. The other two Su Fengyin opened up a path to the summit. The Su Fengyin leaped out of the lotus peak. He crashed into the sea of clouds. He fell to the foot of the mountain. With a loud sound like a mountain hitting the sky, even Chen Yao, who was standing on the summit, felt the whole mountain shake. Chen Yao suddenly felt uneasy. This was a bell that sounded like a death knell. The Su Fengyin bent his knees and landed on the ground, creating a large hole at the foot of the mountain that was several people high. After jumping out of the hole, he continued to run toward the Beiliang border. In a person's life, there would always be a moment when there was no need to reason. It would give birth to a thought. Death is death. Chapter 1103. Huishan Purple Robe and Wudong Sword Maniac had blocked Wang Xinji's path one after another. The two battles had caused great waves in Jianghu. Outside the gorge, the section of Guangling River where the Iron Lock Sinks River was located was still as calm as ever. However, there was an endless stream of Wulin people who came to see the remains. Not only was there the coffin created by the Wulin Alliance master Shenyuan Qingfeng, but there was also old monster Wang's moving mountain. Groups of Jianghu people came and went. Most of them regretted not being able to see Wang Xiaoping's earth fairy sword before her death, as well as that graceful figure in Huishan Purple Robe. No one knew that somewhere in the lower reaches of Guangling River, a nameless old Taoist from Longhu Mountain had been waiting for a long time. Although he only had the appearance of a middle-aged man, there was always an indescribable sense of lethargy. Taoist Zhao squatted by the riverside and reached out to scoop up a handful of water. He was somewhat emotional. 400 years ago, Gao Shulu had once said that she could suck up all the water in Guangling in one gulp. It was originally a metaphor to smoothly comprehend all methods in one go. Now, it had long changed beyond recognition. It was only used to mock someone once and for all. In 400 years, words of praise had become words of derision. The Taoist who had long since abandoned his real name looked at the blurry face in the water and gently blew a breath. The turbid river water in his palm rippled slightly. After a moment, it was as clear and stable as a mirror, reflecting a touch of purple. A person's life was but 100 years. Things remained the same but people changed. The old man who only existed in the genealogy of Emperor Zhao sighed. He threw up the water mirror in his hand and bent two fingers. From the mirror, he pinched the corner of the purple robe. As the Taoist made this move, a woman slowly floated up from the surface of the Guangling River. This was undoubtedly the extremely obscure and profound move of the Finger Mystery Realm, fishing the moon in the water. The woman was no longer curled up like a fetus. She sat cross-legged in the river, but her eyes were still closed. During this period of time she was like a stone cow sinking into the river. Not only did she not retreat downstream due to the impact of the river, but she also moved upstream towards the mouth of the gorge. However, as a new qi lingered around her body, she began to flow down with the water. In the end, she was fished out by the old Taoist who had been lonely for 100 years. In the past 100 years, the old Taoist did not have a good reputation. What he did was also like a grass snake. He hid in silence and was very meticulous. This was where the Tao of solitary seclusion lay. The evil dragon was raised in the Earth Lung Mountain to absorb the fate of the Zhao family in the Dragon Tiger Mountain and nourish the dragon's main family in the Great Peace City. The old locust tree was transplanted in the lower Maui post house to suppress the evil spirits of the Su family and his son. He made a bet with the old fellow from the Taoist master's mansion, Zhao Xuansu, to trade a seal for a seal. However, he, Zhao Huangchao, lived in seclusion in the Dragon Tiger Mountain adjacent to Mount Hui. He befriended the father and son, Shenyuan Dandan and Shenyuan Jingqing, who were polar opposites. It seemed to be a coincidence, but was there no secret? However, this kind of behavior never interfered with his great undertaking of 100 years. It was like a kind of leisure and elegant decoration, like a hermit who planted a plum tree in the courtyard. It was good that the flower bloomed, but it did not matter if it did not. Zhao Huangqiao looked at the young woman who slowly stood up on the water. As she grew older, she became more and more similar. However, for some reason, some of the similarities became thinner. It was no wonder that Lu Songtao had chosen the latter instead of her at the last moment. Xinyuan Qingfeng opened his eyes. He was wary of this Taoist whose depth he could not see. Zhao Huangqiao smiled and said, "You don't have to be like this. There are many legacies left for you on the Great Snow Plateau. For example, the wedding dress that Xinyuan Dandan did not have time to enjoy, and the pill of reassurance that your father left for you to control your servants. They were all made by me." Xinyuan Qingfeng was skeptical. He sneered and said, "Oh? So you are the benefactor of the Great Snow Plateau, aren't you? You want me as a junior to repay the debt of my ancestors?" Zhao Huangqiao smiled and shook his head. Not only was she not like her, she was simply not like her at all. Back then, that woman viewed the affairs of the world as either black or white. How could she be so calculative? That's right. If she was still that ignorant woman back then, how could she force herself to become a boneless person? She would also not be able to become the clever Huishan clan master and the vicious and merciless Wulin alliance chief. Zhao Huangqiao raised his hand as if he wanted to brush away the morning fog on the river. His tone was cold. He said, "I was on good terms with the two generations of Mount Hui in the past because I thought highly of Xinyuan Dandan's ambition and Xinyuan Jingqing's sincerity. However, they did not succeed. My unnecessary efforts were wasted. I have no complaints." Xinyuan Qingfeng asked, "Then why are you looking for me?" Zhao Huangqiao smiled and asked, "Xinyuan Qingfeng, do you want to reconstruct your muscles and bones to build a real bodhisattva golden body and then cross over to celestial phenomenon? You should know that Wang Xinji gave up Martial Emperor City. It seemed that she did not leave any of her disciples behind, but in fact she left a backup plan in Jianghu. If you want to be a true leader of Jianghu and not a leader of Wulin in name only, it is very difficult to avoid me. If you think I am a frog at the bottom of a well and talk too big, then let me put it another way. I can help you walk faster on the path of martial arts and avoid many detours." Xinyuan Qingfeng did not even try to hide her disdain. Zhao Huangqiao had cultivated his body and qi for 2 or even 3 lifetimes as long as an ordinary person. Naturally, he would not get angry because of this. He said calmly, "Just now I thought of half a sentence, which is to let people fight for their dignity. Xinyuan Qingfeng, since you have reached celestial phenomenon, do you have any comprehension?" Although Xinyuan Qingfeng did not trust this pretentious Taoist, she did not have the slightest intention of looking down on him. After a moment of hesitation, she shook her sleeves and sat down on the ground. Almost at the same time, Zhao Huangqiao also sat down on the ground. The two looked at each other as equals. Xinyuan Qingfeng said in a deep voice, "Let's fight for our dignity. First, we have to fight for our own destiny. What we nurture is qi dynamic. Then, we have to fight for the destiny of the world to achieve momentum. Everything is in a gradual process. Then, at a certain time and place, we will succeed in one step like a carp swimming thousands of miles, and finally leaping over the dragon gate." Zhao Huangqiao nodded with a look of admiration. Destiny, qi dynamic, luck, and momentum are all within the scope of one's qi. Below Earth immortals, or to be precise, below celestials, no one is exempt from this. Xinyuan Qingfeng, although you are walking on the path of martial arts in the eyes of the 3 sects, you have already reached a higher level. Xinyuan Qingfeng sneered and said, "Taoist, you came to find me today to talk about principles? Our meeting is not a Buddhist debate that happens once every 10 years on the evil-slaying platform." Zhao Huangqiao was still calm and did not pretend to be an expert. He folded his hands on his knees and said with a smile, "How about we make a deal?" Xinyuan Qingfeng lowered his head and bent his waist. He put his hand into the water and rolled up his sleeve with his other hand, revealing a transparent wrist with blood and blue veins but no bones. Zhao Huangqiao laughed loudly and said, "It's fine if you don't do it. When you understand, and if this Taoist is still alive at that time, it will still be effective. Just come to Mount Longhu and call me." This Taoist's original name is Zhao Huangqiao. Xinyuan Qingfeng nodded and remained silent. Chapter 1104. Zhao Huangqiao stood up and disappeared in a flash. His laughter was heard. 9 out of 10 countries are broken and 8 out of 10 people are dead. If I become Emperor Qing in the future, I will wait until the 8th day of the 9th lunar month on Mount Fuyao to pick osmanthus seeds. Xinyuan Qingfeng showed a solemn expression. The wedding dress and soothing pill were both secret legacies of the old Hui mountain. The former was used by Xinyuan Pan as a human ladder. Otherwise, Xinyuan Qingfeng would not have the great celestial cultivation he had when he fought Wang Xinji, even if he killed many experts to absorb their inner strength. The latter was a mysterious goo medicine to prevent people from being untrustworthy after using both kindness and power. This Taoist called Zhao Huangqiao should be telling the truth. He was indeed an old acquaintance of Bulldugong. However, after Xinyuan Qingfeng took control of Hui Mountain, he did not trust anyone except himself. He hated the Taoists of Dragon Tiger Mountain even more. How could he easily do business with a nameless Taoist who appeared out of nowhere? Xinyuan Qingfeng withdrew his hand. He didn't even need to shake his wrist to avoid touching a drop of water. After standing up, he looked around. His gaze finally stopped, intentionally or otherwise, on a fallen reed. With a tap of his foot, he stepped on the reed. He seemed to have understood something. Dressed in purple, he returned to Jianghu and followed Shui Donglu. On the road of Hezhou, a huge creature was rampaging. Most of the traveling merchants only saw a blur in front of their eyes. Then they only saw a cloud of dust and could not see clearly what it was. Some of the Jianghu experts with good eyesight recognized that the huge creature was an unusually tall and sturdy living person. It was like a remnant of the ancient desolate man hidden in Kunlun Mountain. It was 20 feet tall and had the strength to uproot mountains and rivers. 5,000 years ago, the saint controlled the flood. After he succeeded, he ordered 900 Kunlun giants to carry 9 cauldrons to suppress Jiuzhou. This giant's hands and feet touched the ground. It ran like thunder and its legs were much stronger than the famous horses outside the Great Wall. A gray-haired old man sat on it. A rope was tied around his waist to prevent him from falling. The old devil head, who had wreaked havoc in the 9 countries during the spring and autumn period, should have continued to wag his tongue during the restoration of the West Chu state, but right at the critical moment when the new Chu state was about to rise up in rebellion, unexpectedly the old man abandoned him and summoned slaves who were far more worthy of their name than the Kunlun slaves of Tibing Mountain, who rushed to the Bailiang border. The old man's journey was bumpy. Other than having to stop to eat and rest, he didn't waste any time and didn't say a single word. However, when he approached Bailiang Road, he began to mumble to himself from time to time. "Old Master Wang, you started fighting too early. If I had known, I would have let you destroy the city and die before you were ready. This old man has helped you to make the Jianghu so interesting. It's fine if you Wang Xinji don't appreciate it. It's fine if you don't like that brat surnamed Su, but why do you have to implicate a little girl? Wang Xinji, Su Fengnian, both of you deserve to die. If my daughter dies, Wang Xinji, you can forget about guarding the heavenly gate, and Bailiang can forget about having a moment of peace. Especially you, Su Fengnian. So what if you can't defeat Wang Xinji? Just kowtow and beg for mercy. Wang Xinji saw how useless you are and naturally disdained to fight with you. Why do you have to recklessly occupy Gao Shulu's body and spirit? Are you afraid that Gao Shulu will kill Chao Changqing, and the girl you like will have no one to rely on? You can't even care about Bailiang's safety, and you still dare to hope to protect Jiangxi's life? Fine, consider yourself sentimental. However, if you favor one and discriminate against the other, and watch as my daughter dies, I, Huang Longsher, did harm to Bailiang in the past, but I also left a way out for Bailiang. In the future, just wait for you, little brat, to die without a complete corpse, just like what's written in the books." The Kunlun giant had already rushed into Hezhou, rushing straight to the border between Yuzhou and Hezhou. Huang Longsher's heart began to sink more and more, because no matter what he saw, the brat had not achieved perfection. The root of it was the dream of a nameless Taoist 400 years ago, and it was indispensable. Moreover, in the old man's calculation, the brat was cautious by nature, but he also considered the overall situation. Now that there was a heavy burden on his shoulders, how could he risk his life for a girl who was extremely thin on both sides? Putting himself in Huang Longsher's shoes, not to mention that he was the most cold-blooded person in the spring and autumn period, even ordinary people would never act so rashly. Because if he made a move at this time, he would lose his cultivation, his family business, and the state's affairs. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a sinner for 1,000 years. Su Fengnian, watching from the sidelines, was the right thing to do. Huang Longsher had been living a good life for so many years. No matter how many setbacks he had suffered, he had never been so helpless. The giant under him was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Huang Longsher was still cold-blooded and said, "It's time for you to die." The giant did not complain. Even if it was bleeding from its 7 orifices, it still had to run the last 300 miles. After 300 miles, Huang Longshan, who had been holding his breath all the way, began to charge forward on foot, and then tried his best to catch up before Wang Xinji killed. The premise was that the silly girl was not dead yet. Huang Longshi had a sentence that he did not say to the girl. If he had not met her, he would have retreated into the mountains and forests after unifying the Central Plains in Liang. He would have focused on martial arts and cultivation and then tried to ascend. He had no love in the human world, so he could go and see the scenery in the sky again. Approaching Yuzhou, Huang Longshan suddenly shouted, "Stop!" The giant hurriedly stopped, and its hands and feet scratched several gullies on the ground. The old man jumped down and rushed forward, faintly ashamed. It's too late. Wang Xinji was a man of his word, even if his opponent was a little girl and a very innovative killer. Since he had said that the next time they met he would kill her. So when she stood in the middle of the courier road at the border without hesitation, Wang Xinji really did step forward and stomped on the belly of the short girl. She fell backward, her body sliding back dozens of feet. There was no longer any chi in her body. The clothes on her back were in tatters and she was covered in wounds. She should not have been able to stand up and would have died lying down, but she probably relied on her last breath to stand up shakily. After she stood up, she still did not show the slightest fear. She had killed Wang Mingyin, Lu Haosher and many other masters. She was not afraid of killing people, nor was she afraid of being killed. She was just a little unhappy and felt that she had not done enough. She had returned the hairpin. But she had not returned the mink hat he later gave her. Her vision had long been blurred, but she still raised her head. There was once when she was hunted down by a willow and a fat woman. She could not hold on that time, and then he fell from the sky and landed in front of her. She was very happy. She was not happy that she could live, but happy that he had come. It was that simple. The girl closed her eyes. Old Huang said that when people died, they would sleep for a long time, where no one could wake them up. She felt that it was quite good, so she fell asleep. At this time she did not know if it was an illusion, but a warm hand gently pressed on her head, and a soft voice said, "You are not allowed to sleep in." Half asleep, she felt the person behind her walk to her side, and said a few words to her and to the very powerful old man. A very soft sentence. "I'm here." A very heavy sentence. As if the whole world had heard it. "Wang Xinji, it's time for you to die." Chapter 1105. Perhaps it was because it had been a long time since Wang Xinji heard the younger generation speak such bold and visionary words in front of him. He still remembered the first time Chao Changqing ascended the tower. He said, "I would like to ask Senior for a few rounds of romance." Dong Tai's words were even sharper. "I have a sword to ask you." As for the other characters, most of them were relatively more respectful and restrained. Occasionally there would be a few arrogant and willful youngsters who spoke arrogant words before ascending the tower, but when they finally reached the top of the martial emperor city with great difficulty and saw him, they had already lost their edge and sharpness. Wang Xinji's contemplation came from afar, but in an instant he looked at Su Fengyin, who was right in front of him, and then he looked in the direction of Wudong. He understood in his heart, but he could not tell whether this old man was regretting or mocking him. Wang Xinji did not leave quickly on this trip to Beiliang because he was afraid that Su Fengyin would not even be able to transform Gao Shulu's body and spirit into his own. What was the point of killing an ordinary first-level master? He did not leave slowly because he did not want him to swallow his spirit outside of Beiliang. In Wang Xinji's view, swallowing the fate of Jianghu into his stomach was an action that crossed the line. Wang Xinji nodded toward Su Fengyin, probably indicating that this young vassal king could make arrangements for his funeral. As a 100-year-old man who had suppressed Jianghu for a whole 60 years, he indeed had this little bit of patience. Su Fengyin picked up Miss He and swept past the boundary marker. He did not need to lift a finger. The hairpin, the marten hat, and the sunflower, these three objects, all moved without the wind, following behind the two of them from a distance. Su Fengyin's original intention was to send Jia, who was in his arms, away from the battlefield as far away as possible. This was because he wasn't sure if Wang Xinji could use 90% of her strength or 100% of her strength. Furthermore, if Wang Xinji went all out, how many innocent bystanders would be implicated? Su Fengyin suddenly stopped and saw an unexpected but reasonable old man from afar. As if relieved of a burden, he took the hairpin and other items that floated towards him. When the old man rushed to him, he handed them all to the old man. After that, he did not turn around immediately. Instead, he pressed his 5 fingers on his chest like hooks and forcibly hooked out a cloud of purple gold air. He slowly pressed it into the girl's forehead and said softly, "This is the tribulation that Zhao Xuansu wanted to impose on me back then, and I let her bear it. This time it was scattered by Wang Xinji and scattered everywhere. I took advantage of the time when Wang Xinji was absent-minded to gather some of it. Don't worry, I have tried my best to cleanse it. It will be able to cleanse it for her. Huang Longshi's face was gloomy. He was unforgiving and said angrily, "What's the use of solving the urgent situation? If you die in the hands of Wang Xinji, this old man's daughter will also be buried with you." Su Fengnian lowered his head and looked at the pale and trembling girl. He smiled calmly and said, "If I really lose to Wang Xinji, I will definitely leave behind a bit of cultivation before I die to help her extend her life." Huang Longshi was still unwilling to give up. He asked aggressively, "Tell me first, how long can you extend her life?" Su Fengnian said bitterly, 10 years at most 10 years. This is already my limit." Huang Longshi snorted heavily. Obviously he was very dissatisfied with this answer. Su Fengnian turned around. With his back facing Huang Longshi and the unconscious he paused for a moment. It seemed that he wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say it. He began to move forward. At first he didn't do anything shocking. He took one step at a time. At first his strides were very slow. As he moved from slow to fast, it was filled with a kind of gradual rhythm. This was the method that Lu Hao used to enter and break the city. It almost worked together with Song Yanqing's Earth Immortal Sword to successfully injure the white robe Luo Yang. When Su Fengnian moved faster and farther away, Huang Longshi sat down with his daughter in his arms. He reached out his hand to brush away the bangs on her forehead. The old man gradually restrained his anger. He raised his head and looked in that direction. His face seemed to be moved, surprised and regretful. Wang Xinji originally thought that she would meet Su Fengnian later. But since he appeared earlier, Wang Xinji wouldn't be so bored as to deliberately avoid a battle. Wang Xinji's hands naturally hung by her sides. But the originally loose linen sleeves were slowly pulled in and stuck to her arms. Wang Xinji didn't occupy any of the 13 ranks of spring and autumn. Even the self-proclaimed second in the world and the recognized first in the world didn't touch the sword or armor. As for the saber, the world praised Gu Jiantang as the first in saber technique. Wang Xinji didn't have any objections. Outside the martial emperor city, however, this didn't mean that Wang Xinji, who smelted the world's martial arts into my furnace, wasn't a master of sword and saber techniques. In fact, Wang Xinji deserved to be called a master of any weapon. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to raise such a talented swordsman like the groom. It was just that the older Wang Xinji was, the less she touched worldly things. Wang Xinji raised her hands and gently clenched them into fists. For the first time she smiled. This time she could finally fight to her heart's content, right? Su Fengnian had borrowed Lu Hao Master's method to enter the city, but not only that, he had supplemented it with Lu Hao Master's staggering sword. This made his silhouette look a little absurd, but at the same time he looked like a drunkard. I have no sword in my hand because I am the sword. On Su Fengnian's path forward, yellow sand constantly surged up from both sides, colliding with each other with a loud bang, and then quickly covering his footsteps. Wang Xinji also began to stride forward. Back and forth, you die and I live. It was that simple. Not just in the Wulin, the entire world began to hear a rumor that was becoming more and more intense. Wang Xinji, who had left the city, was going to kill the new Prince Liang, Su Fengnian. The vast majority of people would find this very satisfying. In any case, many places that prohibited alcohol began to turn a blind eye. Great Peace City. Returning from the flourishing Jiangnan to the imperial palace, Crown Prince Zhao Zhuan would deliver a new item to Crown Princess Yan Dongwu every day. Today he had finally finished delivering. Yan Dongwu stood under the parrot cage and watched her husband make a face. She stretched out her hand and saw that her hands were empty. She smiled sweetly. This crown prince then chatted with his beloved wife about some trivial and interesting news. Even when the purple-clothed woman of Mount Hui had closed the door, Zhao Zhuan did not hide his thoughts about her. Yan Dongwu did not hide anything, nor did she purposely get angry. Instead, she gave him a flirtatious glance. The elegant and handsome man laughed loudly and gently held her wrist. A moment later he let go. He said that he was going out to see old Monster Wang's first disciple, Yu Groom. This swordsman who had left the Eastern Sea for the first time was only passing by the capital and had to continue north. If he missed this chance, he might not have another chance to see him. Zhao Zhuan hurriedly left the room, gradually slowing his steps. He plucked a leaf and twirled it between his fingers. Only those who held power in the imperial palace and Mink Temple knew that the crown prince liked to use leaves to paint. Zhao Zhuan walked between two tall palace walls. He picked up the leaf and used it to block out the blinding sunlight. He smiled and said, "You died so quickly. South Sea." After returning from a visit to immortals, the peach blossom sword god, who had overturned the sea with his sword, stood on the edge of a cliff on the lone island where the Guanyin sect was located. He raised his eyes and gazed toward the north of the continent. The sword-eating elder Sui Xiegu, who had once exchanged an arm with Li Chungang, stood beside this ordinary-looking sword immortal after his battle with Dong Tai. He asked curiously, "Among the top aces you are close to that kid. Why didn't you go and help him?" Dong Tai shook his head and said, "Wang Xianji did not do anything wrong." The one-armed old man nodded and said, "A Jianghu where a finger-profound realm cultivator can be the most powerful person in the world is indeed unsightly." Chapter 1106. A young and tall woman walked not far from them and asked, "Is that kind of Jianghu really not good?" Dong Tai was not good at and did not like to reason with women. He chuckled and said, "The answer is in their hands. Whoever can stand can decide the direction of Jianghu for the next 100 or 1,000 years. Mount Longhu. After Zhao Ningxin became the most powerful person in the Taoist mansion, Mr. White Lotus Baiyu, who had read too many books, often took this young Taoist surnamed Zhao, who had not experienced many ups and downs in life, down and up the mountain together. The two walked aimlessly to the foot of the mountain and then turned back to climb the mountain. Baiyu's eyes were not good, so he walked slowly and spoke softly. "After going through so many hardships, I was able to lead the Taoist affairs in the world. Now that I've lost half of the country, including the north of Guangling River, to Qingqing King, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Mount Longhu is not high, so it's time to calm down and look back at the scenery. In the past, everyone in the Taoist mansion said that my words were reasonable, but really reasonable words often hurt people. I've been reading and cultivating on this mountain for many years, so I have no place to complain. But now it's all good. 2 generations of heavenly masters ascending together may sound impressive, but the truth is that they're just putting on an act. However, fortune and misfortune come hand in hand. Many people like me who don't share the same surname are able to rise to the top. Zhang Wenhan, Xue Jieshe, and Qin Kuanyong have all truly integrated into Mount Longhu. They're the true worshippers of Mount Longhu." Zhao Ningxin, who was often absent-minded, nodded. Baiyu continued, "You let the Taoist on the mountain learn the set of boxing of Mount Wudong without worry. This is the temperament that a Taoist master should have. We should eat old wheat flour and new corn flour. We can't just eat fine grain, coarse grain is also good for the stomach." Zhao Ningxin nodded and smiled. "Fine grain nourishes the mouth, coarse grain nourishes the stomach. There is such a saying outside the mountain." Baiyu looked at the top of the mountain and said earnestly, "Mount Longhu is not high. Look, it's not even as high as our neighbor's Bulgang. It's true that the mountain is famous not because of its height, but if we all want to be immortals, it's not right." Zhao Ningxin said, "If you want to be an immortal, you must first be a good person." Baiyu laughed heartily. "You're right." Zhao Ningxin stopped and said, "I put it down." Baiyu squinted his eyes out of habit and turned to look at the young Taoist. He felt even more gratified and said, "Then I can rest assured." Baiyu stretched out a hand, indicating that he could start climbing. Zhao Ningxin hesitated for a moment and continued to climb the stairs. Baiyu went down the mountain alone. In western Shu there was a sea of bamboo. In the summer, a cool breeze blew gently in the sea of bamboo, as cool as the late autumn season. After Xie Lingzhen died in the Quick Snow Mountain Villa, the Spring Invitation Cottage was leaderless and had a period of unrest. However, when the new king of Shu entered the place and personally supported an unknown disciple of the Xie family to become the owner of the cottage, it rose to the top of the top 10 Jianghu sects of Liyang in one fell swoop, ranking only behind the missing moon house on the great snow plateau of Mount Hui. 2 men and 1 woman were drinking tea together. Listening to the wind, their teeth were fragrant and their sleeves were filled with a cool breeze. The woman was close to 30 years old, but she was very childish and beautiful. Her charm was full of treacherous contradictions. She was the 4th most beautiful woman on the Rouge rankings. Her name was ordinary and strange, surnamed Xia, given name Xia. It was said that after she was 14 years old, the Western Shu Road had a total of 5 people, Jingshi and Jidushi, fought for her. However, for more than 10 years, no one was able to take her into their pocket. Outsiders said that it was because of the Spring Invitation Cottage's extraordinary status. At this moment she was pouring tea for a man in white. Not only were the people of Shu speechless, but even the people of Spring Invitation Cottage were puzzled. This outsider surnamed Qin had transformed the vase into the owner of the 2,000 mu of bamboo. It could not be helped. He was the Minister of War before Liu Baijie took office, the current king of Shu, Qin Jibao. The middle-aged man sitting opposite Qin Jibao was the uncle that Su Fengyan had gone to Beimang to find. He was a swordsman from the Wu family sword tomb Wuqi. He was also one of the commanders of the Su family's cavalry in the past. Wuqi had recognized his nephew Su Fengnian at the top of Beimang city walls but did not acknowledge him. He smiled insincerely and asked playfully, "The Emperor of Liang wants to give you his favorite daughter. Will you accept it?" Chen Zhibao did not answer this question, nor did he pay attention to the woman's gaze. He only remained silent. Wuqi asked again, "He died just like that. Do you have any thoughts?" Chen Zhibao raised his teacup and drank it as if it were wine. The Chu Imperial Palace. Chao Changqing took time out from his busy schedule and walked to the pavilion that he frequented. He saw Her Highness the Princess sitting alone in the pavilion. On her lap was the red sandalwood sword case that hid the great Liang dragon sparrow. She untied a string of copper coins and placed them neatly on the sword case. She absent-mindedly tapped it again and again. Every time she unloaded the case, the copper coins would stand up and roll down again, repeating the cycle. Jiang and I sensed the arrival of Uncle Chess awaiting orders. She touched the sword case and quickly put away the copper coins. Chao Changqing sat on the stone bench and hesitated. Just as he was about to speak, Jiang and I squeezed out a smile and said softly, "It's okay. He's the king of Beiliang. I'm the princess of Dechu." "I know." Chao Changqing was silent. Chao Changqing slowly closed his eyes, still hesitating to speak. Jiang and I clenched the copper coins and muttered to herself, "A scourge lives for 1,000 years. Chao Changqing opened his eyes and sighed, "If only it was a little later." The northern Mang's royal tents that stretched as far as a majestic city were moved to the southern dynasty. Just like before, the northern Mang empress continued to discuss matters in the ash painting that had been passed down from generation to generation. After the discussion was over, the northern Mang empress asked Dong Zhuo and Hong Jingyan, these two new and powerful military nobles, to stay behind. She smiled and asked, "In the past 1,000 years, who could be said to be the pinnacle of martial arts?" Hong Jingyan bowed and replied, 800 years ago, there was the unknown master behind the great Qin emperor. Between 700 and 500 years ago, it was Lu Dongshen who could be considered invincible. 400 years ago it was Gao Shulu. 100 years ago Lu Songtao was only half a master. Next is the current Wang Xianji. When these 4.5 masters were alive, there was rarely another master who was on par with them. Even if there was a master beyond this world, they had never fought. For example, Wang Xianji and Qi Xuanzhen. The Empress of Beimang laughed. This time Wang Xianji used Su Fengnian as an example. Is it using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken, or is it a great phenomenon that hasn't happened in 1,000 years? Hong Jingyan whispered, "The odds are 9 to 1. The old woman said, "Then it's a narrow escape." Dong Zhuo, who had been standing beside Hong Jingyan all this time, didn't reply. He waited until the tent was completely silent before he said with a gloating expression, "It's good that they're dead. They didn't even need a single soldier and half of Liyang's northwest gate has already collapsed. When the news reaches here, Hong Jingyan, do you want to have a competition to see who's faster?" Hong Jingyan completely ignored this fat man. The Empress waved her hand. The two of them walked out of the tent at the same time, one on the left and one on the right. The old woman smiled. "Father and son, are you going to meet so soon?" At the peak of Zhulu Mountain. A white dress versus a red dress. The woman in white sat on the stone steps at the top. She raised a wine pot and drank wine without any worry between her eyebrows. For some reason, the otherworldly item in the red dress was facing the white dress Luo Yang. Luo Yang said indifferently, "It's okay. No one in the world believes him, but I do." Luo Yang suddenly stood up and raised her arm. She smiled knowingly and said, "I won't change for 800 years. Chapter 1107. Su Fengnian had Gao Shulu's physique, and with the help of Lu Haosher and Song Yanqing's last strike, his steps grew larger and larger. In the last step he crossed a distance of several hundred feet and crashed into Wang Xianji. Wang Xianji took a large step forward as if she didn't care too much about it. She faced the man and the sword with a simple punch, and her strength was enough to defeat 10 people. Two majestic auras collided with each other, and the heavens and earth rang with the solemn sound of a yellow bell. In the blink of an eye, Su Fengnian crashed into Wang Xianji with his shoulder, while Wang Xianji's fist landed on Su Fengnian's forehead. Wang Xianji had been blocking the waves of the East Sea year after year, and she was still able to remain unscathed. However, this time, her feet sank into the yellow sand and she slid back a distance of 16 to 17 feet. Su Fengnian didn't have it easy either. He was hit in the forehead between his eyebrows. He staggered about a foot above the ground, but he still maintained his posture of riding the wind. The distance he retreated was roughly the same as Wang Xinji's. Both sides did not wait for the bell's momentum to completely remove the embers left on their bodies, and they began to collide for the second time. This time, it was the elbows that collided first, and Wang Xinji pushed her palm upwards, hitting Su Fengyan's chest. Su Fengyan slapped down on Wang Xinji's head. Su Fengyan's body surged and finally stopped in the air 80 to 90 feet away. His sleeves fluttered slightly, as if he was an immortal ascending to the heavens. Wang Xinji did not retreat, but her knees sank into the sand. She raised her head and looked at the calm young man. The hemp-clothed old man did not say anything. When he reached the top of the world, his heart was like an ancient well without ripples. He had waited bitterly for so many years, and he no longer had the feeling of breaking a wooden horse or ox with his finger. It was a mixture of surprise and joy, and it was truly like drinking wine. Wang Xinji brushed her sleeves and smiled for no reason. After reaching the first rank, when fighting with the same level, especially with the masters of the Vajra realm, the body and aura would merge into one. It was often the process of tearing apart one's clothes and armor. Only by removing the aura around the body could one destroy the body's muscles and bones. However, this kid was as confident as him, almost to the point of conceit. No matter how abundant the aura was, he would do the opposite and destroy the body once and for all. He wanted to destroy the body first before thinking about anything else. Gao Shulu once used to describe the majesty of the first rank's realm. Most martial artists in the future were obsessed with the protection brought by their aura, like the officials who found a big backer and a protective talisman. Their path was smooth sailing. As time they forgot how to persist and how to self-reliance. Was it the finger or the celestial phenomenon and the celestial and had. And a smooth journey of heavens had been the time they have. For thousands of years there were countless men. Why did Wang Xinji only respect Lu Dongxian and Li Chungang? One of them passed through the gate of heaven but did not enter. He returned to the human world laughing. The other person did not even bother to open the gate of heaven for him. Wang Xinji's feet sank into the ground, and Su Fengyan stood in the air. It was like a battle between heaven and earth. The seemingly calm battlefield suddenly changed when Wang Xinji pulled out one of her feet and Su Fengyan pressed down with one of his hands at the same time. On the ground, a clay sword shaped like a stone tablet broke out of the ground. Su Fengyan also pulled a wisp of cloud aura to form a sword. Wang Xinji held the clay sword in her hand and leaped up. Su Fengyan reached out to grab the cloud aura sword, and his body suddenly dropped down. In the third confrontation, the two still chose to fight head-on without any fancy thoughts. The clay tablet smashed into Su Fengyan's chest inch by inch, and the cloud aura also shattered inch by inch on Wang Xinji's chest. When the dust of the clay tablet settled and the cloud aura dispersed, the number 1 in the world and the number 6 in the world punched left fist against right fist. Their fists collided violently, but their bodies did not move an inch, and there was a moment of silence that defied common sense. However, ripples appeared on Wang Xinji's and Su Fengyan's robes. The two's hands that were controlling their swords were not willing to fall behind, and they clenched their fists and collided again. Within a radius of several miles, the ground shook violently and the cloud aura rolled. Wang Xinji was pushed back to the ground. When she landed, she swung her arm and threw out a punch. The incomparably fierce fist aura tore several yellow flood dragons from the ground and attacked Su Fengyan together. Even if Su Fengyan had Gao Shulu's physique, he could still control the mysterious finger sword chi with his mind. However, his soul was lacking, so he did not have the heavenly phenomenon realm. He could only cross his arms in front of his chest in the air, relying on his body that was even stronger than the invincible Vajra body of Buddhism to block that fist aura. Afterward, a few flood dragons formed from yellow sand and soil took advantage of this opportunity to attack. Su Fengyan pulled back his left hand and grabbed a flood dragon's neck, killing it quickly. The yellow sand scattered like rain. He stepped on the head of the flood dragon and pushed it back to the ground. The corpse chi showed signs of collapsing like a dead snake on the ground. Wang Xinji did not show any mercy after gaining the upper hand. She walked on the ground step by step and constantly punched towards the sky. The white fist aura and the yellow dragon shot towards the young lord standing under the clouds together. The earth emits murderous intent, and the dragon and snake rise from the land. Su Fengyan took a deep breath, and a purple golden mark between his eyebrows shone brightly. Instead of dodging, he looked like he was seeking his own death. He actively looked for the white fist aura to smash or cut it off. His feet were like walking on the ground, and he stepped on the yellow dragon again and again. If someone was lucky enough to watch the battle from afar, they would definitely be shocked by the terrifying phenomenon. On the ground, there were constantly white rainbows piercing through the sky, and countless yellow dragons flew up one after another, as if they were roaring at the legendary heavenly court. And the white robe in the sky seemed to be in a fit of pique. He wanted to kill all the white rainbows in the sky, and not let them turn into real dragons. This magnificent scene lasted for the time it took for an incense stick to burn, and the battlefield had also advanced for more than 10 miles. The road that Wang Xinji walked on was full of destruction. In the sky, the clouds and yellow sand were mixed together, and then they rustled and fell together. People like to use the difference between cloud and earth to describe the huge difference between the two, but at this time the scene had already been blurred. Chapter 1108. Huang Longshi carried the girl far away to avoid being affected by the invisible killing intent. From time to time he would look back at the battlefield. The old man helped his daughter carry the sunflower and could not help but sigh with emotion. Jia in his arms still did not wake up. She just subconsciously hugged the sable hat, the beaded golden hairpin wrapped in the hat pocket. Huang Longshi did not stop walking, but he kept turning his head to look at the painting that was created by man. The long scroll slowly spread out in the world. It should not stop for a while. When it would end, only heaven knows. Huang Longshi was somewhat lost in thought. He muttered, Jianghu in the imperial court, Wang Xinji in Jianghu, there are two such figures. One is a roly-poly official, the other is an old fart. How can the others have a day of success? If anyone were to stand behind them, it would be a fact that made them feel despair just by thinking about it. The group of Spring of Yong Hui's achievements and knowledge are all excellent civil officials. Among the generals there is Guangling Dao's Lu Xingxiang, and those members of the imperial family who have failed to achieve meritorious service. In the world of Wulin, there is Dong Tai's sword, Gu Jiantong's saber, and Chao Changqing's scholarly spirit. In the past and in the future, any one of them would be a famous figure. Huang Longshi withdrew his gaze and continued to ramble. The great Qin lost a deer, Liang is not far away. Bai Yin'er is the deer of Liang. He knows his fate, there is no way out. He has already begun to make arrangements for his funeral. If he lives alone and does not retreat, then the poor people of the world will not be able to see the future. But not only does old Wang not retreat, he wants to go one step further. One is the peak of civil officials, the other is the peak of martial arts. These two people at first glance seem to have the same realm and status, but in fact, there is a big difference in their bones. It is indeed true that the path of civil and martial arts is different. This old man in the past helped Jianghu's fate by pulling up seedlings to help them grow. It should be right to remove the firewood from under the cauldron. This old man has read too many stories and people in books. All these years he has exhausted his mind and thought about everything step by step. Is he going to make a mistake at the end? The last time Huang Longshan looked back was an hour after the start of the battle. He did not see the expected mixture of clouds and earth, but the atmosphere of heaven and earth was exceptionally clear. Huang Longshi sighed. That kid most likely lost the first half of the battle. The reality was just as Huang Sanjia expected. Even if Su Fengyin used Gao Shu to reveal his physique, then he used Murong Baoding's erecting Buddha, Shuisongguan's huge clapper, Wudong's immortal caressing the top, and so on, all kinds of mystical techniques, and their coordination was flawless. They were only able to block the seemingly endless murderous aura. Within an hour, Su Fengyin had destroyed more than 100 fist forces and killed more than 400 flood dragons. This was just Su Fengyin's anger. Before the first collision, Su Fengyin's breath had already been completed, and there was no more breath left. He had even prepared how to deal with Wang Xinji's thunderous attack when he needed to exchange for his second breath. However, Su Fengyin's 3 journeys in Jianghu had helped him to be careful and cautious, and it had instead resulted in a not-so-big, not-so-small consequence. When he made his move, Wang Xinji, who was still secretly accumulating power, found an opportunity that was not perfect, and used a suppression that was even more powerful than the one he used against Wang Xiaoping by the Guangling River. At the same time that the earth unleashed its murderous aura, the sky unleashed its murderous aura. Together they crushed Su Fengyin, who was in the middle of it. The clouds in the sky, which had always been used by Su Fengyin, left their tracks. In the blink of an eye, dark clouds covered the sky. Just like the movement of the stars, it was enough to change Su Fengyin's originally shaky balance. It was not that Su Fengyin had not sensed Wang Xinji's backup plan, but he had expected that there was still about 15 minutes before Wang Xinji would summon the clouds in the sky, cater to the earth's murderous intent. He was 70 to 80% sure that he would be trapped in that cage, and in the end, allow Wang Xianji to unleash his murderous intent. This was also a slight influence brought about by his incomplete soul. However, against Wang Xianji, this slight deviation was enough to put him in great danger. Wang Xianji raised an elbow, pressed his palms together and twisted heavily. His palms then suddenly turned upside down. Wasn't the easiest thing in the world, as easy as turning one's hand? Wang Xianji's lips curled into a cold smile, waiting to see. He did not think that killing a Su Fengnian who only had the physique of Gao Shulu would be difficult. When a person unleashed his murderous intent, the heavens and the earth were turned upside down. With Su Fengnian's position as the center, the heaven and the earth, which had been separated for thousands of years, were actually turned upside down. The earth was above and the sky was below. Su Fengnian's misfortune was that he did not have any extra qi in his body, but the fortune in his misfortune also lay in this. Otherwise, even if Xinyuan Qingfeng and Lu Haoshi, these great celestial phenomenon experts, were present, their cultivation would also be turned into dust. When Wang Xianji attacked Wang Xiaoping, it could be said that he had only used a small part of his move. This was also reasonable. The original intention of this move was to deal with immortals like Qi Xuanzhen. The essence of this move was to reverse karma. Not to mention the celestial phenomenon realm, the higher the cultivation of an earth immortal, the more severe the damage. Su Fengnian took advantage of the situation, and changed his standing position along with the heaven and earth that had been turned upside down. Between heaven and earth, one should be indomitable. If this was said to be an unattainable speech, it would not be suitable for everyone. However, Su Fengnian had never been so ambitious. He only felt that no matter who it was, as long as they stood in a position, they had to shoulder something. If it was an ordinary commoner, they had to shoulder the responsibility of their parents' retirement. If it was a descendant of an aristocratic family, they had to shoulder the family's legacy. If it was a court official, they had to shoulder the rise and fall of the world. Su Fengnian only remembered that he had promised Su Xiao on the carriage outside the North Pass that Su Xiao would leave behind the burden. He could bear it. Su Fengnian did indeed bear the weight of heaven and earth brought by Wang Xianji. Su Fengnian, who was standing upside down, gradually bent his knees. For the first time, the young vassal king who had exposed his physique, showed a dispirited look. A trace of blood oozed out, not from his 7 orifices, but from between his eyebrows. Wang Xianji's sneer deepened. When Su Fengnian was about to bear all the heaven's might, before he could break free from the cage by relying on his celestial being physique, the old man's figure flashed. The next moment, Wang Xianji rushed into the cage, grabbed Su Fengnian's neck and pulled it down. He broke the edge of the cage and smashed into the ground. Like a comet hitting the ground. The ground cracked and a bottomless pit appeared. Wang Xianji's fingers intertwined, and his hands clenched into a fist. With a loud shout, his burly body was about to fall. A sword pierced through the air. It came from the lotus peak of Wudong Mountain in Beiliang. Someone's sword was even stronger than the wind. A sword and a person hit the side of Wang Xianji, who was falling. Wang Xianji was knocked out dozens of feet. On the ground, Su Fengnian jumped out of the huge pit. Blood was still flowing from between his eyebrows, blurring his eyes and even blurring his face. The sword immortal, who was like a celestial being, drew an arc with his sword and landed beside him. The two Su Fengnian stood side by side. Wang Xianji, who stopped in the air, narrowed his eyes, and looked down at the ground with a slightly gloomy face. The Su Fengnian, who had just arrived at the battlefield, smiled and said, "I have a sword to walk 6,000 miles. Chapter 1109. The peachwood sword that once pierced through Wang Xianji's chest was still sheathed, quietly hovering beside the Su Fengnian. The Su Fengnian who rode on his sword smiled and said, "Let's go." The peachwood sword was connected to the person and slowly left the scabbard. At first it was unusually slow, but gradually, it moved as fast as a rolling thunder, leaving a long rainbow mist in the sky. Even those who did not know martial arts could see it clearly. The foundation of this sword was like the old servant who lacked front teeth nicknamed Jianghu in Jianghu. He did not practice many sword moves because he thought he was clumsy. He was afraid of biting off more than he could chew, so he walked slowly and leisurely in Jianghu. It did not matter where he went as long as he did not miss the scenery along the way. When Jianghu struck, the peachwood sword disappeared without a trace. Wang Xianji, who was high above, flicked his finger several times. He was the Xuanlong Dianxue in the mysterious realm, but he could not break the Qi meridian that the sword traveled 6,000 miles. Wang Xianji did not want to waste his time. He stopped his finger but did not hurry to withdraw it. He was like an imperial scholar who was trying to solve a question. Wang Xianji suddenly turned his head. At the same time, a wisp of sword qi brushed past his cheek, cutting off a few strands of the old man's snow-white hair. Wang Xianji did not strike his finger again. He remained motionless and then took a step back. A wisp of sword qi flew past his chest, cutting off some linen shreds. After that, Wang Xianji maintained the posture of bending his finger but occasionally moved his feet. Each time he narrowly avoided the hidden sword qi. Wang Xianji was a little surprised. He had once faced the yellow formation map at the top of the martial emperor city and was familiar with this sword. The 8-finger swords did not make him take it seriously. The 9th sword had indeed ruined his sleeves. Although it was only the celestial phenomenon sword, Jianghu Wang's celestial phenomenon was very innovative. The origin of a normal celestial phenomenon master came from a good work of a sage. Generally speaking, if things are not balanced, they will sing. All things in the world, birds sang in spring, thunder shook summer, insects mourned in autumn and the wind blew in winter. Therefore, scholars and officials often wrote poems. Since ancient times, the reason why swordsmen could dominate the world was that they could naturally use the sword in their hands to complain about injustice. Wang Xianji once told Chao Changqing in private that he should give up the country and forget about his feelings and practice swordsmanship, and he would be able to become a saint early. Jianghu Wang's 9th sword had clearly crossed the threshold of heavenly phenomenon but had yet to reach the level of a sword immortal. Yet it did not give off the slightest feeling of injustice. On the contrary, it had caught Wang Xianji off guard. Logically speaking, a good person with a gentle temperament would never be able to practice a good sword. This was the same principle as a scholar who was happy to see injustice in the mountains. It was the same principle with swordsmanship. The advantage lay in the profoundness of each move and the emergence of one strange force after another. The sword's current style was also eccentric. After the move, there was no grand sword momentum like dark clouds. Instead, it was tirelessly swinging the sword back and forth. It was full of the earthly atmosphere like dogs barking and chickens crying. It was like neighbors quarreling, but because of their relationship they only used their mouths and not their hands. It gave people the feeling that it was noisy and annoying. This new sword was only slightly different from the old sword that Jianghu Huang had handed over. It was in that the latter was more skillful and crafty. Immortals rode on their swords in the wind and frosted 19 provinces in one night. This saying was used to describe the swiftness of sword immortals. The peachwood sword flew around Wang Xianji. It was unknown how long it had traveled. A few hundred miles? 1,000 miles? Wang Xianji knew. She had already wandered unscrupulously around him for a full 3,000 miles. The furthest she went was 9 miles. The closest she went was naturally brushing past him. She went back and forth tirelessly. Sometimes she drew an arc to escape for more than 100 feet, and sometimes she flew in a straight line for 3 to 4 miles. There was no pattern and no trace. Wang Xianji was still waiting. She was still bending her fingers without flicking them. Until the 7th time she missed the peachwood sword by a hair's breadth. After a short moment she finally tapped her finger lightly. Her finger tapped the air, but suddenly there was a very subtle sound of metal colliding with stone in front of Wang Xianji. The further she was from Wang Xianji, the louder the sound became. 6 miles away the peachwood sword, which was made of ordinary material but had caused Wang Xianji great trouble, exploded in midair with a bang, turning into a pile of wood chips. Su Fengyin waved his hand. The chips returned from afar, condensed into a sword, and gently returned to the scabbard. After returning to the scabbard, the sword dissipated again. The scabbard was the tomb of the sword. Su Fengyin inserted the scabbard into the yellow sand by his feet. Clearly he had decided not to use it again. Old Huang was never one to talk about fancy principles. He couldn't say something like, "Where my heart is at ease is my home." He only knew one thing. He was an old man who had left his hometown. Wherever he could sleep comfortably was where his home was. As long as he could sleep comfortably in the simple and crude room next to the stable on Mount Qingliang, that would be his home. Lying on a pillow thinking about the few jars of old wine under the bed, he didn't lack anything and didn't need to think too much. Therefore, old Huang's sword was fearless when it left the scabbard, and he had no regrets when it returned to the scabbard. Therefore, on his last trip to the Jianghu with his sword, returning the sword to the scabbard was like returning home. Swordsmen of my generation were not afraid of death. They didn't hesitate to break their beloved sword. Su Fengyin, who only occupied 1 spiritual and 2 physical forms, said softly, "After saber 9, it should be saber 10. He extended a hand and put 2 fingers together. With a gentle swipe, a long saber formed from purplish gold energy appeared under his fingers. It was shaped like a new 6th-generation Bailiang saber. It was not recorded in the Orthodox Taoist scriptures that living people had 3 spiritual and 7 physical forms. People were skeptical. However, Su Fengnian, who had withstood Wang Xinji's heaven and earth pressure, was extremely certain. Apart from his living body, he was only left with 1 physical form, Filth Remover. The 3 spiritual and 6 physical forms that the other 3 possessed were each in their own dreams. Su Fengnian squatted beside the pit. When another version of himself appeared, he did not watch the battle. Instead, he squatted down and hurriedly took in deep breaths to cleanse and remove the turbid energy in his body. Gao Shulu's physique was originally a pure body. Wang Xinji's shrewdness was to see through his filth remover with a glance. Under the overturning of heaven and earth, she forcefully stuffed him with countless amounts of filth. Gao Shulu's vigorous physique could almost ignore ordinary injuries. His recovery speed was so fast that it was beyond the reach of ordinary Vajra realm cultivators. Even if his internal organs were destroyed or even his heart was pierced, he could still defy heaven and continue to live for a few hours. Chapter 11:10. The squatting Su Fengnian was surrounded by black qi. He stared intently at the cracks on the edge of the crater. A small clue revealed the general situation. After Su Fengnian became the 6th in the world, many outsiders began to study the martial arts process of this new Prince Liang. Most were surprised by Su Fengnian's secret learning. They didn't know that after his battle with Luo Yang in Dong Tai, in order to understand the sword intent in Beimang's Dunhuang city, he had memorized the small cracks created by the flying swords of both sides. They also didn't know how much effort he had put into controlling Lu Hao's entry into the city and Song Yinqing's stagger. And after the peachwood sword that could be considered Wang Xiaoping's relic returned to the top of Lotus Peak, it wasn't to indirectly impart the sword intent, but to search for clues, to investigate Wang Xinji's unique qi circulation. Shenyuan Qingfeng blocked the way only to repay his debt, to cut off his thoughts. If he couldn't pass, then everything would be over. Once he passed, he would be able to surpass all others on the martial path. But the Wudong sword maniac and useless monk's block was not so simple. One was asking for a clear conscience, the other was offering incense. But without question, both were trying to find a flaw in Wang Xinji that might not even exist. Other than Miss Haha, who was originally unexpected, it was Su Yambing's turn to block Wang Xinji's path single-handedly. He was definitely prepared to die. This man had once joked that even if Su Yambing died in Bailiang, the king of Bailiang must die. The words that came out of his mouth were definitely not a joke. Crouching down, Su Fengnian didn't bother to wipe away the bloodstains on his face. Actually, when he had withstood the pressure of the world, the boots that had touched the ground had long been worn away. His feet were badly mangled. At that time, when he tilted his head and slant his shoulders had also been worn to the bone. However, after being thrown to the ground by Wang Xinji, these injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, the torn clothes and bottomless boots on his shoulders were proof of the dangerous situation at that moment. How many people could make Su Fengnian, who was now strong enough to dominate both the Separation Sun and northern Meng Jianghu, suffer such heavy injuries? Other than Wang Xinji, who had not used all her strength, there were only Tuoba Bodhisattva and Dong Tai who wanted to fight to the death. Su Fengnian continued to stare at the cracks on the ground. Only when his vision was blocked by the blood did he raise his arm and carelessly wipe away the thick blood on his face from between his eyebrows. Standing, Su Fengnian held the hilt of his saber and looked down at the extraordinary Bailiang saber. He said to himself, "This saber should have been for Zhao Huangqiao." He closed his eyes and took a big step back. His right hand opened in front of him, and his left hand held the saber behind him. The wind and clouds surged and the yellow sand floated. Su Fengnian finally stood up from his squatting position, as if he wanted to witness himself wielding the saber. He pressed a finger between his eyebrows. The blood was blocked, but it still seeped through the gaps between his fingers. The face that Bailiang's old man said was very similar to the princess's face, flowed down in a zigzag way. He wielded the saber. First, there was the continuous sound of thunder. Then the gangqi of the saber tore the sky in a line. This was a saber move that Su Fengnian had comprehended on his own. The first half of the saber move came from observing the Guangling River's tide from a close distance. Before the head of the tide could be seen, the sound of the tide was like thunder piercing one's ears. Only after that could one see the misty river, the head of the tide gradually rising, like a row of majestic snowy mountains cascading down from Mount Kunlun. The second half of the move was more spiritual. It came from when he was in an out-of-body state. He saw the stirring and stirring battle at the western wall with his own eyes. White clothes and white mourning clothes beat the war drums, and a few people led their horses back in armor. Then, there was this saber move that had never been seen before. Old Huang did not know how to name the move, and Su Fengyin did not even have the time to name it. This saber move was like a freehand splashing ink on paper. The saber blade was the tip of the brush, and the ink spilled out in a huge arc. Wang Xinji did not dodge. She pressed her hands on the top of the arc of Gangqi. She was brought up to the sky by the saber arc until she disappeared into the clouds. Even higher up where Wang Xinji stopped, the stellar energy that had been cut through did not dissipate into the 9 heavens. Instead, like the Guangling River surging past a line of waves, it formed an even more majestic returning tide in the old salt storehouse. The tide poured down majestically from the sky. Since Wang Xinji smashed Su Fengyin into the ground after showing her killing intent again and again, it was only right to reciprocate politeness. Su Fengyin did not wait for Wang Xinji to break the waterfall of Gangqi. Instead, he took out a Beiliang saber. It was simple and heavy. It was the Su family's first-generation saber. Su Zhao's troops went south all the way. He crossed the river to the south time and time again. He fought to the death time and time again. He narrowly escaped death time and time again. He was laughed at by outsiders. He was mocked as a mad dog willing to bite people without the mercy of the Liang imperial court. Su Zhao never opened his mouth to argue with anyone. He also never explained anything to his eldest son, Su Fengyin. Su Fengyin only knew the answer when he was in a trance. Su Zhao had always been a pawn crossing the river in precarious times. He did not want to die, but he was not afraid of death either. Who cares about your mother's world structure? Who cares about your mother's emperors? Who cares about your mother's chessboard rules? Su Fengyin took a step forward with the saber in hand. He pointed the tip of the saber upward at Wang Xinji, who was in the clouds. He whispered softly, "Cross the river." A black rainbow hung upside down from the ground. Wang Xinji, who was fighting against the inverted waterfall, was hit in the chest by the saber. The two Su Fengyin standing on the ground could see the black dot being slowly pressed down by the waterfall. Then the saber violently slammed back into the distant dome. The Su Fengyin who had traveled through the black and white seasons sighed and said softly, "It's difficult." Su Fengyin nodded but soon smiled and said, "But this time the old man won't dare to only use 70 to 80% of his strength." Just as he finished speaking, a beam of light descended from the sky. The earth trembled with it. Wang Xinji was like a god of the heavenly court. He walked out of the heavenly gate and descended to the world. A fist-sized wound appeared on the chest of the hemp-clothed old man. Even though the body of this world's most powerful man was not inferior to that of Gao Shulu, who had been at her peak for 400 years, there were still no signs of recovery. There were sprouts in his flesh. The scene was strange. They suddenly grew and suddenly died. What was even more mysterious was that after Wang Xinji was knocked into the clouds, he actually dragged down a bolt of lightning as long as a spear. Wang Xinji, whose shoulders were severely damaged, asked with a cold expression, "Is that all you've got?" Who in the world could be a match for this martial artist who was probably above the celestial beings? How could he kill him if he won? Moreover, Su Fengyin most likely would not be able to wait until the last pair of spirits who had not returned from their long journey. Chapter 11:11. Su Fengyin, who only had one spirit of filth removal left, had stopped the bleeding between his eyebrows. The Su Fengyin beside him, who had just returned from an out-of-body state, had one spirit and 2 spirits. Although he still lacked 2 spirits and 4 spirits, he was still able to hurt Wang Xinji. Su Fengyin didn't think he was weak. However, arguing with Wang Xinji was useless. Therefore, facing Wang Xinji's question, he didn't argue with this angry old man. Instead, he just repaired the body gifted by Gao Shulu. Wang Xinji sneered, "So you don't have any last words?" Su Fengyin stretched out his hands and covered his face, wiping off the blood with his 10 fingers. His eyes were clear. Wang Xinji said the word "good" heavily. Then Su Fengyin, who had just returned on his sword, saw Wang Xinji step out and throw out the long spear made of thunder and lightning from the sky. However, when he saw this scene, Su Fengyin, who had a physical body, had already been sent flying backward, crashing to the ground 1,000 feet away. His uncontrollable body even bounced a little on the ground and continued to slide for over 100 feet before coming to a stop. Wang Xinji's move was so fast that Su Fengyin, who was still standing, could only see the residual shadow of Wang Xinji after throwing out the spear. Su Fengyin, who had fallen to the ground, slowly got up and bent over. His chest was badly mutilated, with white thunder and lightning twirling around and sizzling. When Su Fengyin reached out his hand, countless thin red threads and red snakes swam out of his arm. When Su Fengnian's fingers touched them, the red threads and the white lightning died together. It was obvious that the secret skill Su Fengnian stole from Han Diaoxi's head didn't work immediately. The long spear of thunder and lightning in Wang Xinji's hand was still there, but its momentum was reduced by 20%. Another footprint appeared in the sand in front of the old man. Su Fengnian, who had just stood up, was hit by the lightning spear again. However, he wasn't knocked down this time. He tilted his head back slightly and held a piece of thunder and lightning in his hands to prevent it from stabbing his neck. Then he stepped back lightly on the ground. The first time he deliberately opened his door and took the thunder strike because Su Fengnian wanted to learn more about Wang Xinji's qi flow with the help of Gao Shulu's pure body. Since Wang Xinji's second spear was the same, there was no need to take all the attacks as before. The footprint in front of Wang Xinji was getting deeper and deeper, and the gap between throwing the spear was getting shorter and shorter. In the distance, Su Fengnian could only retreat again and again. He retreated 8 times in a row and used the nameless fist technique taught by Wudong Su Fengnian for the last time. His waist was like an axle and his body was in a circle. His hands followed Su Fengnian's body and moved around in circles. When Su Fengnian finally stood still, his spine was straight and his back was not hunched. His hands gently swayed up and down. A few inches above his palms, there was a ball of thunder and lightning that rose and fell. They looked playful and light, but it was easy to underestimate the power of thunder and lightning contained in them. Su Fengnian's hands moved in an arc, and the 2 snow-white balls of thunder and lightning merged into one and gradually dissipated in front of him. At the same time, Su Fengnian, who had returned from the black and white spring-autumn, had a drastic change in expression. He began to turn around and rush toward himself. The 9th footprint appeared in front of Wang Xinji, who only had 3 feet of thunder and lightning left in her hands. Before Su Fengnian's soul was about to crash into Su Fengnian's body, Wang Xinji had already closed in on the ladder. She took the initiative to make a move, but it was unknown whether it was a spear or a sword. The 3 feet of thunder and lightning instantly pierced through Su Fengnian's body like a knife cutting through tofu. Wang Xinji's right hand held the 3 feet of thunder and lightning that had successfully broken through Su Fengnian's body. She suddenly lifted it up and lifted Su Fengnian's entire body into the air. The next scene was puzzling. Before Wang Xinji could pull out the thunder and lightning, Su Fengnian took the lead. His hands pressed down on the immortal weapon that seemed to have come from the 9th heaven, and he kicked Wang Xinji's shoulder. His body floated 2 feet away and staggered. Not only did he not take the opportunity to pull out the thunder and lightning, but he also fiercely slapped it and took the initiative to pierce through Wang Xinji's body. Wang Xinji did not take advantage of the victory to pursue and attack. He stood in place and nodded. For the first time he showed a bit of appreciation. If he had pulled out the thunder and lightning, then this kid would have suffered the first 8 spears and the last sword for nothing. The 8 spears were just a smokescreen. The key was the sword that Wang Xinji had just created. Originally he wanted to give it to Dong Tai, who had just returned from a visit to Immortality. Everyone in the world used the 3-foot sword to describe a long sword, and his sword move was called 3 feet. The superior way of the sword always emphasized the idea rather than the technique, and the deep meaning of 3 feet naturally lay in the 3 feet. If Su Fengnian had pulled out the thunder and lightning to lessen his injuries, he naturally would not have understood the profound meaning. However, even if he understood the meaning of 3 feet sword, what could he do? Even if he, Wang Xinji, was only a swordsman, he still had 4 sword moves that were no less than 3 feet. The reason why he chose this move was that since Su Fengnian had injured him with a single strike, he wanted an eye for an eye. Even if the size of the wound was the same, it had to be exactly the same. As for the other 4 Earth Immortal swords, Wang Xinji's original intention was to kill 1,000 horsemen with 1 strike, and the imperial court was nothing to him. Wang Xinji was born in a poor family. At that time it was far from the current Liang imperial court, where all rivers flowed into the sea. He was truly from a poor family with no noble children. He still remembered that after he abandoned literature to practice martial arts, after going through many hardships, he finally learned a rough lightness skill for the first time. However, he did not dare to show his skills in the streets, so he could only experience the feeling of flying on the grass in the wilderness and stepping on the snow without leaving a trace. When he was exhausted, he used the heaven and earth as his bed and blanket, and casually lay down on the grass or the snow. He still remembered the smell of mud and grass and the cold feeling of washing his face with snow. Later on, by chance, he switched to practicing swordsmanship midway. When the sword produced sword chi, the ecstasy at that time was still fresh in his memory, no matter how many years had passed. After that, step by step, he stood at the peak of martial arts, overlooking the world and flying with the wind. When he looked around, there was no one to stand shoulder to shoulder with, so there were not many things worth remembering. The two Su Fengyin stood together, but their souls did not merge into one. This was because Wang Xinji's sword had injured the qi far more than the body. Since Gao Shulu's body could still withstand it, there was no need to draw legs on a snake. If they rashly merged into one, it would be like walking into a trap. Moreover, it would damage the originally invincible golden body that could be said to be free of filth. Wang Xinji's wound had already sprouted tender shoots all over the place. One after another, new muscles and bones were growing out. The injury on his chest was no longer shocking. It was now the Su Fengyin's turn to suffer. The red snake struggled to cling onto him, but it was still unable to completely dispel the remaining thunder and lightning sword qi. Wang Xinji suddenly said, when this old man was still a scholar, he had a heart-to-heart talk with a senior scholar. He said something to him. Today, I'm afraid the senior's bones have already turned to dust in his grave, but this old man still remembers it. Instead of being recorded in the annals of history, it's better to be hanged at the gate of the country. But in those troubled times, this scholar died in the midst of the turmoil and chaos of war. He did not put his ambition into the imperial court, nor did he die a worthy death. When this old man heard the news of his death, when he went to collect his body, he simply dug it out from the hundreds of corpses lying on the ground by the roadside and hastily buried it. The long sword that this gentleman wore when he was alive was probably worth several dozen taels of silver, but it had long been taken away. The gentleman's remains were given to me as goods to exchange for official hats or wine money. When has Wang Xinji ever blocked the path of a younger generation? This old man oversaw the Eastern Sea. As long as he was alive, has there ever been a martial artist like Lu Songtao, who was confident in his backing and brought disaster to the world? The imperial court was powerful, with armor on their backs and cavalry galloping, while the common people were unarmed and defenseless. The world was divided into ups and downs, and the ones who died the most were precisely these innocent people. This old man did not want these people to encounter the oppression of the government in times of peace and prosperity, as well as the wandering bandits in times of chaos. He did not want everyone to be able to easily deal with them. He only hoped that more people, when they were at the end of their rope or even before death, would be able to take a step forward, instead of only being able to kneel down and kowtow to beg for mercy. Wang Xinji did not ask for much. He only wanted to give the people of the world one step only. Su Fengyin calmly asked, "Why are you saying these things?" Wang Xinji indifferently said, "This old man has lived for too long and has seen too many things. Usually he has nothing to say to anyone. You, kid, are not willing to say your last words, but this old man wants you to die with a clear understanding. If you were an ordinary descendant of a vassal king, relying on the machinations of 2 generations to inherit the throne, why would this old man talk nonsense with you? Even killing you would dirty his hands." Su Fengyin was about to speak, but Wang Xinji waved his hand and said, "This old man is well aware of what you want to say. It's just that whoever has the bigger fist has the bigger reason. No matter what you say, this old man is not willing to listen to you. It's as simple as that." Su Fengyin smiled and said, "It's still too early to decide who has the bigger reason. It's hard to say." Wang Xinji neither denied nor admitted. He said, "This old man has finished speaking. Who deserves to die more? The truth will be revealed very soon." 100 li away, a worry-free man with sleeves fluttering in the wind was carrying an instant spear. Purple qi came from the west. Chapter 11-12. Wang Xinji looked around with a bleak mood. Although the Su Fengyin in front of him brought some surprises, it was still inferior to the battle that he imagined. If Chen Zhibao did not come out of the cold, if Su Yanbing came with the instant spear, and if Luo Yang, who seemed to have a secret relationship with Bailiang, the 3 of them joined forces to suppress the young king. Only then could they really fight a hardy battle. Only 2 Su Fengyin showed up. Even if there were many traps, it was still not enough to fight. Su Fengyin looked up and saw that in the sky where Wang Xinji was standing, the wind was rolling and clouds were surging. Large pieces of colorful clouds were quickly gathering, like a huge brocade that was spread out by the immortals. In the priceless advice of the Danding sect of Taoism, there was a saying, 3 flowers at one's head and 5 qis at one's origin. But the current scene was obviously far beyond this category. A sage who was both a wine immortal and a writer and even a swordsman, once left a popular poem, "Between the clouds of the White Emperor, 1,000 miles of Jiangling returned in a day." The later generations often did not have deep feelings and did not know the true meaning of the poem. Su Fengyin sighed. Wang Xinji finally could not hold back and was ready to use his killing move. After killing people, he would open the gate of heaven. However, he would not fly to the heavenly court and become an immortal. Instead, he would guard the gate of heaven for the martial artists in the mortal world. Su Fengyan exhaled deeply. He was still not in a hurry to merge the out-of-body soul beside him with his body. Instead, he stood still and waited for Wang Xinji to reveal the truth and launch a thunderous attack. Wang Xinji took a deep breath. Her head of silver hair instantly turned dark green. She was originally a burly old man, but now she looked like a man in the prime of his life. Su Fengyan didn't admire the mysterious technique that turned something rotten into something magical. He gently closed his eyes, and a purple-gold radiance lingered on his face. After taking a deep breath, his sleeves swelled up and he seemed to be in a trance, giving off a feeling of being detached from the world. This was the mnemonic of the Dahuang Imperial Court: don't care about the bustling city outside the door, close the door and face the mountain stream. Both offense and defense had their own wonders. In the blink of an eye, no less than 20 tall figures of Wang Xinji appeared between Su Fengyan and Wang Xinji. Their postures were slightly different, but they completely displayed Wang Xinji's charging momentum. This was the first time Su Fengyan was pushed back, and in one breath he was pushed back more than 1,000 feet. During this distance, nearly 100 figures of Wang Xinji appeared. Su Fengyan seemed to have no power to fight back as he retreated a second time, retreating 150 feet. Wang Xinji became more and more courageous as he fought, and his figure became more and more complicated. On a line, there were more than 200 figures of Wang Xinji that did not dissipate in time. Su Fengyan, who was passively taking the beating, kept retreating. Relying on Gao Shulu's vigorous physique and the Dahuang Imperial Court's clumsiness, he did not show any signs of being defeated. However, if one looked closely, the human cat Han Diaoxi's red snake that was previously pierced by Wang Xinji's 3-inch thunderbolt had completely given up struggling. However, before the blood could seep out of the wound, it turned into a faint mist like boiling water poured on snow. On the contrary, it made Su Fengyan's clothes look clean. Wang Xinji did not stop punching. Even though she knew that Su Fengyan had the intention to use other people's stones to improve jade, Wang Xinji was very conceited. Even if Su Fengyan wanted to use his fist aura to train Gao Shulu's physique, which was not completely integrated, she could make him suffer. One of these punches would become the straw that broke the camel's back. On the straight line that cut 2 miles of the ground, more and more Wang Xinji appeared. Could be said that there were countless of them. Even if the experts of the 10 martial arts evaluators were to watch from the sidelines, their scalps would go numb. However, if Wang Xinji's disciple, the female Grandmaster Fist Master Linya, were present, she would be able to observe Wang Xinji's attacks with her own eyes. She would definitely be able to benefit greatly, and would be able to reach a higher level of enlightenment on the path of martial arts. This was because this was the world's most brilliant fist manual. Wang Xinji punched no less than 600 times. Su Fengyan did not refuse any of them and received more than 600 fist auras. Finally, a turning point came. The distance that had been constantly lengthening began to shorten for the first time. Because Wang Xinji's movements were too fast and her attacks were too fierce, even though Su Fengyan had retreated for nearly 3 miles, not a sound was heard. Finally, a loud rumble exploded behind the old man in the distance. Perhaps this was what people were used to: first see the lightning, then listen to the thunder. The first drum of energy was strong, the second was weak, and the third was exhausted. This was the common sense of the world. However, at the end, the figure of Wang Xinji that stayed in the same place began to dissipate. It seemed that Wang Xinji's momentum could not continue to rise endlessly. Like a climber, after resting for a moment, she continued to climb. Moreover, she suddenly sped up her pace. Wang Xinji, who had been punching with one hand, punched out with both hands. The great drum momentum. Wang Xinji's fist hit Su Fengyan's arms, which were crisscrossing in defense. This beat of the drum sounded at the same time as the belated thunder of the fist aura behind him. Su Fengyan's body leaned back, his feet planted on the ground, and he slid backward at an angle. The second Wang Xinji at the beginning also began to dissipate. However, the original Wang Xinji that was facing Su Fengyan suddenly sped up. She raised her arm and heavily smashed down on Su Fengyan's chest. She punched Su Fengyan into the ground and then kicked Su Fengyan, who had bounced up from the ground more than 100 feet away. Su Fengyan, whose body was more than a foot above the ground, stretched out his hands and hooked his fingers into the sand to stop his retreat. Chapter 11:13. During his second trip to Jianghu, the old man in the sheepskin fur coat had used no less than 100 two-sleeve green snakes to temper Su Fengyan's spirit. This was Li Chuangong's unique method of teaching. Later, after eating the purple gold bun given by the Beimang's grand preceptor Yuan Qingshan, Su Fengyin had also let Su Yambing beat him with all his might to digest the purple gold qi brought by the bun. This kind of clumsy method was far from being a shortcut on the path of martial arts. As long as one could endure it, it would definitely be a path that could lay a solid foundation. In the world today, in terms of ferocity, be it Tuoba Bodhisattva's fists, Dong Tai's sword, or Gu Jiantong's blade, none of them could compare to Wang Xinji's fists. After all, Su Fengyin had only received Gao Shulu's body for a short period of time. He did not have the time to completely transform it for his own use. Therefore, Wang Xinji's attacks became the best way to forge it. Every generation of Bailiang's blade had to be tempered thousands of times before it was forged. Was done. Su Fengyin's wounds healed by 70 to 80% in an instant. This was a subtle sign that the fire had reached the right level. He slapped the ground with one palm and his body spun up, once again standing in front of Wang Xinji. Su Fengyin gritted his teeth as he waited for this moment. Wang Xinji was also fishing. If the bait was too small, how could he catch the big fish of the North Sea named Kuan? The hundreds of Wang Xinjis merged into one at the same time. Su Fengyin had already begun to charge forward. Almost at the same time, Su Fengyin, who had chosen to stand by and watch, merged with Su Fengyin and returned to his body, like a wanderer returning home. If the distance between them was 10 minutes, then Wang Xinji had charged forward for 6 minutes, while Su Fengyin only had 4. Then the two of them used all their strength, throwing out a punch and a palm. Su Fengyin's soul and divine intent aside, this palm strike was already 100% of Su Fengyin's martial arts realm. Wang Xinji also no longer held back her strength. Ever since she broke the wooden horse ox 60 years ago, she had never fought with her full strength. Now she finally used her full strength and chi movement in a punch. Wang Xinji took the lead and punched Su Fengyin in the forehead. Su Fengyin slapped Wang Xinji's chin. The two of them left the ground at the same time. At the same time they returned to the ground and rooted themselves to the ground. Neither of them was willing to back down even half a step. Su Fengyin's head swung back slightly. Although Wang Xinji's head did not move, her originally greenish-black hair once again turned white. Following this, the two of them did not think about countering each other's moves. Instead they focused on attacking. Su Fengyin was probably willing to sacrifice himself, while Wang Xinji was willing to sacrifice 800 of his own to kill 1,000 of his enemies. Wang Xinji's fist continued to land on Su Fengyin's forehead. Every time Su Fengyin's head swayed back, the amplitude increased. However, Wang Xinji's white hair was not easy to notice. What was more fatal was that the old man's hair kept changing between greenish-black and frosty white. It was completely different from Su Fengyin's unstoppable decline. The two of them stood in the same place, exchanging punches and palms. Su Fengyin's forehead had already caved in, but Wang Xinji was not at ease either. Bruises and spots appeared on her face. Su Fengyin fought fiercely without retreating. At the beginning he could give Wang Xinji 10% of his strength. After exchanging more than 60 blows, he only had 80% of his strength left. Naturally, the fierce battle became a battle to the death. Su Fengyin changed from a clap and a push of his palm to a clenched fist that could naturally increase his attack range by 2 inches. The two of them were competing with great strength. Su Fengyin had already begun to think that even this little bit of calculation was extremely valuable. In the end, Su Fengyin had no choice but to change his fist into a straight-hand knife. Otherwise he would not be able to hit Wang Xinji. If it were any other opponent, Su Fengyin, whose cultivation was enough to rank among the top 3 in the world, had learned many different things. Naturally, he could use a sword with unparalleled ease. Using a saber with a powerful momentum, he could walk around with his bare hands as leisurely as he did now. How could he be so petty and haggling over every detail like he was doing now? Wang Xinji had been punching from beginning to end. Above the two celestial beings, the colorful clouds were roiling, gathering and dispersing randomly. Su Fengyin's last-hand knife only hit Wang Xinji with the tip of his finger. Wang Xinji's mouth curved into a cold smile. An arrow at the end of its flight, a dying struggle. This time the old man did not fight to the death from the very beginning. Instead he went step by step. First he poured half a bowl of water, then 8 portions of tea and finally a full cup of wine. But being drunk was not losing his self-control. Wang Xinji was already at his peak. When Su Fengyin's head swung back in a semicircle, the old man was unexpectedly able to flourish even more. One punch to the end. With 11% of my essence, chi and spirit, I'll send you on your way. This old man's last battle in this world was not in vain. Su Fengyin, who was indeed an arrow at the end of its flight, no longer sent out a hand knife. Instead, he drained the pond to catch fish. His remaining chi surged out and suddenly slammed his head forward, taking the initiative to meet Wang Xinji's fist. Su Fengyin was sent flying by the punch. His entire face was like a porcelain that was about to shatter. It was extremely frightening. Not only his face but his entire body was also in such a miserable state. After being hit, Wang Xinji did not feel good either. His footsteps were light and he staggered back. The arm that punched was hanging down. It was already fractured. Su Fengyin's body was about to fall and he smiled. In an instant, the person from Daylily, who was not too far away, threw out an instant spear. After Wang Xiaoping died, the sword pierced through Wang Xinji's body. This spear, following the trajectory, happened to once again pierce through Wang Xinji's chest, who could not dodge. The instant spear pierced through Wang Xinji's tall and sturdy body. The spearhead nailed into the ground diagonally. Wang Xinji was enveloped by the power of the spear and flew backward. However, compared to Su Fengyin, who fell heavily to the ground and raised yellow sand, the old man suddenly stopped when his back touched the ground. He strangely floated in the air and then slowly stood up. Wang Xinji was expressionless. He looked at the second Su Fengyin in the distance, who had one soul and two spirits. He hurriedly returned to his senses, but he still did not stop thousands of blood vessels from flowing out of the cracks in his body. Those who deserved to die could not die. Those who wanted to live could not live. Blood soaked his clothes and dyed the yellow sand red. Su Fengyin lay in the blood just like that. The young king of Bailiang, who was on the verge of death, looked at the sky with blurry vision. Su Fengyin closed his eyes. His soul floated out in all directions, and even Gao Shulu's body was no exception. Together they slowly swept towards Huang Longshi and Miss Hehe. He only hoped that the last bit of his cultivation could save the life of the silly girl who always liked to carry sunflowers. Wang Xinji finally spoke. "Do you have any last wishes?" Su Fengyin, whose vitality was gradually fading, did not speak. Before he left Wudong, he had already set up a plan. Bailiang hid a puppet, Su Fengyin, that looked like him. Even if he died in the battle and Bailiang lost the real Su Fengyin, there was still the king of Bailiang. In this way, as long as the Su family's banner did not fall, the morale of Bailiang's army would still be there. They would not be defeated by the million-strong cavalry of Bailiang. The Central Plains would probably see the smoke of war later. Chapter 11-14. On the previously secluded desert bordering Yuzhou and Helian prefectures, some untimely figures appeared out of nowhere. A child in a tattered fur coat and a white scarf was busy driving the flock of sheep. The land at the border was barren. Fortunately, the spring grass was plump compared to other seasons. Even so, the 6 or 7 old goats were still thin and dirty, looking like a group of lethargic old people. The child had a straw rope tied tightly around his waist. His cheeks were dark and thin. He had a wooden pole under his armpit and an old sheep whip in his hand. He walked and stopped with the flock of sheep eating grass. When he stopped, he would hold the sheep whip in his mouth and hold the pole with both hands, waving it wantonly. Occasionally he would imitate the posture of some adults in the village shaking the pole. Northern Liang worshipped martial arts, and its people were ferocious. There were many dens that were rich in hard martial arts. This was because the experts in the eyes of the common people were usually in a large group. Even the women and children knew some martial arts. For example, there was a saying in Yuzhou that 9 out of 10 sheep knew martial arts. This was the first half of the saying, and the second half was that only 1 out of 9 martial arts masters could be a great spear. It meant that it was easier to practice martial arts than spear. However, since ancient times, the poor studied while the rich practiced martial arts. Such a poor child would not be able to touch the threshold of spear arts in his lifetime. After that, the child saw a frightening scene more than 10 miles to the south. The earth suddenly shook, the sand suddenly rose, lightning flashed, and the wind was calm. The child was curious and thought that the flock of sheep would not get lost, so he began to drag the pole and whip to the south. He was thin and sallow, but his legs were not weak. Bailiang was very cold. Children from poor families were really weak. They could not survive the winter and could not be lazy. Therefore, children who grew up eating sand in the northwest frontier fortress, no matter how short and thin they were, would definitely lose in a fierce fight with their peers in rich Jiangnan. The child ran to the south, bending his back and rushing forward. He was unusually fast. While running and taking a few breaths, there were inexplicable explosions not far away. It was human nature to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. It was not that the child did not think of turning back, but there were a few times when his stubbornness overcame his timidity, and he gritted his teeth and continued running south. Just like that, the goat-herding child slowly approached the battlefield in a daze. Su Fengyan's soul floated over and found Huang Longshi and Miss Hehe. When the calculative Huang Sanjia saw this scene, the old man holding Hehe could not help but be shocked and stunned. Was the most powerful vassal king in Liang really going to die like this? How many days had it been since he became the emperor of the Northwest? His way of dying was quite spectacular, fighting a battle to the death with Wang Xinji. However, the people of the world were fond of the 4 words, although defeated with honor, but they didn't like to die with honor. Huang Longshi sat cross-legged and gently held his silly daughter in his arms. He was a little emotional. In Tai and City he did not predict the choice of the wooden sword ranger. This time he also did not predict the choice of another young man. But no matter what, the boy named Su still came as promised. The 2 souls of Su Fengyan held Jia Jiejia's hands respectively and transferred the last of their vitality to her. They tried their best to wash away the disaster planted by the old Taoist of Dragon Tiger Mountain. The girl's complexion gradually improved and became rosy. Huang Longshi had walked a long path in his life and had seen too many things in the world. The old man had sneaked into Beiliang several times. Not only did he think that Qin Jibao was better than Su Fengyan, but he even appreciated Yuan Zhuozong more than his royal highness who was rotten on the outside. In the old man's eyes, the trick of hiding one's own stupidity was not a brilliant method worthy of admiration. This boy was born noble, so what if he was cursed? It was his fate to be constantly assassinated. Speaking of miserable endings, the people in Xiangfan City who were cooked by their relatives, were they not miserable? When the country was destroyed and their families were in exile, those children who were sold by their cruel parents according to their weight were not miserable. More recently, the little girl in his arms also had a miserable life. All living things were bitter and most of them were unspeakable. Even when Huang Longshi saw that Su Fengyan had resolutely descended the mountain to stop Wang Xinji without a perfect plan, he was only slightly surprised. He took it even more as a matter of course. This was something he owed to the daughter in his embrace in the first place. He even felt that this kid was extremely scheming, hoping that he, Huang Longshi, would lend a hand. Only when the situation was settled did Huang Longshi truly show some emotion. He asked softly, "You don't regret it?" Su Fengyan smiled and shook his head. Although he opened his mouth without saying anything, it was enough for Huang Longshan to know the general meaning. The reason why I rushed here was not only because of the agreement, but also because I knew that even if I tried my best, I couldn't beat that old man. Since one of us would die anyway, I might as well let one live. Senior, you don't have to think too much. The 2 of them asked and answered. Why didn't you hide in the army at the border and avoid fighting? No matter how powerful Wang Xinji was, he would have to kill until his hands were tired before he could see you. I did think of that. But if I did, the army that Beiliang had worked so hard to gather would collapse. And if Wang Xinji chose to assassinate me in anger, I wouldn't be able to avoid it either. And if I was afraid of fighting, Gao Shulu's spirit would reject me even more. If I was caught by Wang Xinji, even if my 3rd soul returned from a long journey, I would lose my foundation and would be doomed to die the moment I saw him. Rather than die a cowardly death, it would be better to have a proper fight. It would be best if he could survive. Even if he died, with Wang Xinji's magnanimity, she would not personally say that the new Prince Liang died at his hands. At that time it would appear that I am a fake Prince Liang and it would be useful. You're about to die, and you still want the Su family to continue guarding the northwest gate for the court? People speak the truth when they're about to die. It seems that in the past, this old man was measuring the stature of a gentleman with his own yardstick. Naturally, it's not guarding the gate for the emperor of the Zhao family. It's not even for the people of the Central Plains. It's just Su Zhao's family business. I promised him that I would take it. It's that simple. On top of that, it's a good thing if the South can suffer less and have fewer people die. First there was Qin Jibao, then there was Wang Xinji. These 2 mountains are not much lower than the mountains that the emperor of the Zhao family is facing with Su Xiao and Jianghu. Do you understand the grievances here? Removing the vassals is the general trend. It's just that the Su family and the Zhao family are on opposite sides. I don't deny that the one in Great Peace City is a wise ruler. On the contrary, he can not only establish a country like his ancestors, but also revive the dynasty. Even if he's at the end of a dynasty, he might be able to turn the tide and continue the dynasty. But this doesn't prevent me from being his mortal enemy. However, he wants Zhang Julu to die a horrible death. He should be going against the current. The poor people in the wilderness are constantly entering the court and squeezing out the positions of the Chinese families. It's not something that he can stop alone. Senior used 20 years to uproot the fields of the spring and autumn period. Master Li Yishan praised you endlessly. In the last years of Yonghui, Senior sneaked into Beiliang for the third time. After meeting with Chen Zhibao, Su Xiao secretly mobilized most of the elites of the Fushui Association and 700 autumn water light cavalry, led by Lu Qiu, and Su Yanbing. They were determined to keep Senior here. But Master was determined to stop them, so they didn't move. There's such a thing? Yes. Many people have praised me in private, but Li Yishan's comment about me being a man of great ambition and extraordinary talent was the only one who hit the mark. Do you know why? I don't know. As they chatted, one of the two, Su Fengyin, absorbed the tribulation in Miss Hehe's body like a whale, and the other helped her to fill in the divine will. Huang Longshi smiled and said, "It's okay if you don't know." In another book, an ancient person named Kong Zhigue wrote an ancient text called Northern Mountain Translation Text. The 8 words in it are very suitable for me. The sun is bright, and the frost is cold in autumn. Later, Huang Tingjian extended it and wrote a sentence. When young and talented, he will accept noble visits, but when old, he will be loyal and righteous. The two Su Fengyin were a little puzzled, but they didn't think too much about it. Huang Longshi thought for a moment and stretched out his palm to flatten the yellow sand at his feet. He used his finger to write 14 words. The lantern of the house of the rich is bright, and the moon of the poor is bright. The old man then muttered to himself, "It can be said that the taste of the imperial edict is profound, and the feelings of the world are extremely clear." As a person who forgot worries, the soul of the Su Fengyin nodded. Huang Longshi continued to use his finger as a pen and the sand as paper to write the second sentence. But with others, the fish knows that the water is cold and the water is warm. If one is not satisfied, one will often be 8 or 9, regardless of whether the flowers bloom or fall in spring. The soul of the Su Fengyin, who had borrowed Wang Xiaoping's sword, laughed it off. Huang Longshi quickly wrote the third sentence. There is no end to numbers and there is no long misfortune. The old man then raised his head and looked at the Su Fengyin. The Su Fengyin nodded and then shook his head. Huang Longshi lowered his head and looked at the little girl in his arms who had turned around and returned from the gates of hell. He said softly, "This old man once used Wenhua to scheme against you. Don't you bear a grudge?" "How could I not bear a grudge? It's just that there are differences in the size of the grudge, and there are differences in the order of revenge." "That should be the case." Huang Longshi nodded and said, "The poem in the book that was mentioned earlier for the old man Wang Shenji, it was already considered old and awe-inspiring. But he is 100 years old and is the most powerful person in the world. In the end, bullying a younger person who hasn't even reached the age of 30 is not an act of kindness." The Su Fengyin, who had rushed to the battlefield with the spear of Xana, stared tenderly at the girl. Everyone has their own way of living, but some fundamental principles are the same. It's just that Wang Shenji had one sentence that blocked all the words. His fist is hard so he can ignore the principles of others. Since I have lost, there is no way for me to reason with him. At this point, the girl was about to wake up. The two Su Fengyin did their best, stood up and left. Chapter 11:15. When Huang Longshi saw the two of them leaving, his expression turned serious. He looked at the sky and gently put down his daughter who was slowly opening her eyes. He stood up and muttered to himself, "This old man doesn't trust anyone and is used to judging others with the greatest malice. You, Su Fengyin, are in a situation where you have nowhere to retreat to, yet you still do things to satisfy this old man. It seems that this old man has indeed misjudged you in the past." Huang Longshi smiled and turned his head, seemingly answering his own question. "Su Fengyin, you definitely don't know that the reason why the last person who was spiritually traveling to the spring and autumn period could not leave the spring and autumn period was because this old man purposely closed this book. That was why he could not leave that page. Now that things have come to this old man can no longer hide it. Helping you is also helping himself." The old man lamented, "Who will wake up first? Only you will know." Huang Longshi took a deep breath. This old man could have achieved the realm of Confucian Saint long ago, but he purposely suppressed it. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been a fleeting Xinyuan Jingqing after the spring and autumn period. This old man will give you a true carefree journey. Huang Longshi raised his arm, drew strokes and pointed at it. He wrote 8 words. "I write the spring and autumn period to respect the heavens and earth." He flipped open the book and opened the door. It was as if a door opened behind Huang Longshi. A person stepped out and answered softly, "The heavens and earth naturally respect me. Morning farewell, White Emperor, colorful clouds." White Emperor, one of the 5 celestial emperors in the ancient book, was in charge of all the gods of the West. Wang Xinji looked at the colorful clouds gathering and dispersing above her head. She had an epiphany and roughly understood her background. No wonder she was at odds with the Jianghu great emperor of the north. When Jianghu's law form descended to the spring god lake, Wang Xinji, who was in the martial emperor city, hated it bitterly. Wang Xinji did not stop Su Fengyan's soul from escaping, nor did she stop them from returning. Sensing the weak aura of Su Fengyan lying in a pool of blood, Wang Xinji looked at the northern sky and asked loudly, "Fight again in the sky?" The sky did not respond to Wang Xinji's question. However, someone in the human world replied with 2 words, "No need." A huge firefly crashed into Su Fengyan's bloody body. Wang Xinji frowned and turned to look in that direction. Su Fengyan knelt on the ground with one knee and one hand on the ground. He said softly, "We don't have to fight in the sky." Wang Xinji narrowed her eyes and stared at the young man who had perfected the divine will. She was a little puzzled. She was not dead yet. The old man looked at Huang Longshi's situation and quickly understood. This young vassal took a different path from Yuan Qingshan of Beimang. He wanted to merge the 3 religions of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. Unfortunately, he lacked the most important style of Confucianism. Wang Xinji did not think there was anyone in the world who could make Su Fengyan understand this realm. If Chao Changqing gave up his cultivation, well, there was a 50 to 60% chance. However, this official in black wanted to restore the country. Even if he liked Su Fengyan very much, he would not let his emotions affect his decisions. He wanted to restore the country in West Chu and give it to someone else. However, Wang Xinji did not expect that the cold-hearted Huang Sanjia would do such a thing and really let the last wanderer of spring and autumn win. This meant that this kind of gift of inheritance could not be accepted by the other person just because one person gave it to the other. Just like when Su Fengyan first went to Mount Wudong to practice the blade, Wang Zhongluo did not hesitate to give away the cultivation of the Great Yellow Court. However, in the end he only gave away 60 to 70%, which was a serious loss. It was far from letting the young His Royal Highness achieve immortality in one step. Huang Longshi's action was no different from gambling. However, if he gave away the realm but could not make Su Fengyan accept it completely and only made half of the Confucian sage, which was useless in the end, then it would be the biggest joke in the world. Wang Xinji's injury was not fatal, but it was not light either. Especially that instant spear, which could be considered the most embarrassing time since he reached the top of martial arts 60 years ago. The old man still could not let it go. It was not a matter of the severity of his injury, but that no matter how Wang Xinji deduced afterward, he could not avoid it. Su Fengyan grabbed a handful of sand, stood up and opened his palm. The yellow sand was blown away by the wind and was thrown into the sky. A line went far away and seeped into the colorful clouds. Like mud sprinkled on brocade, it scattered the wind in an instant. Su Fengyan's 3 souls and 6 spirits had returned to his body. Although his face, which was torn apart by Wang Xinji, had not healed, it was still shocking. However, his momentum was majestic and incomparable. Wang Xinji's expression was calm, but there was a slight ripple in his heart. However, his will to fight had never been as high as it was now. This was like a person standing alone on the highest floor and finally seeing a second person walk up to the top. There was no first place in literature, so they despised each other. There was no second place in martial arts, so they killed each other. Wang Xinji, who had always let the younger generation show off all kinds of amazing moves, took a step back and a step forward. This was the first time she took the initiative to make a fighting stance. Su Fengyan took a step forward and a short knife appeared in his hand. He held the spring thunder upside down. The second step was a long one. He held the winter-embroidered knife, which was slightly longer. The 2 knives given or borrowed by Bai Hu Er's face accompanied him through the 2 Jianghu and Liang and Beimang. Spring thunder on the left and winter-embroidered knife on the right. Su Fengyan rushed to the front of Wang Xinji with 2 knives in his hands and chopped down with the winter-embroidered knife. Wang Xinji raised her hand and held the winter-embroidered knife, which did not emit any blade light. Her right hand was about to blast out in an attempt to smash the boy's chest. The young man's will had reached the peak, but Gao Shulu's body was still on the verge of collapse. However, before Wang Xinji could make a move, the spring thunder knife came horizontally. It was actually faster than Wang Xinji's by 11%. The 2 knives looked light and easy. Other than the word fast, there seemed to be no other mystery. However, Wang Xinji unexpectedly used her elbow to block the knife and then retreated. Su Fengyan followed like a shadow and always kept a distance of 1 knife from Wang Xinji. The winter-embroidered knife stabbed Wang Xinji's wound, which was made by the instant spear. Wang Xinji was not afraid. She let the dangerous knife stab her, but her fist smashed towards Su Fengyin's neck. Su Fengyin's figure swayed, and the embroidered saber left his hand, barely dodging Wang Xinji's heavy punch. His body drifted past Wang Xinji, and then he grabbed the embroidered winter saber that came out of Wang Xinji's body. It was really a leisurely stroll. Chapter 11:16. Since he did not manage to plant a follow-up chi in the winter embroidered saber, the saber strike seemed to have severely injured Wang Xinji, but it was more of a humiliation. Wang Xinji was finally forced to the point where he could be calculative. He did not turn around to pursue the attack. Instead, he tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and used his back to crash into Su Fengyin. He made up his mind. It did not matter if he took one or several slashes. As long as he could completely crush Su Fengyin's body, the outcome would be decided. Su Fengyin, whose back was facing Wang Xinji, took a few steps to the side and brushed past Wang Xinji again. When their gazes met, Su Fengyin slashed his saber at Wang Xinji's neck. Wang Xinji suddenly sped up. Not only did he lower his head to avoid the bright blade, but he also staggered towards Su Fengyin's side. He pushed his palm forward and pushed it towards Su Fengyin's shoulder. Su Fengyin twisted the tip of his foot and spun half a circle. He used the inverted spring thunder saber's blade to block Wang Xinji's palm. Wang Xinji clenched his fist and clamped the blade between his thumb and index finger. He was about to break the short saber. Unexpectedly, Su Fengyin casually swung his winter-embroidered saber horizontally. The tip of the saber brushed past the hilt of the spring thunder saber. The latter kept spinning. Not only did it avoid Wang Xinji's grip on the saber and his subsequent attempt to destroy it, but the short saber also spun around the old man before it finally fell back into Su Fengyin's hand. Wang Xinji kicked out. Su Fengyin leaped high into the air. Wang Xinji threw a punch. He no longer hoped that his fist would hit flesh. Instead, he used his fist force. Wang Xinji seemed to be in a tight spot, but the might of his fist force surpassed all his previous moves. It was clear that the old man was still holding back. Su Fengyin's figure suddenly flashed and disappeared. He appeared dozens of feet away with his sabers in hand. His sleeves fluttered. Similarly, there was a hidden mystery. As Wang Xinji ran forward, he laughed loudly and said, "Are you that unhappy?" Su Fengyin did not say anything. Just as Wang Xinji was about to reach him, he casually tossed the spring thunder saber into the air. Instead of holding winter embroidered in his right hand, he gripped the saber with both hands and charged at Wang Xinji. Wang Xinji and Su Fengyin slowed down at the same time. Then, on the battlefield, wherever Wang Xinji went, a figure would appear. Then they would attack Su Fengyin together. On the other hand, Su Fengyin continued to run forward without hesitation. Xiao Dong slashed towards an empty space where Wang Xinji was not. In the blink of an eye, another Wang Xinji slid back a few feet. A thin line of blood appeared on his forehead, and blood slowly seeped out. At the same time, the hundreds of Wang Xinji disappeared. The world would never have imagined that the great Wang Xinji would be defeated by someone else. Su Fengyin continued to get close to Wang Xinji, pointing the winter-embroidered saber in front of her. Everyone stopped when it was appropriate. Countless tiny wounds appeared on Wang Xinji's body. He did not let Wang Xinji get close to him, but he could leave a mark on Wang Xinji's body every time. The spring thunder saber that was tossed into the air reached its peak and began to fall. Wang Xinji's patience was probably exhausted by such tireless and precise calculations. What followed was an extremely fast close combat. The wounds on his body from winter-embroidered saber became deeper and deeper, but Wang Xinji was also getting closer and closer to Su Fengyin. The most dangerous time was when Wang Xinji's palm almost broke Su Fengyin's neck, and Su Fengyin's winter-embroidered saber almost cut Wang Xinji's waist in half. However, both of them gave up on the hope of exchanging lives this time. The falling spring thunder saber was getting closer and closer to the battlefield on the ground. The ground beneath their feet was cracked and mottled, and it was unbearable to look at. However, no matter how fast the two of them attacked, the yellow sand remained motionless 1 zhang away from where the two of them were standing. Not a single grain of sand moved. Victory and defeat were only a hair's breadth away. Wang Xinji gave his all. He was still in the predicament of being cut by a slow saber. Intentionally or unintentionally, the spring thunder saber had already landed 3 feet above Su Fengyin's head. Su Fengyin, who used his left hand to begin with, had a sudden surge in his aura. The space he had to move around had already been squeezed to the extreme by Wang Xinji. If he did not have any new moves, he would not be able to escape death. However, as long as he could hold that short saber, variables could be created. Because Wang Xinji's chi flowed for 1,000 miles. Although he became braver and stronger as he fought, and his chi became stronger and stronger, it was also about to come to an end. Both of them were well aware of this. Wang Xinji's laughter was not straightforward. He was laughing at Su Fengnian and also mocking himself. Therefore, from the beginning, Wang Xinji actually planned to end the life and death of both of them in one go. At the last moment, Su Fengnian risked a punch to catch the Spring Thunder Saber. As long as he could hold the saber, he could take advantage of the situation to reverse the battle. However, Wang Xinji actually stopped after half a punch. The chi was about to end and unexpectedly, it reversed 1,000 miles again. It was about to form a majestic new chi. In a battle of the same level, the flow of chi was in front, and the turn was behind. The speed of the flow could control the situation, but the instant change could determine life and death. Wang Xinji's final battle in the human world as well as the final finishing move, lay in this unprecedented back and forth. The trick was the word reverse. Wang Xinji withdrew half of his fist without warning. He deliberately let Su Fengnian hold the saber so that he could complete the chi of 1,000 miles first. Then he would take the first step and the second step would be first and kill with one strike. Suddenly, a strange expression appeared on the old man's face. Su Fengnian did not hold the Spring Thunder Saber, which was close at hand. Wang Xinji withdrew his hand to take a breath. Su Fengnian withdrew his hand and continued to attack. On the contrary, Su Fengnian seized the opportunity. What surprised Wang Xinji even more was that Su Fengnian's winter-embroidered saber accurately crashed into the node of his old and new chi. It was not his heart or neck, but a seemingly insignificant acupuncture point. Su Fengnian charged forward with the bump saber. He even pressed his left hand on the back of the saber. Wang Xinji was forced to retreat dozens of feet just like that. No matter how old he was, he could not stop the arrival of the new winter season. Wang Xinji's chi was rapidly dispersing. His white hair fluttered wildly. Su Fengnian lifted his saber diagonally and returned the favor. He lifted Wang Xinji's burly body off the ground. He did not pull out the winter-embroidered saber, which was used to suppress chi. After releasing his right hand, he held the Spring Thunder Saber that had been following behind him with his left hand. Before Wang Xinji pulled out the winter-embroidered saber with both hands, Su Fengnian's Spring Thunder Saber pierced through Wang Xinji's head. The winter-embroidered saber was not pulled out. It was the same for the Spring Thunder Saber. The Spring Thunder Saber that pierced through Wang Xinji's head hovered in the air. Then he forced Wang Xinji to hang in the air. Chapter 11:17. Su Fengnian raised his head to look at the old man. Wang Xinji was far from dead, he did not have a resentful expression. He just quietly lowered his head to look at the young man. It was as if the whole world was stagnant. Wang Xinji finally closed his eyes, the scattered chi condensed into another Wang Xinji and floated to the ground. Along with the wind, he flew past the old man's illusory figure. Su Fengnian calmly said, "You win." Two pillars of heaven covered with ancient golden seal characters slowly hung down in the west. Obviously, this Wang Xinji who was scattered but his spirit gathered, although he no longer had the strength to kill Su Fengnian, but the gate of heaven was already open, he could still leave if he wanted to. When Wang Xinji passed through the gate of heaven and looked down on the world with the posture of an immortal, with the old man's unruly behavior, how would Su Fengnian, who had nowhere to hide, live? Wang Xinji did not pay attention to Su Fengnian, as well as the two uninvited guests that appeared in the corner of his eyes. A man stopped his horse but raised his hand to retrieve the spear. The other androgynous handsome young man retrieved the embroidered winter spring thunder double blades. The old man walked towards the gate of heaven, but did not step through it. Instead, he stood with his hands behind his back, smiled and said, "There is no meaning." Wang Xinji turned around, looked to the east and said in a low voice, "Jianghu, fight the tide for 10 years. The old man then shifted his gaze to the north, indifferently said, "You groom, you go to the ice fields of the extreme north." Finally, Wang Xinji stared at the young shepherd who stumbled a mile away, smiled and said, "I have some fate with this old man." The swordsman of Martial Emperor City, Lu Huang, was a step late, tightly gripping the hilt of the Bodhisattva barbarian sword, his eyes bloodshot. Lu Huang took off the scabbard, knelt on the ground, inserted the ancient sword into the ground beside him, kowtowed heavily, choking with sobs. Disciple Lu Huang respectfully sends off master. Wang Xinji finally looked at this disciple, ordered, "Wait for master's soul to disperse. You don't need to take revenge, just bury master's bones at the top of Kunlun Mountain." Lu Huang buried his face in the rough sand and didn't make a sound. Wang Xinji didn't care about this disciple's stubbornness. She turned her head and looked at the young king who seemed to have suddenly gained wealth and lost all his family assets. She revealed a knowing smile for the first time and said, "It is said that there is no second place in martial arts. You finally won against this old man, but there is no first place. This old man feels a little unworthy for you." Su Fengyan replied, "I still have some skills left that can support me on a trip to Mount Longhu. These few years of practicing martial arts can be considered as drawing water with a bamboo basket. In the future, our enemies should meet in court and on the battlefield." Wang Xianji nodded and said, "A person who defeated this old man should have this kind of bearing." When Lu Huang was at the edge of the battlefield, Huang Sanjia and Miss Hehe also came over. After scheming against Su Fengyan and Wang Xianji, Huang Longshi did not have a complacent expression. The elder held the little girl's hand and said to Wang Xianji with a sneer, "You can't stop the Son of Heaven's anger from killing 1,000,000 people, so you want to do everything you can to let the later generation have a chance to fight against the former. But you don't know that everyone has their own life. It's not your turn to blindly control this. Art. In the future there will be no difference between generals and generals. The emperor's throne will take turns. Not to mention ordinary scholars, even peddlers and soldiers can sit and enjoy. The less immortals there are in Jianghu, the more chivalrous the spirit is. Wang Xianji, what's wrong with the Jianghu having less immortals flying around? There will be chivalrous people supporting Jianghu. There will be no ascension. But the Jianghu's origin isn't in the sky, so naturally it won't die." Wang Xianji smiled and said, "Good." Wang Xianji looked around and retracted her gaze, murmuring, "If so, then this old man won't stay in Jianghu in vain." Wang Xianji lightly shouted. Her soul split into 3 and turned into a rainbow and left. The magnificent divine gate gradually dissipated. Wang Xianji didn't ascend, reincarnate, or live an ignoble life, but generously gave 3 opportunities to the Jianghu in the future. One went to the faraway Eastern Sea Martial Emperor City, one went to the faraway Grand P City, and the last one went to the nearby shepherd child. Lu Huang abandoned his long sword and walked empty-handed to his master's corpse on the ground. He gently carried it on his back and walked further and further north. Huang Longshi held his daughter's hand and walked towards the east. There's a beginning and an end. After this old man dies, remember to find this old man's daughter and take good care of her. Bai Hu wore the embroidered winter-spring thunder, walked to Su Fengyan and asked, "You're going to Mount Longhu?" Su Fengyan nodded and asked, "Then what about you?" Bai Hu smiled and said, "I don't have the habit of owing debts. Since you killed Wang Xianji for me, then I'll try to kill Tuoba Bodhisattva." Su Fengyan whispered, "Don't die." Bai Hu smiled and dismissed it. Su Fengyan said to Su Yambing, "Uncle Su, please bring that child back. I plan to take him as my disciple." Su Yambing nodded and rode north with his spear. He found the skinny shepherd boy who fainted on the ground because he couldn't bear the burden. Mount Longhu. A middle-aged Taoist was fishing by the deep pool. The purple bamboo fishing rod had no hook or bait. A green leaf was floating in front of him. The Taoist Zhao Huangchao occasionally stared at the wandering veins in the leaf and occasionally raised his hand to calculate the fate. At first, it was mostly within the framework. Zhao Huangchao's expression was relaxed. The veins in the leaf turned bright and dark a few times. The Taoist who cultivated in seclusion frowned but didn't turn pale. Until the leaf turned yellow in an instant and was cut off along one of the veins. Zhao Huangchao was speechless. He looked at the 2 pieces of the leaf floating on the deep green pool. His face was pale. Zhao Huangchao suddenly raised his head and looked towards the northwest. He said angrily, "Old man Wang is useless." A red rainbow smashed into the deep pool. Zhao Huangchao decisively threw away the fishing rod and rushed up the mountain. He wanted to climb over the mountain and rush north. He wanted to rush to the Earth Lung Mountain where he had raised an evil dragon in the number 1 paradise of Taoism. The guest from afar knocked away most of the water in the bottomless pool. It was as if a huge green lotus had bloomed in Mount Longhu. Zhao Huangchao stepped on the canopy of the towering ancient trees as if he was walking on flat ground. His body leaned forward and his Taoist robe fluttered in the wind. The great Taoist master rode the wind. However, a cold killing intent enveloped his back. Knowing that things were not going well, Zhao Huangchao made a gesture with his fingers and was about to recite the word formation. That would turn out to be a prophecy when one of his legs was grabbed by the monster behind him whose face he had yet to see clearly. The visitor from Mount Longhu sneered, "Go back." In the end, Zhao Huangchao's body was lifted high and then thrown into the deep pool where the water was rippling. The Taoist priest didn't have time to dissipate the force. His back crashed into the water. The visitor was determined to beat him up. He landed in the pool almost at the same time as Zhao Huangchao. He appeared beside the Taoist priest and pressed the Taoist priest's head down with his 5 fingers like hooks. One standing and one lying down, they broke through the water and fell into the pool together. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Huangchao's head and back crashed into a blue stone that suddenly appeared at the bottom of the pool. The blue stone instantly shattered. The person raised his arms slightly and still grabbed the Taoist priest's head. He then slammed it into the stone wall on the side of the deep pool. Zhao Huangchao seemed to have been nailed into the stone wall. The person was still unwilling to give up. His 5 fingers retracted and then pushed again. This repeated repeatedly. The Taoist priest's head crashed into the stone wall again and again like a bell. No less than 100 dull and terrifying sounds of the bell rang in Mount Longhu. The entire pool of water boiled and then turned into a cloud of white mist. The truth came to light. The pool was empty. The Taoist priest Zhao Huangchao's skull and spine were shattered. He couldn't say a word from the beginning to the end. He was dead. Chapter 11:18. With such a big movement under the nose of the Taoist master mansion, the Taoist masters of Longhu Mountain arrived one after another. However, there were no nobles dressed in yellow or purple. The 3 Taoists who arrived first were not old. For the Taoists who could live forever in the eyes of the common people, this age was indeed not old. Like Mr. White Lotus, the 3 of them were outsiders of the Taoist ancestral court, but their cultivation was very high. They were Zhang Wenhan, Xue Solar, and Qin Kuanyong. After the father and son Taoist master mansion ascended together, the prestige of the Taoist master mansion declined day by day. These Taoists vaguely showed signs of supporting half of the Longhu Mountain. Among the 3 of them, Qin Kuanyong was the last to arrive. He saw 2 Taoists standing far away from the nameless deep pool. Beside the pool, a young man who looked like an aristocratic family squatted and seemed to be washing his blood-stained clothes. Qin Kuanyong was the most knowledgeable among the 3, but his cultivation was the lowest. He did not dare to be rash. Stepping on the wet ground soaked by the pool water, he slowly walked to Xue Solar, who had been on the same mountain for more than 10 years. Xue Solar said softly, "You guessed right. There was indeed a senior who died here. When I arrived, the senior tried to fly to the Earth Lung Mountain in the north, but he was stopped by the young man." Qin Kuanyong was flabbergasted. Without caring about etiquette, he interrupted the conversation of his longtime acquaintance and asked emotionally, according to the auspicious fortune treasure book, flying into the rainbow is 1 level lower than flying into the sky by riding a dragon, but it's much more superior than riding a crane. Even if that secluded senior didn't fly into the sky, even if you and I joined hands, we still wouldn't be able to stop him. Xue Solar looked strange and carefully said, "It was a black rainbow that rose from the bottom of the deep pool. It rose several feet from the surface of the pool, but it was torn back by the man's bare hands. It was almost completely smashed. Only about an inch wide and a foot-long black rainbow was left. It fled to the snow field." Qin Kuanyong frowned. The black rainbow was definitely not an auspicious sign. It was accompanied by many bad prophecies in the ancient books. Zhang Wenhan, who was some distance away from Qin Kuanyong and Xue Solar, finally asked, "I am Zhang Wenhan of Longhu Mountain. May I ask if you are Prince Liang?" The young man stood up and washed most of the blood on his body. He nodded and asked with a smile, "Zhao Ningxian is not on the mountain?" Zhang Wenhan looked complicated. He took a deep breath and took a step forward, and said, "If your highness goes down the mountain now, I can personally lead the way for your highness. If you go up the mountain, I will be overconfident." "You." Su Fengyin, who had already eliminated Zhao Huangchao, smiled, "There's no need to send me off. Send my regards to old perfected Zhao Shituan on my behalf." Zhang Wenhan felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He bowed deeply. "I will definitely pass on your message, Your Highness." Such wording seemed to be respectful, but in fact, it was no different from an eviction order. However, the notorious young king didn't seem to care and walked straight down the mountain. Among the 3 of them, Xue Solar was the most straightforward. He had a bad impression of the Prince of Northern Liang, who had provoked Longhu Mountain. Even though he had seen how the Prince of Northern Liang ended the fight with his own eyes, he still had his own calculations. Observing the situation, he knew that the young Prince of Northern Liang was already weak. Xue Solar didn't want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He didn't mean that he had to severely injure the powerful Prince of Northern Liang, but he wanted to avenge Longhu Mountain. He couldn't let Su Fengyin come and go as he pleased. Did he think that just because Immortal Qi Xuanzhen was no longer in charge of the demon-slaying platform, anyone could come and show off here? So Xue Solar took a step to the side and blocked Su Fengyin's path down the mountain. Then, without waiting for Zhang Wenhan, who was said to be only one step away from the finger-profound realm, to warn him, Qin Kuanyong saw the Duke of Northern Liang disappear in a flash. Then Shui Dao's body was lifted off the ground. It was as if his head was pierced by an arrow. He was almost upside down when his head touched the ground, and then he fell limply to the ground. Zhang Wenhan hurriedly rushed to Shui Solar's side and squatted down, slowly instilling a long breath into him, trying to protect his turbulent heart. Qin Kuanyong found that Shui Solar's face was as pale as gold paper, and his complexion was extremely poor. Zhang Wenhan angrily said in a stern voice, "The whole world knows that Wang Xianji wants to fight to the death with this person. Since Su Fengyin can come to Mount Longhu, not to mention that he defeated Wang Xianji gave him his last battle in the mortal world. It can be seen that even if he came to Mount Longhu to seek revenge before the battle, he is not someone you and I can belittle. If we annoy this person and he is driven to desperation, he will break into the Taoist master's residence and go on a rampage, destroying the foundation of Mount Longhu. The three of us are not of the same surname, so how can we bear the responsibility?" Some of the Taoists who were of lower seniority gradually gathered around, and there were also a few Taoists who were yellow and purple. Seeing this scene, they were somewhat at a loss. Zhang Wenhan did not explain anything, and only asked Qin Kuanyong to report the details to the Taoist master's residence on the mountain. He then carried Shui Solar to a secluded place to treat his injuries. If he was unlucky and fell ill, it was destined to affect his Taoist root. On the mountain, people of different surnames had always been united. It was not easy to have a new atmosphere, and they should have climbed the mountain together. Su Fengyin went down Mount Longhu and then climbed up Mount Hui. Today the Xinyuan family was like a hot knife through butter in Jianghu. The purple-clothed woman first reached the top of the martial arts world, and became the first female martial arts chief in hundreds of years. Later, she intercepted Wang Xianji, which was a blessing in disguise. Her cultivation was temporarily damaged, but in the more important matter of the realm, she went one step further, causing Mount Hui to become more and more crowded. At the mountain gate's archway where one had to pass to go to Bull Mound and Snow Plateau, there was a newly erected sword comprehension stele, which was somewhat similar to the city wall of Martial Emperor City. If the challenger lost, he would have to leave behind his weapon and leave the mountain. Chapter 11:19. Su Fengyin walked unhurriedly on the mountain path. There were many strange people in Jianghu, so he was not too eye-catching. Beside him was a coquettish woman who deliberately wore a big white fox fur coat at the end of spring. In front of him, there was a bald man who dragged a huge horse-chopping sword up the mountain. Su Fengyin went up the mountain this time mainly to prevent the cunning Zhao Huangqiao, who had more than 3 burrows, from having a backup plan. That streak of black light that escaped the net eventually fell into the missing moon tower on the Great Snow Plateau. Although Zhao Huangqiao was undoubtedly dead and could not rise from the ashes, Su Fengyin had to be careful and personally make sure that he turned into ashes. Moreover, he wanted to make a deal with Shenyuan Qingfeng. Su Fengyin had fought 2 battles in a row. Not to mention Wang Xianji, Zhao Huangqiao was also an earth immortal, and he had killed 2 people in a row. It was no wonder that Shui Zhili of Mount Longhu thought that he was a pushover. Su Fengyin now only had the body of a tall tree, and his soul and spirit were in a mess. The former could not be obtained anymore, but the latter was like a dried-up pond in a dry season. As long as the pond was still there would be no water for a short period of time. However, as long as there was a few rains, there was still hope that the pond would be filled up. This was also the unique insight that Su Fengyin had comprehended after successively entering the false realm. If the true realm was a piece of Shen paper, then the false realm would be the lower layer of Shen paper. Right now, even though Su Fengyin was severely injured, he still managed to surpass Wang Xianji and kill Zhao Huangqiao. The heart qi that he had unintentionally gathered after he killed Zhao Huangqiao could be said to be majestic, and it led Su Fengyin to a certain place. The 4 words, "Seal the mountain and leave the guests," suddenly came from the snowy plains and quickly spread throughout Mount Hui. Countless people of the martial arts world who came because of the fame walked down the mountain while cursing. Some of the guests and heroines who walked halfway down the mountain were also puzzled, but they were still sincerely afraid of the arrogance of the purple dress of Mount Hui, so they turned around and left one after another. Everyone was guessing whether there was a great change in Mount Hui. In the beginning, many people of Jianghu still hoped that there was an expert who could drag Shenyuan Qingfeng down from the Alliance Lord's throne. Later, they felt that although a woman was riding on top of the entire Jianghu, she was indeed very skillful and was rumored to be extremely beautiful. Wearing a purple dress that could topple the world did not seem to be bad, and it was quite a beautiful thing to talk about. As time passed, they instead thought that the woman could be even more superior, and it would be best if she could become the world's number one. In the eyes of the well-informed people of Liang Jianghu, once Wang Xinji left the Eastern Sea martial emperor city, that fame-seeking number 6 in the world would definitely be dead. There was no doubt about this. However, old monster Wang's ascension was also a matter of certainty. Liang Jianghu was very clear that for a whole 60 years, Jianghu was Wang Xinji and Wang Xinji was Jianghu. No one could imagine how Jianghu would be without Wang Xinji. Wang Xinji was the undisputed number one in the world. Therefore, it was natural for Jianghu to divide the world based on whether Wang Xinji left the human world or not. Perhaps it was because the master of the Xinyuan family had personally given the order, but many of the high-ranking foreign dignitaries of Mount Hui personally came out with cold faces and chased away the visitors. Some of the Jianghu men and women who relied on their skills and background were not willing to be treated so arrogantly at first, but in the end, they all suffered in the hands of the chief foreign dignitaries, Huang Fangfua. Only then did they leave the mountain with their tails between their legs. Su Fengnian went against the flow of people and attracted some playful glances. Most of them thought he was a fearless Jianghu fledgling. Only the last few people who left the archway of the mountain gate saw a man in purple standing under the archway in the distance. For the first time he actually took the posture of going out to welcome guests. Shenyuan Qingfeng stood on the first step inside the mountain gate and stared at the master of Bailiang, who could be considered an old acquaintance. Others did not know the truth but she could somewhat guess. Moreover, someone had just told her the truth. She calmly said, "Don't worry. That Taoist is already dead. As for why he came to Mount Hui before he died, if you want to know the answer, you can take advantage of the situation and fight with me. I'll only tell you if I lose." Su Fengnian leaned against the jade pillar of the archway and looked at the magnificent scenery outside the mountain with his hands folded in his sleeves. He sneered, "You really are a shrewd businessman. If you win against me, you'll undoubtedly be the number one in the world. In the future, who would dare to fight with you for the position of Wulin Alliance head?" Shenyuan Qingfeng looked at his somewhat hunched back and did not say anything for a long time. Then, she lifted the corner of her dress and sat down on the steps. She asked, "How did you do it?" Su Fengnian's back slid against the pillar and he also sat down on the ground. He let out a long breath and finally had a chance to breathe. He thought to himself that this was probably what they meant by, as if a lifetime had passed. Shenyuan Qingfeng suddenly said something out of the blue. "There used to be a painting on Mount Hui that looked a lot like you. I also heard that you looked a lot like that female sword immortal mother of yours. I finally understood something and it made me laugh for several days." The gloomy smile on Shenyuan Qingfeng's face was particularly lush. Su Fengnian said calmly, "Your father and mother's generation have already cleared up their own mess. If you insist on getting involved, I don't mind sending you on your way." Shenyuan Qingfeng laughed. "You're just a paper tiger. You still dare to scare people?" Su Fengnian frowned and dismissed the idea of making that deal. He stood up and turned to glance at her. "In the future you should pay more attention to Jiang Fuding of Martial Emperor City and that groom you who went to the north." Wang Xinji had high hopes for them and gave them each a portion of fate energy before she died. Shenyuan Qingfeng remained silent. Su Fengnian hesitated for a moment, then said, "Mount Longhu has probably already secretly switched allegiance to the crown prince of Yanqi, Zhaozhou. Even if the celestial master residence does not have the courage, that white lotus will still bet on Zhaozhou. If you dare to make a bet, Zhaozhou is a good choice. In the future, the Jianghu will become more and more inseparable from the imperial court." Shenyuan Qingfeng remained expressionless. Su Fengnian went down the mountain twice in a day. He went to Martial Emperor City alone. Chapter 11:20. There was not a soul in the carriage. The coachman was a young man dressed in plain clothes. If he were the son of an official, based on his appearance and if he could write well, he would most likely have a smooth career in the officialdom. It was a pity that he was from a lowly family who was not allowed to study for the imperial examinations. Li Yang reorganized the provinces and established the roads. In terms of the various roads and territories, the king of Yanqi oversaw the southern border, which was the most vast. The Guangling Road, which the vassal King Zhao Yi had his eyes on, was close behind. However, the degree of richness of the two could not be compared. Half of the world's taxes came from Guangling, which was not a lie. It was just that Guangling Road was not peaceful at the moment. In the past, there were still people who could rely on their connections to pass through the post house. However, now that a storm was coming, it was obvious that a war was imminent. The dozen or so main post house roads around Guangling Road were abnormally strict. They did not allow anyone other than soldiers to invade. Once discovered, they would be exiled from the Tuliao. At the border of Guangling Road, there were many checkpoints with swords and halberds. One could only leave but not enter. It was obvious that the rebels of West Chu were the first to fortify their walls. Later, the matter of clearing the wilderness was handed over to Li Yang in order to catch a turtle in a jar. Several vassal kings carrying Jingnan's banners were stationed at the border. Most of them cherished their feathers, so the soldiers under their command did not violate the law. However, some of the second and third class generals who held little military power but were unable to participate in the war immediately smelled the fishy smell. Horses would not grow fat without night's grass. Around the border, there were many bandits fishing in troubled waters. It was true that there were a few rebellious acts, but it was absolutely not as serious as reported by the local government. As a result, first there was a small-scale rebellion, and then there was the chaotic scene of bandits passing through like a comb. Immediately after that, the soldiers who were suppressing the bandits heard the news and moved into action. This was the true meaning of soldiers passing through like a string of beehives, causing many wealthy families who had the strength to complain incessantly. In the end, even the envious heads of the provincial and county governments suddenly became bold. They did not care about their table manners and wantonly sent their trusted aides and advisors to the aristocratic families outside of their in-laws. Nominally, they were distributing protective talismans, promising that when the bandits roamed, the government would definitely send troops to protect the border and the people. Nobody was stupid, so they could only obediently squeeze out a smile and send boxes of gold and silver as a means of averting disaster. Nowadays, even the banknotes of the big money houses with roots in the capital were useless. As long as it was real gold and silver, the latter could only resentfully curse the officials in private. If he wanted to get to Eastern Sea's Martial Emperor City, he would have to go through Guangling Road and take the easternmost Wild Road. Su Fengyin, who had become a coachman, had already crossed the border. Along the way, he had seen several robbers taking advantage of the chaos to make money, all of which happened in the area between Dechu and Li Yang's prince of Guangling Zhao Yi. Among them there was a group of 30 robbers, each of them riding a horse and wearing armor. Although most of their weapons were rusty, they were undoubtedly weapons from the old Guangling Road's armory. It was enough to show how the Liyang officials who had come from outside did not pay attention to the outside world and only cared about the wealth of the people. However, when Su Fengyin arrived at the east, the situation began to improve. At first he walked on foot, but later on he encountered a group of fierce bandits who were chasing a wealthy family far away from trouble. At that time, more than a dozen young and strong guards were killed. Su Fengyin killed a few bandits who were about to attack the women and children, and a few more who were out of their minds. However, he did not chase the bandits down and let them escape. At that time, a young man who was wearing a scholar's robe, who was about to kill his savior, stared at Su Fengyin gloomily and said that he was willing to pay 100 jin of gold to kill all the bandits and avenge his family. Su Fengyin ignored him. The young man was about 13 or 14 years old and was a jurin of the imperial court, but he had not yet passed the examination. He was probably a local prodigy and was highly regarded by his family. They were all eagerly waiting for him to bring glory to their family, so it was inevitable that he developed a condescending arrogance. When the young man saw that this young man who traveled in Jianghu was not chivalrous and had suffered a tragedy himself, he did not cover his mouth and said a few very unpleasant words. Su Fengyin was too lazy to argue with a child and continued on his way. However, the old man of this small noble family was kind and quickly came forward to reprimand his eldest grandson's rudeness. He gave him a carriage as a gesture of gratitude and carefully gave him a small stack of silver notes. The old man originally wanted Su Fengyin to help escort him to a safer place further south, but after testing him, he did not force him. In fact, the carriage and the 300 to 400 taels of silver were just worldly possessions. Moreover, so many guards who acted as coachmen had died, so some carriages had become burdens and had to be abandoned. Su Fengyin did not refuse, which was why he had what he had now. Afterwards, there were some ignorant water bandits who came forward to harass him, but they were all easily chased away. This made the absent-minded Su Fengyin think of many old people, such as the large group of old and young from Mount Qingqing, who did not look like bandits at all. As for the Jianghu chivalrous men, he remembered He Zhu who rode a horse to the Spring God Lake to deliver a message to Miss He. Su Fengyin felt that he had been to Jianghu several times and had seen many so-called chivalrous women, but no matter how he counted them, perhaps only Lu Nerong from the Fish Dragon Gang and Zhou Qinghu, whom he met along the way when he met Great Ancestor Gu, were more in line with his impression of chivalrous women in his mind. Their kung fu was mediocre, and their appearances could not be considered stunning. If he had met them earlier, they were far from the Jianghu fairies that he had envisioned when he was a teenager. When he was young, he always thought that chivalrous women were carved from the same mold, nothing more than white clothes fluttering in the wind, otherworldly. He felt that they would not need to eat, drink, defecate, or fart for the rest of their lives. Now, Su Fengyin would definitely not be so naive as to take things for granted. At first, Su Fengyin insisted that the restoration of West Chu was nothing more than Chao Changqing going against the current, and that he was destined to be unable to win the general trend of the world. He could only temporarily occupy a remote corner, unable to make a sound by himself. Then he would be reduced to a new generation of young and strong generals in Liang with little merit, and help the old generals of the spring and autumn period leave the imperial court. However, along the way he had seen many of the older generation of West Chu survivors who had endured humiliation for more than 20 years. For the time being they still kept their mouths shut. But Su Fengyin knew that the more they endured, the more the Liang officers and soldiers would exploit them. With Chao Changqing as the backbone of New Chu, it might not be as vulnerable as it seemed. Chapter 11:21. Once the fire and smoke of war started, many people would die, but it was destined that a small group of people would emerge and eventually firmly occupy a place in the annals of history. Now the key point was whether West Chu or Liang had more people. Intuition told the Su Fengyin that the latter had more people, but West Chu had always produced great talents since ancient times. Once they made a name for themselves, they would amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Perhaps one or two young talents would emerge who would inherit Chao Changqing's mantle. The carriage stopped temporarily at the northeastern border of Guangling Road. At this time, the entrances and exits around Guangling Road had been completely closed. This was the last hidden exit of Guangling Road. A lot of people with Jianghu background and connections had flooded into Wu City to take refuge. One of the vassal King Zhao Yi's trusted aides was guarding this place. Probably because he had received his master's instructions, he was not afraid of being impeached by the imperial censor and chose to turn a blind eye to it. Of course, if someone wanted to leave the country, it was impossible to do so without ruthlessly losing a layer of skin. Conservatively speaking, Zhao Yi's spring snow building had earned more than 2 million taels of silver in a short span of 20 years, not to mention the countless antiques, treasures, calligraphy and paintings, which were all being transported to the end of Guangling River by cart. There were probably 3,000 strong elite Zhao family's light cavalry guarding the place. Although the road here was crowded, it was not chaotic. As for the wealth of the family, as long as there was enough money, the young general of the spring snow building, Song Li, who had 3,000 cavalry, could even allow people to enter the courier road to hasten their journey. If there was not enough money, it was not a problem. As long as there were beautiful women in the family, they could offer them with both hands. Everyone in the Guangling path knew that the distinguished scholar Song Li was fond of women and did not like dead objects. No matter how valuable an object was, he would give it away as he wished. Only he was fond of collecting beautiful women. Song Li, who was not yet 30 years old, was not satisfied even when he was already drunk on the lap of a beauty. It was rumored that there were no less than 20 stunning beauties in his family. There were women from the imperial family of a fallen country who had wandered among the common people, young heroines from Jianghu sects, and even women from aristocratic families who were willing to have an affair for him. Among these women, there was no doubt that the most famous was Banana Deer, who was ranked 6th on the New Rouge ranking. This delicate woman could be said to have had a difficult life. Originally, she had passed through the hands of many people, but fortunately she was not labeled as a beautiful woman with a short life. Song Li's origins had always been unclear. He gave people the feeling that he had inexplicably become the new celebrity of the Guangling Path's important military location, the Spring Snow Building. However, after that, he had always been deeply trusted by the vassal king and was even close to His Royal Highness, Zhao Yuang. What was even more inconceivable was that Zhao Yuang, the grandson of the Zhao family with such a bad reputation, was able to remain calm in front of the beautiful women in Song Li's family. He was even able to respectfully address Banana Deer as sister-in-law. Furthermore, the Spring Snow Building was divided into 2 camps. Lu Xing, who had already entered the capital and been promoted, was in the same camp as Zhang Erbao and the other generals. He had always been at odds with the chief advisor, who had a bumpy career because of his ugly appearance. Song Li, on the other hand, was able to make friends with both sides. Su Fengyin stayed at an inconspicuous inn in the military town. The price had already increased by many times. It cost 30 taels of silver a day, and it was not even enough to stay in a second-class room. Furthermore, because there were so many people coming and going, even if the bedding was carelessly washed, one could smell a strong sour smell of sweat. The horse grass used to pull the carriage had to be charged separately. It was even more expensive than the meals of the guests staying at other places. However, still no one dared to complain. Su Fengyan's room was at the end of the corridor on the second floor. It was narrow and dark. Along the way, the initial banknotes had to be converted into money and had long been used up. Afterwards, he had cut off some real gold and silver from a group of bandits, which was more or less enough to cover the cost of crossing the border. If Su Fengyan wanted to reach the ownerless Eastern Sea Martial Emperor city as soon as possible, it would be a piece of cake. However, the current timing was not right. If he wanted to truly succeed, it was better to go at the right time than to go at the right time. That way he would appear to be leisurely and carefree. Furthermore, he also wanted to take advantage of this period of time to take a few more glances at the people of West Chu. At dusk, Su Fengyan went downstairs to make do with dinner. After chewing and swallowing slowly, he ordered a pot of tea. The waiter said that it was this year's Spring God Lake new tea, but the tea in the cup was yellow and truly unbearable to look at. Inside the building, most of the guests were talking loudly. There was wine and tea. Su Fengyan discovered that there were almost no survivors of West Chu who had left their homes and headed north. After the spring and autumn period, the territory of Liang was vast. Because there were so many powerful vassals who had been given territories by the previous emperor, a lot of news, neither light nor heavy, was blocked by the region. However, there were still some things that interested the entire court. One person spread to 10 and 10 to 100. With the support of the relatively unobstructed post office, the news spread extremely quickly. For example, who was the top 3 in the court examination that appeared only once every 3 years? As for the martial arts and rouge reviews, there was no need to talk about them. However, in this month, there were only 2 things that the people of Liang looked forward to the most. One was when West Chu would rise in rebellion, and the other was when they would hear the news of the death of the young vassal of Bailiang. This news of death was, of course, great news. In the eyes of many people, even though Bailiang had the surname Su for more than 20 years, since the butcher Su Xiao was dead, they might as well give it to Qin Jibao, who had been the vassal for a period of time. Only then would everything be fine. In the eyes of the people, the new Liang prince was the scoundrel who occupied the magpie's nest. The king of Shu, Qin Jibao, could very well rule over 2 lands. The western front of Liang would be peaceful and peaceful. It was better than letting the prodigal Su Fengyan squander 300,000 cavalrymen for no reason. At this moment, everyone in the inn was discussing the second matter. After all, most of the people in the inn had a grassy atmosphere. As long as no one was implicated in the restoration of West Chu's country, it would not be a big deal. However, Wang Xinji, who had been given land without a single soldier, was an old monster who was called the emperor, on the same level as the emperor of the Zhao family. When they talked about this martial emperor, everyone was excited. In the inn, there was a table of guests with a different demeanor from the people of Jianghu. They were solemn and full of murderous intent. Most of them carried sabers of the same style. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this table belonged to a family of officials. Moreover, there were several retainers outside the inn with similar sabers. Their eyes were sharp, and they looked at everyone with the arrogance of a human looking at a dog. There were 3 men and 1 woman at the table. The woman lowered her head to eat and occasionally raised her head. Her appearance was ordinary, but she had a pair of spiritual eyes that made people forget the vulgarity. Especially when she looked around, it was enough to add a lot of color to her. Sitting beside her was a short and sturdy man in his 30s. The other 2 were carrying sabers, 1 old and 1 young. The old man was dressed in brocade. When he heard the boastful talk in the inn, he could not help but have a mocking expression. It was probably the expression of a person at the mouth of a well mocking a frog at the bottom of a well. Chapter 11:22. The young man rolled his eyes. He was wearing a Guangling saber wrapped in green silk. It was an imitation of Bailiang's 3rd-generation Su family saber. In terms of sharpness, it lost to the 1st-generation Su saber, and in terms of lightness, it lost to the 2nd-generation Su saber. Relatively speaking, it was most similar to the 3rd-generation Su saber. However, experts in the art of war knew that there was no such thing as the best saber in the world. There were only sabers that were most suitable for the soldiers of the family. Just like the soldiers in the northwest region of the dynasty, they were usually tall, had long arms and had outstanding physical strength. The soldiers of the Guangling path were inferior by a notch. This was a natural disadvantage that could not be changed by human resources. Regardless of whether Zhao Yi's reputation was good or bad, regardless of his skill in raising soldiers, he was at least one of the best among the vassals. Otherwise, no matter how thick-skinned this fat pig was, he would not be so shameless as to compete with Bailiang for the title of the world's best soldier. The Guangling Path had the brand new armor and horses from the Liang dynasty, and had also quietly produced the newest Guangling saber. However, it had not yet been released on a large scale. The saber that the young man was wearing was a new saber that had not yet been made public. It would be named either the Spring Snow Saber or the Yellow Saber. It could be seen that Zhao Yi and the higher-ups of the Guangling Path had high hopes for this saber. Just as the young man was about to speak, he was glared at by the man who did not wear a saber and did not look cultured. The young man immediately shut his mouth and sullenly drank his wine. It was really torturous to not be able to spit it out quickly. A retainer hurried into the inn and whispered into the ear of an ordinary-looking man. The man nodded, got up and walked straight to Su Fengyan's table. He said with a warm smile, "Young master, do you have any scholarly achievements? If you don't think it's too much, why don't you come work for me? Other than the women who are with me, I am always willing to give you anything." Su Fengyan asked, "Are you the general of the Spring Snow Building, Song Li?" The man was stunned for a moment, as if he did not expect his identity to be seen through at a glance. The old man beside him had said that this lad's aura was not ordinary. He was either a first pin master who had hidden his strength or a chi master who focused more on his mind than his skills. The man could not help but click his tongue in wonder. It should be known that the old man who had always been arrogant in Guangling sect was as famous as the former number one of the southeast, Chai Qingshan. Chai Qingshan was not only a master of swordsmanship, but also the master of the Dongyue sword pool, Song Yanqing's martial uncle. Previously he had relied on Zhao Yi for the sake of the sect's reputation and was reluctantly expelled by the Dongyue sword pool. Now that Song Yanqing had died, Chai Qingshan had been respectfully invited back to the sword pool to take charge of the affairs. In this way the old retainer beside him was the well-deserved number one master of Guangling sect. The old man's name was very common, Wang Fu, but his saber skills had already reached perfection, even before Gu Jiantang. It could be said that Gu Jiantang was among the top 10 masters in the world, and never dropped out of the Wushu evaluation. He once stepped on the shoulders of this old man. The old man treasured the famous saber Kof bead, nicknamed Ghost Under the Wrist. In the past few Wushu evaluation sessions, people who used sabers all over the world all had the same understanding. Those who were truly proud of their saber skills could be counted with one's fingers. Among them, Gu Jiantang was ranked first. Mao Shulang, who was from Nanjiang but was still strong despite his age, had already completely sealed his saber. Coupled with the fact that he had no successor, he went to play with flowers, grass, fish and insects. Wang Fu unknowingly rose one rank, ranking before Yuan Zuozong of Beiliang, who had abandoned his saber for many years. The reason why this martial arts magnate did not enter the Wushu evaluation was because his strength was slightly inferior, but more of the reason was that his martial arts ethics were extremely poor when he was young. When he encountered masters, he never knew what elegance was and used all kinds of sinister tricks. Years ago, in order to disturb the enemy's state of mind, he had people kidnap the enemy's wife and child before the battle. When he showed up, he threw the enemy's child's thumb. The enemy, who had always been calm and peaceful, lost the support of his state of mind and finally died under Wang Fu's saber. Even though he was old, he still did not act like an old man. His temperament was extremely devious. His bladesmanship was a dark path, and he was especially diligent in slaughtering those talented Jianghu juniors. He would kill almost everyone he saw. It had been many years since Wang Fu had the opportunity to pull out his Kof bead blade. His original intention was to kill just now as a way to relieve his boredom. If he made a mistake and really encountered a troublesome master, with Guangling Path's top nobleman Song Li's 3,000 steel cavalry holding the fort, a lone Jianghu outsider would not be able to make any waves. When he was captured, he could be slowly used to sharpen his blade. In these years of relying on the imperial court, Wang Fu had done many such shady deeds. However, Song Li, who was recently conferred the title of General Hung Jiang by the imperial court, had his own plans. He did not go along with the intentions of this bladesmanship master. Instead, he had the intention to recruit him. It was not that he lacked valiant generals who could charge and break through enemy lines, but Song Li had always had a strong hobby of collecting beautiful women and Jianghu experts. Furthermore, he only treated them as flowers on brocade and not charcoal in the snow. Once he obtained them, he would be satisfied if he could take a few glances at them whenever he remembered them. Just like this time, when Wang Xinji announced that she would not return after leaving the city, Martial Emperor City lost its last life-saving talisman. Many Jianghu experts who could not see the light of day were recruited by Song Li, who was close to them. Song Li also did not care about their character. Song Li was all smiles, but Wang Fu did not dare to let his guard down. There were countless unorthodox methods in the Jianghu, and only God knew if the remnants of West Chu had their eyes on this newly conferred general of Hengjiang. If Song Li was schemed against, the Spring Snow Building was in need of people. If he lost a trusted general before the war even started, the vassal King Zhao Yi would skin him alive and pull out his tendons. Everyone in the Spring Snow Building knew that Song Li's current power and status was not only because he was capable, but also because Zhao Yi saw Song Li as a character who would share his fortune and misfortune. This point was even more important. The shrewd old Spring Snow Building member Lu Xingxiang might not be without resentment. Su Fengyin glanced at the ghost under the wrist Wang Fu, who was holding his breath in concentration, and quickly retracted his gaze. Song Li waited for a moment and did not receive a reply. He laughed at himself and did not hide his regret. He slowly said, "I am just a small general. Since I am not able to enter young master's discerning eyes, I hope that when we meet again, you and I can have a good drink. I still have some urgent matters to attend to, so I will not disturb young master's tea time. In the future, as long as young master travels the Jianghu and the Guangling Road, no matter if it is a big or small matter, you just need someone to send a message to your residence. I will definitely be there." Song Li cupped his fist lightly and left with a smile. His bearing was extremely good. Not only did he not bully others, but he also admitted that his foundation was not deep enough. It was not that the young masters present were blind and did not recognize a true Buddha. If it were other heroes of the Jianghu, even if they were not deeply grateful, they would inevitably have a good impression of a general who lowered himself and treated them with respect. When Song Li cupped his fist and left, Su Fengyin also put down his teacup and stood up to send him off with his eyes. The diners at the nearby tables were quite frightened when they heard the conversation between the two sides that did not deliberately hide anything. When they looked at Su Fengyin again, their gaze was no different from looking at a complete fool who did not know what was good for him. Walking out of the door, Song Li walked down the steps and asked softly, "Elder Wang, did you identify this person's cultivation?" Wang Fu took out a fragrant porcelain bottle from his sleeve, unscrewed the lid and lowered his head to sniff it. He said darkly, Strange. This old man purposely leaked some of his killing intent, but this kid did not purposely pretend to be a fool. After noticing it, he immediately stopped twirling his cup, but then there was no more movement. Could it be that he was apprenticed to a Taoist priest since childhood? Otherwise he would not have such composure. Ordinary experts, when attracted by a sudden killing intent, can maintain their posture and pretend to be as steady as Mount Tai. However, the subtle changes in their pupils and the speed of their qi circulation are difficult to hide. However, this old man can confirm one thing. Looking at his continuous gestures of raising, holding, and putting down the cup, this kid must be a person who uses a knife. Song Li smiled. Usually, Elder Wang can kill if you want to, but now is not the same as before. Many things may affect the whole situation. It is better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Wang Fu reluctantly agreed and put away the bottle, as if not killing people was equivalent to accumulating merit and virtue. He said with a smile, "That kid probably doesn't know that he has wandered around the gates of hell." Song Li turned and mounted his horse. Together, 7 or 8 riders rushed to the military town. A few li away, a scout came back with a military report. Over there was a pair of women who were extremely interesting. Not only did they provoke his soldiers, they also did not have the slightest self-awareness. One of them threatened to make him, the general of Hengjiang, suffer the consequences. Song Li was not angry, but he felt that it was a bit chewy. Song Li naturally knew the temperament of his army of tigers and wolves. He raised his soldiers to raise them like jackals and wolves. If they did not eat people, how could they kill people on the battlefield? There were many horse bandits in the forest north of Guangling Road. Among them, there were 6 or 7 horse bandits with more than 100 people. Not only did they kill and set fires unscrupulously, but they also teased the local soldiers as easily as a cat playing with a mouse. Song Li also had an even more ruthless place. After his own soldiers became extremely difficult to exterminate, he sent many new soldiers who were in the dark to fight with them. They fed each other's fighting strength and died in vain. Galloping on the street, Song Li suddenly sighed with emotion. Who would dare to believe that Wang Xinji would die in the hands of that person? Wang Fu, who had always been arrogant, had a gloomy face. If someone did not recognize Lu Huang, who was carrying old monster Wang's corpse, no one would believe it. Song Li smiled and asked, "Then isn't the one surnamed Su the new number 1 in the world?" Wang Fu had never seen others doing well. He sneered and said, "Even if that young vassal king could survive, half of his life would be gone. Every year he would have to consume several furnaces of Wudong's elixirs to keep his life. How could he be the number one in the world? From this old man's point of view, Wang Xinji is most likely dead. In fact, it was Beiliang who sent out all of its elites and some unknown hidden death soldiers that luckily killed Wang Xinji. Song Li smiled indifferently and did not comment. Chapter 11:23. At the inn, Su Fengyin returned to his room. Since he had nothing to do, he let the 9 flying swords fly out of his sleeves. Not only did he not use his qi to control the swords, he did not even have the slightest confidence in them. This was a mysterious phrase that often appeared in the Wu family sword tomb. It was used to explain a higher realm of using qi to control the swords, which was, where the heart is, where the tip of the sword points. The latter was obviously very high quality. It required years of careful nurturing of the swords to nurture the sword embryo with perfect spirit. However, the 9 flying swords spiraling around the room were not only living creatures that had formed sword embryos, but more like enlightened children that had been caressed by immortals. In terms of physical toughness, after the battle with Wang Xinji, Su Fengyin was far inferior to the Vajra realm masters in Jianghu. In terms of qi, the ghost Wang Fu in his wrist was not wrong. Su Fengyin could not compare to those finger Shen realm masters with their own merits. However, the current Su Fengyin could not be judged with common sense. When he killed Zhao Huangqiao, he wanted to go to Martial Emperor City based on his intuition. At first, he was cautious and wanted to go to Mount Hui to find Shenyuan Qingfeng, the Wulin Alliance master, to be his bodyguard. Of course, he wanted to make a big deal with her at the same time. Otherwise, he would not have asked. However, since Shenyuan Qingfeng was unwilling to have an affair with him or Beiliang, Su Fengyin did not force her. However, when he was in close contact with Shenyuan Qingfeng, a top master, and quietly confronted her, Su Fengyin was surprised to find that not only were the flying swords eager to move, he also had an inexplicable heroic spirit. This was not unfamiliar to Su Fengyin. It was the same spirit that himself and Wang Xinji had 800 years ago. They were invincible against the world. In the past, Su Fengyin was aware of this state of mind. However, he did not have the intention or the power to control it. However, after the battle, especially after he left Mount Hui alone and got closer to the Eastern Sea, he often could not suppress some of his unintentional actions. Just like now, the flying swords were flying around without a trace like fish in water. Su Fengyin could clearly sense their joy and even felt that he could converse with them. Su Fengyin muttered to himself, Buddhism's Mount Sumeru in a mustard seed, and Taoism's heaven and earth hidden in one sleeve. None of them look like it. The mayfly flying sword suddenly spun in front of Su Fengyin's eyes as if it was greeting him. Then it flashed and flew out of the window. Su Fengyin walked out of the house and went downstairs with a calm expression. He left the inn and walked out of the town. In the end, he saw Song Li's figure sitting high on a horse from afar. It seemed that 2 young women on the post house had gotten into trouble. One of them was tall and full of heroic spirit. Her sword had already been unsheathed. Judging from her posture, she seemed to be from a famous family. She was still a bit away from being able to spit out gang qi at the tip of a sword. She was protecting a woman with a graceful figure behind her, who seemed to be a lady from Jiangnan. However, it seemed that she had lost to someone in a martial arts competition. One of her arms drooped down and couldn't stop trembling slightly. That was why she changed her hand to hold her sword. Song Li didn't say anything. The young retainer with the green silk wrapped around his saber slowed his horse's hooves. His attitude was contented. He also unsheathed his saber and spun it gently. The warhorse leisurely circled around the 2 desperate women. Su Fengyin stood in the shade of an inconspicuous post house. He heard the swordsman, who was obviously a woman from the north, say sarcastically, I thought that the Guangling underworld wasn't a nest of snakes and rats. After all, even the capital knows that there's a guy called Song Li who keeps on saying that once he has the power of the dynasty in his hands, he will kill all the dogs of the people. Unexpectedly, hearing about him is not as good as seeing him in person. He's just a filthy trash who snatches women from the people. Hearing this, Song Li chuckled and finally said, Heroine, I have nothing to say about you injuring 20 soldiers with your own ability. However, Liang Meigong then openly made a bet with you. He lost, so we let him go. You lost, so you have to hand over the woman behind you. If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. Heroine, your swordsmanship is good, but your gambling character doesn't seem to be much. Hearing this, Su Fengyin prepared to turn and leave. The graceful woman behind the heroine was about to speak when she was stopped by her gaze. She turned her head and stared at Song Li. Song Li smiled and said, Don't say anything about you losing and you have to come with me. You and I both know that as long as you don't protect me, The woman behind you won't be able to walk more than 3 li in the current world. I am not a good person, but I am an honest person. I can make it clear to the 2 ladies that as long as she passes through the Song family's gate, I will let her go. I won't touch a single strand of her hair. However, I have to say the ugly words first. The entire Guangling underworld knows that whether or not I touch her body is not important. But in the future she will be considered my woman." The tall and heroic woman sneered and said, "Song Li, do you have the ability to go to the capital and say such shameful words?" Song Li waved his hand on the back of the horse and laughed. "How would I dare?" Song Li gradually withdrew his smile and said, "No matter if it is you or the woman behind you, none of you are pretty girls from humble families. You are probably from a large family in Great Peace City. But since you have entered the countryside, you have to follow the customs. No matter how big the gold branch or jade leaf is, I can eat it without leaving a trace afterwards. So, you should think about it carefully. Don't really annoy me." The sword-wielding woman exhaled and said in a deep voice, "I have come to Guangling Underworld to find Zhao Zhu." She had left the capital to travel. Other than wanting to roam the Jianghu alone, she had also prepared to see that young person who liked to build the capital. The woman behind her was her close friend, but the person she was going to meet was a heartless childhood friend. That man who had originally had a bright future seemed to have disappeared from the world for no reason after his family had changed. She had finally found some clues. This time she had gritted her teeth and secretly left Great Peace City. It could be called a rebellious action. If she returned, she would not be able to take a step out of the capital for the rest of her life. Also this time she had dragged her to see that man. She had not been refused the door. But what was more hurtful was that the man had said that he had already discussed a marriage and was going to take root in that poor little place. The woman behind her did not believe that he would change his mind. The man had arranged a date with the unfamiliar woman who was not as good as her in every aspect. Not to mention the difference in their backgrounds, their appearances, talents and knowledge were not worth mentioning. But when she saw the man and the village woman standing together, she gave up. Because when she saw the man and the woman who were not a good match, she knew that he liked her. The woman who had practiced the sword for many years under the master of the sword was not as calm as she appeared. The old man beside General Heng Jiang was unfathomable, so she had chosen that young retainer as her bet partner. She was sure that the opponent's blade skills were slightly inferior to her own, but if they really fought, not only would she lose, if that person had not shown mercy, she would have died here. Although it was against her nature to go back on her word, how could she watch her close friend go to that dragon's pool and tiger's den? Just as Song Li himself said, once she crossed his family's threshold, she would lose her clean reputation. No matter what good would it do to have this surplus general of Guangling's local snake be hacked into 1,000 pieces, his property confiscated, and his ancestors exterminated? But she still did not want to reveal their identities. She was not willing and did not dare. Song Li stilled slightly, his eyes burning. Zhao Zhu, the heir of the king of Yanqi? She knew that it was not good and closed her mouth. There would always be men in the world who did not care about rules and liked a woman's identity more than her appearance. Great Peace City was the most virtuous place in the world and also the most corrupt place. She had seen and heard too much about it. Some of the sons of noble families, who could not seduce any kind of beautiful woman, would target those women who were clearly old and lived in deep courtyards. They were proud of them and would privately meet with their friends to use them as a topic of conversation. They would compete to see who had the higher rank of the titled madam that they had tricked. She had heard that this group of scoundrels did not just view women with ebony scrolls as playthings, they even dared to seduce titled madams with jade scrolls and rhinoceros horn scrolls. Hearing the name Zhao Zhu, Su Fengyin, who had already walked a few steps, stopped in his tracks. He raised his hand and plucked a lush willow branch. Su Fengyin did not plan on going close, but he also did not want to stand by and do nothing. Wang Fu thought that he, the second in the world in blade skills, had not acted in the inn because that boy was lucky. Soon he lost his confidence. A willow leaf flashed through the air. Like a knife cutting through tofu, it cut through Liang Meigong's Guangling new blade that was not in its green sheath. The proud young bladesman who had just won against that woman was dumbstruck, his face blank. Wang Fu was the one with the highest realm present, far above everyone else. But he still had to look around before he confirmed that it was the ranger in the shade of the tree that was causing trouble. The reason that Wang Fu had the strange nickname of Ghost under the wrist was because of the way he moved his blade. It was as though there were ghosts and gods helping him. He was one of the few people in the Jianghu who could ignore opponents of higher realms. Wang Fu's talent in martial arts was outstanding even among the geniuses. Otherwise, he would not have been able to reach where he was today just by relying on unorthodox methods. Even a swordsman like Chai Qingshan would not dare to say that he could beat Wang Fu for sure, especially in a battle of life and death. Perhaps Wang Fu's chances of winning were higher. Then everyone on the road saw an absurd scene. The unreachable ghost under the wrist. Wang Fu first leaned back on the horse's back, as if he had dodged something. Only then did he have time to reach out and grab his blade. When he leaned down from the horse, he threw his body forward and lightly tapped the horse's abdomen with the tip of his foot. The sturdy warhorse was sent flying sideways. Wang Fu, who was leisurely carrying his blade, and who was actually wielding it, were two completely different people. Although the old man did not pull his blade out of its sheath, when he ran forward, his momentum was like a rainbow. But for some reason, after the old man had only charged out 60 or 70 feet, he was forced back 20 feet. Then he continued to run with one hand on his blade, his head lowered and his waist bent. He did not walk in a straight line, but rather slithered across the sand like a snake. The ghost under the wrist, a master bladesman, was running forward and retreating like a toddler. After repeating this many times, everyone finally realized that the culprit should be that guy in the shade whose face they could not see clearly. But still, no one knew why Wang Fu had to use such a superfluous method to advance. Even Liang Meigong, who had broken his blade, was no exception. Chapter 11:24. When Wang Fu finally arrived within 100 steps of the young man, Wrist Ghost, who was still holding on to the hilt of his saber, saw the young man casually toss away the willow branch in his hand. Without making the slightest movement, the willow branch above the young man's head suddenly straightened, snapped, and fell rapidly to the ground. Coincidentally, the young man caught it with one hand. Wang Fu suddenly stopped in his tracks. It was not only a show of goodwill but also a show of weakness. Wang Fu was different from many top masters in that he had never set foot in Martial Emperor City in his life. After he became famous in his prime, he didn't have the title of Ghost of the Wrist at that time. Instead, he had the title of Wang Buxi, which was mixed with praise and criticism. This was because he would kill anyone he encountered, and the one who survived would always be him, Wang Fu. He would never provoke an enemy who could kill him, so in this life Wang Fu had never lost even once. Even though he had been close to Chai Qingshan for many years, the two of them had never once exchanged martial skills. For more than 10 years Wang Fu had rarely used his saber. But 10 years ago there was a time in Jianghu when he was still carrying the Kof bead, one of the 10 most famous sabers in the world, against a young man. He still retreated without a fight. Not long after that, not only did Wang Fu know who that young man who didn't carry a sword or a saber was, it could be said that the whole world knew. The peach blossom sword god Deng Tea. This time Wang Fu still did not care about the face of top masters and martial arts seniors, and chose not to use his saber. It was not that he thought he had no chance of winning, but once he used his saber, it would be a fight to the death. The two of them met by chance, and there was no irreconcilable hatred between them. If he was facing Gu Jiantang, then the old man would have the impulse to fight regardless of life and death. After all, those who practiced the sword all wanted to climb over Dong Tai's mountain, and those who practiced the saber were Gu Jiantang. As for those who practiced martial arts in general, no one should have the wishful thinking of defeating Wang Xinji. Wang Fu did not believe that Wang Xinji only died at the hands of the young King Su. Wang Fu stood where he was, feeling a little depressed. There were too many young masters in Jianghu. Many of them had died at his hands, but they were like weeds that grew again when the spring breeze blew. The young master that he had underestimated earlier didn't push his luck either. Instead, he twirled the willow branch between his fingers. It didn't seem like he would take the initiative to shake hands and make peace. It was as if he was waiting for Wang Fu to take the initiative to attack. This junior who popped out of nowhere was too arrogant. Wang Fu's thoughts fluctuated several times, but he did not pull out the Guangling saber at his waist. If he really had to fight to the death, he would feel uncomfortable if he didn't bring along his Kof pearl knife. Song Li rode forward and came to Wang Fu's side. This extremely daring general had a complicated expression as he slowly said, "No wonder this young master is unwilling to pay attention to me." The cool breeze blew gently, and the dense willow leaves made the shade of the tree seem deep. The young man didn't say anything. Song Li smiled, "Since young master has made a move, I'm not a fool who won't turn back until I hit the south wall. As long as those two women are in the Guangling Taoist realm east of Shizi County, I will promise them a safe journey. How about it?" Song Li couldn't see the face of the man under the shade, but Wang Fu, who was facing a great enemy, saw it clearly. That guy had a faint smile, but it was especially playful. Song Li tilted his head, then suddenly lifted the reins, turned the horse around, and faced the hundreds of elite light cavalry soldiers. He raised his arm, indicating that they should retreat. Although Wang Fu's 5 fingers left the hilt of his saber, he didn't turn around. His body retreated. After the cavalry had gone some distance, Liang Meigong looked at the bleeding wound on General Song Li's cheek. It was a ghastly sight. Liang Meigong carefully asked, "General, should we mobilize 1,000 cavalry to encircle this person?" Song Li didn't nod but asked Wang Fu, "Elder Wang, is 1,000 cavalry enough?" Wang Fu sneered, 1,000 cavalry to kill a wooden stake that doesn't move. No matter how hard the stake is, it's probably enough. After all, no matter how many masters there are in the world, there aren't many immortals like Li Chungang. But do you think that guy will stand still and fight 1,000 of our cavalry? Song Li didn't fly into a rage out of humiliation. Instead, he smiled and asked, "Why don't we use all 3,000 cavalry and ask Elder Wang to block that person's retreat?" Wang Fu sneered, "Is it worth it for 2 women of unknown origins? Even if we take a step back, the identities of those 2 northern women are probably not simple. Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble after eating them? This isn't like the blood on your face that can be wiped off just because you want to." Song Li sighed, "That's right." Wang Fu probably also realized that he had lost his composure. He shouldn't have taken advantage of his seniority in front of Song Li. He took out the exquisite porcelain bottle that was filled with crushed spices and sniffed it hard. With an amiable expression, he said, "Our emperor still has to worry about Chao Qingyi and be on tenterhooks, afraid that he will suddenly appear at his bedside one day. General Song, this old man knows that you didn't care much about the power of Jianghu in the past and only treated it as raising cats and dogs for fun. However, there are some words that weren't easy to say in the past, but now you can say it. Everyone says that when a man gets angry, blood will splash 10 steps away. Perhaps there will be people who will ask why Chao Changqing was unable to break into the imperial palace so many times, and why the Su family still died of old age after slaughtering their enemies all over the world. This wasn't because the masters of Jianghu were useless, but because Great Peace City not only had Han Diaoxi and Lu Haoshi, but now there was a large group of gatekeepers led by the Wu family's sword tomb. Beiliang was no exception. Su Yanbing, Yuan Zuozong, which one of them wasn't a match for 10,000 people. In the end, it's a matter of whose virtue is 1 foot high and whose devil is 10 feet high. In these 20 years, there have been too many masters who didn't follow the rules and didn't cherish their lives. They all died, not at the hands of armored soldiers, but at the hands of other masters. Speaking of this, Wang Fu, who was under his wrist, joked, "Does General Song want this old man to be like a concubine servant girl, guarding your room day and night? Even if this old man is willing, General Song's wives won't be." Song Li gently pressed his thumb on the wound and smiled. Chapter 11:25. At his side was the young woman who was traveling with him. It was only because of her pair of limpid eyes that Song Li had taken a liking to her that she was exempted from the gold and silver that her family needed to pass through the border. She was nothing more than a concubine's daughter, so it was the same as being sold for a high price of several tens of thousands of taels of silver. Moreover, she was able to establish a relationship with Song Li, a popular figure in Guangling Path. It wasn't just the landowning household that was secretly delighted, even the woman was happy inside. Normally, when marrying, one had to pay particular attention to matching social status. How could she have the extravagant hopes of marrying a Hengjiang general conferred by the imperial court? Song Li turned his head, staring at the woman whose name he still didn't know. With a smile, he said, "If you look at this general's wound one more time, I'm going to cut out your eyes." The woman who originally only knew a bit about horsemanship and whose face was slightly pale from the bumps was immediately horrified to the point where her face was devoid of color. The pair of women on the post-house road could be considered to have seen a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. However, when they wanted to go up and express their thanks, that righteous man had already disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. The timid woman clutched her chest, breathing heavily. With a wave of lingering fear, she said, "Gaoxiao, why don't we return to the capital?" The tall woman who returned her sword to its scabbard said quietly, "After we meet Zhao Zhu, I'll send you back." Only upon closer inspection would one realize that she actually had a pair of jade-green eyes. Purple beard, blue eyes, Grand Secretary Zhang. The woman didn't have any facial hair, but her jade eyes were similar. She was also someone from the capital, so her identity wasn't hard to guess. She was Zhang Julu's daughter, Zhang Gaoxia. Meanwhile, the woman at Zhang Gaoxia's side was a genuine relative of the imperial family, the most noble woman under the heavens. She admired that Song family's young phoenix, and Zhang Gaoxia just happened to want to roam the Jianghu, which was why she snuck out from Great Peace City. During the initial stages of their journey south, it was generally like a spring outing. Occasionally there were disturbances, but they were all dealt with by Zhang Gaoxia's sword arts. Before they entered Guangling Path, they even made a trip to Martial Emperor City to watch the excitement. Because after Wang Xinji left the city, Yu Groom's building, Huang Linya, and the other disciples also abandoned the city and roamed far away. Without anyone to suppress the experts in the city at first, they didn't dare act rashly. However, when it was confirmed that Martial Emperor City had indeed become an ownerless land, there were people who began to stir up trouble. However, soon after, a cavalry army was stationed outside the city. Only then did things calm down a bit. However, the inner city walls filled with weapons suffered a calamity. Even with the Wang family's old servant watching over them, there were still a few famed swords and blades missing every day. However, for the time being, not a single weapon inserted on the walls had been stolen. Zhang Gaoxia had brought her to the Martial Emperor City to relax, but also because she had to personally see the divine weapons on the wall. She practiced the sword, so she stood at the foot of the wall and observed for a full 2 hours, searching for those legendary ancient swords. On the top of the wall, there was the great sword of the Yellow Cottage, the thin sword of the Moth Fish, the sword of the Dongyue Sword Pool, the sword of Thrushimai that was hung by a pair of immortal couples 300 years ago, and the extremely inauspicious break with June. There was also the strange half-shoulder small-pointed sword of the Guanyin sect of the Southern Sea, and the swords of the 2 sword crowns of the Wu family sword tomb, seriousness and reassurance. There were too many to count. If it were not for the fact that her close friend found it boring, Zhang Gaoxia could have stayed at the foot of the wall for a day and a night. Each sword represented a peerless swordsman and a shocking defeat. The woman asked curiously, "Gaoxia, who was that warrior? Did you recognize him? Did you see him clearly?" Zhang Gaoxia shook her head regretfully. "No." The woman sighed. "If we were in Great Peace City, we could have repaid his kindness." Zhang Gaoxia muttered to herself, "After this, there won't be anything to do with Jianghu. If there really is, then it's just people who don't care about their lives dying on the battlefield." The woman suddenly said angrily, "This person is called Song Li. He's really detestable." Zhang Gaoxia hesitated for a moment, but in the end she did not say it. She had once inadvertently heard her father commenting on the people of Guangling. Among them he had mentioned this Song Li, the prince of Guangling's blessing general. Song Li was actually a chess piece that the imperial court had placed in Guangling's spring snow building a long time ago. But hearing her father's tone, Zhao Yi had also sensed this in the past 2 years, but still did not shed all pretense of cordiality. On the contrary, he valued this person more and more. If he wanted money, food, soldiers, and horses, he would give them all to him without hesitation. However, Song Li did not listen to Zhang Lu's orders. Even Gu Jiantong's Gu Lu, which only existed in name now, had not been able to order Song Li around in the past. Zhang Gaoxia privately speculated that this Song Li should be called Zhao Li. His backers might be the most powerful elders of the imperial house. These old men who had followed the previous emperor to the north and south and lived a life of war had been silent for too many years. Zhang Gaoxia's father, the Grand Secretary, had once revealed heavenly secrets to his daughter. He had laughed and said that those old men who were buried up to their necks in the yellow earth had gritted their teeth and refused to step into the coffin because they wanted to wait for the 2 people outside the door to die first. Later, when the news of Su Zhao's death spread to the capital, Zhang Gaoxia went to the study that her brothers had treated as a forbidden land. When she found that the person outside the door had died, the father of the person inside the door was not very happy. Instead, he was somewhat lonely. When she left the room and closed the door, she vaguely heard her father say, "Since ancient times, it has been difficult for famous generals and officials to die of old age. Su Xiao has won." Returning to the inn in town, Su Fengnian was not in a hurry to leave. His trip to the Eastern Sea this time was one thing. However, if Guangling Road mistakenly thought that they could take advantage of the situation, he did not mind learning from Chao Changqing and having a good chat with Zhao Yi and Zhao Yuang. As for Song Li, he naturally knew more than Zhang Gaoxia. In name, Song Li was one of the most popular people in the spring snow building. It was even rumored that he had squeezed out Lu Xingxiang's position. In reality, there was no such thing. Lu Xingxiang going to the capital to be assistant minister of the Ministry of War was an open attempt by the court to steal people from him. Song Li was secretly stealing people from the spring snow building. However, even Zhao Yi probably only knew part of it. Song Li was not only a chess piece of Great Peace City, he was also the work of the Yan King Zhao Bing. As to who Song Li would be loyal to in the end, only the heavens and earth knew, as well as Song Li himself. Song Li was a chess piece that had been manipulated by many sides. Since he was able to survive on his own, He definitely did not rely on luck to get to where he was today. As expected, he did not come to the inn to make a big fuss. Su Fengyin left the country early the next morning. Actually, on the way to the inn, Su Fengyin would definitely die if Wang Fu could get within 10 feet of him. However, Su Fengyin was even more certain that even if Wang Fu was given 100 years, that guy would not be able to get within 10 feet of him. Because Wang Fu was not Gu Jiantang. The difference of one step was often the difference between heaven and earth. The carriage slowly approached the eastern sea. The sound of the tide gradually grew louder. Other than the relic sword box, the items that Su Fengyin wanted to take away from Martial Emperor City would shock the entire world. Chapter 11:26. Because it's 5,000 words, it's a little late. Su Fengyin took in a poor young man as his disciple. Before they could see the eastern sea and enter the Martial Emperor City, they encountered a small group of horses that crossed the border and saved a family of orphans and widows. Among them, there was a young man who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, but he insisted on sticking his head out and almost got stabbed to death by the horse bandits. Su Fengyin casually saved the young man and continued to drive towards the Martial Emperor City. The young man's temperament was lively and lively. For some reason he set his eyes on Su Fengyin. He probably thought that Su Fengyin was a hero who roamed the Jianghu. He followed the carriage for a few days like a sticky candy. During the run he couldn't bear to wear out his boots, so he simply took them off and tied them to his belt. The young man's leg strength was not bad. In addition, Su Fengyin's carriage was not in a hurry. It traveled and stopped from time to time. Even if he was left far behind for a short while, the young man would always be able to catch up. Su Fengyin lit a bonfire at the seaside that night. The exhausted young man didn't dare to come near and curled up in a corner to sleep. When the young man woke up the next morning, he found himself lying in the carriage. He carefully lifted the curtain and sat cross-legged against the carriage wall. For a moment he didn't know how to address that young master. He was hesitating whether he should call him hero or mister. It was that young master who took the initiative to ask. After asking 2 questions, the young man shook his head desperately. The third question made the young man even more confused. The young man asked if he wanted to be his disciple. The young man didn't nod his head. He just blushed and said shyly that he couldn't afford the monetary gift. That young master said it didn't matter. Along the way the two of them became master and disciple. They didn't talk much. The young man was called Wang Sheng. He was born and raised by a fisherman's family by the sea. His parents died while fishing at sea. He and his grandfather depended on each other for survival. After his grandfather died of illness, the young man left his hometown. Since young he was much stronger than his peers. Other than begging, mourning for people's funerals and carrying illegal salt, he had done almost all kinds of jobs that could earn him money. Young Wang Sheng was still at an age where he did not know what shrewdness was. When he learned that his cheap master, who seemed to have fallen from the sky, was going to the Martial Emperor City, he was so excited that he could not help but chatter. The young man's nature was simple and honest, and he had a pure heart. Although he couldn't tell the depth of a person's character, he was more accurate in distinguishing between good and bad. After spending a few days with his master, he knew that his master was a person who was easy to talk to. He respected him far more than he feared him. However, to the young man's regret, this young master, who seemed to be more beautiful than a woman, did not like to chat. Most of the time he was talking to himself and answering his own questions. After emptying his stomach of the anecdotes of Jianghu, he could only talk about the old sayings he heard from his elders and neighbors. Fortunately, his master, who had lost his peace, did not argue with him. He taught him a set of obscure incantations and soft fist techniques. He could not remember the incantations, which gave him a headache, but the fist techniques were soft and powerless. However, the young man was content with what he had. He was satisfied to be able to practice martial arts. When he left his hometown 2 years ago, he saw an old man selling secret manuals at a stall in the Jian province. He handed over the 3 taels of silver he had saved with great difficulty. The old man was easy to talk to. He opened his bamboo basket and allowed Wang Sheng to choose. Wang Sheng was illiterate, but when he heard the names of the books, they all seemed to be peerless martial arts. It gave him the feeling that if he could master 1 or 2 moves in the book, he would be able to make a name for himself in the Jianghu. In the end, Wang Sheng chose a sword manual. The inexperienced young man did not know much about worldly affairs, but after all, he was not a fool. He quickly realized that the secret manual was fake. However, he was not angry. He kept that nonsensical sword manual in his bosom and treated it as if he had learned 100 words. It was only a day's journey away from the Martial Emperor City. The sea breeze came and went, easily dispersing the heat of the early summer. The young Wang Xing grew up by the sea, so he did not feel that the sea breeze was slightly fishy. He only felt that it was familiar and comfortable. It was probably because he had left his hometown for a few years and remembered his deceased relatives. Wang Xing fell silent. The reason why Su Fengnian did not talk to this disciple was not because he regretted accepting his first disciple or despised him for his mediocre aptitude. It was because he did not know whether to laugh or cry. After interacting with him, he realized that this sturdy young man was actually a girl. What was strange was that her chi flow and pulse did not seem like a girl's at all. In Buddhism, women could not become Buddhas. In Taoism, female Taoists were also very rare. There was a reason behind it. For 100 years, his mother was the only female sword immortal. Going back 300 years, there was only one female sword immortal. If one did not take the sword into consideration, the number of female first-rank experts could be counted with one's fingers. One of the 4 great grandmasters was Fengdu Green Robe. The current Jianghu was more Qi than before. There were Luo Yang and Shenyuan Qingfeng, as well as Wang Xinji's disciple Linya, who he had never met before. The logic behind a woman's appearance was similar to that of a man's appearance. His disciple Wang Sheng's aptitude was actually not bad. However, before and after Su Fengnian started practicing martial arts, he had seen the peak of the Jianghu. An outstanding aptitude was often not good when one was young. When it came to practicing martial arts, one's stamina was very important. With enough stamina there would be many opportunities. Both were indispensable. The reason why Su Fengnian accepted him as his disciple was very simple. Wang Sheng had a wooden sword at his waist. In the first question, Su Fengnian asked Wang Sheng if he was willing to exchange the wooden sword for food. Wang Sheng refused. Su Fengnian then asked if Wang Sheng was willing to exchange the wooden sword for money. Wang Sheng still refused. In the middle of the night, they were only 30 to 40 miles away from the martial emperor city. Su Fengnian did not continue riding forward. Instead, he ordered Wang Sheng to pick up dead branches and light a big bonfire by the sea. The roaring flames shone on the faces of the master and disciple. Su Fengnian gave Wang Sheng half a piece of beef jerky the size of a child's palm. The night sky was bright and full of stars. Wang Sheng lowered his head and chewed the beef. When he looked up, he saw his master staring at the starry sky in a daze. He secretly licked his oily fingers and then pointed to the starry sky. He smiled and said, "Grandpa said that there is a big lantern. On the ground, when people die, the lantern will go to the sky and light up again." Su Fengnian said calmly, "There is a saying in my hometown as well." Wang Xing waited for a long time. When he saw his master fall silent again, he said to himself, "Master, other than you, I admire the Wulin Alliance leader of Mount Hui the most." Wang Xing revealed a smile and asked, "Master, guess who's next?" Su Fengnian shook his head. Wang Xing chuckled and said, "It's the martial emperor city's fist master Linya." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "She is the disciple of the world's most powerful person, Wang Xianji. Moreover, she is a beauty on the rouge list. You are far inferior to her in both aspects." Wang Xing wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. He asked timidly, "Master, you know?" Su Fengnian nodded. Wang Xing saw that his master did not seem angry. He lowered his head and said, "Father and mother always wanted to have a younger brother, but they couldn't. Later they gave up and raised me as a boy. Moreover, we can't afford a dowry and I don't want to get married. Besides, who would want to live with a woman who looks like a man? Just thinking about it makes me depressed. Whoever marries me must be a rapist who did too many bad things in his previous life. The heavens want to punish him for marrying a man in this life." At this point, Wang Xing, who was content with his life, was amused by himself. Su Fengnian tore off a piece of beef and put it in his mouth. He said softly, "When you grow up, you will look like a woman." Wang Xing could not help but say, "If I look half as good as you, I don't mind living half a lifetime less." Su Fengnian said calmly, "Go practice for 2 hours." Wang Xing knew that he had said something wrong. He took the wooden sword from his waist and went to the beach to practice with a bitter face. He obediently practiced 6 times, but there were many mistakes and he often forgot the routine. However, from the corner of his eyes, he saw that his master did not care about his stupidity and did not show any strange expression. Wang Xing practiced for another hour before sitting across from his master. He picked up the wooden sword and placed it on his knees. Su Fengnian asked, "Walking the Jianghu with a wooden sword, don't you find it embarrassing?" Wang Xing was puzzled and asked, "What's there to be embarrassed about?" Su Fengnian did not say anything. Wang Xing smiled happily and said, "Grandpa made this wooden sword for me. Even if you want it, I won't give it to you." Su Fengnian, who never called himself master, said unhappily, "Do you think I want a broken wooden sword?" Wang Xing chuckled. Su Fengnian joked, "In the future, if anyone is blind enough to fall in love with you, you can take this wooden sword as a token of love and consider it your dowry." Chapter 11:27. Wang Xing remained silent with a bitter face. Su Fengnian said, "You think the wooden sword is precious now, but that's because you haven't seen a real good sword. I am going to the Martial Emperor city to get something, and I can give you one when the time comes. However, you can only keep one sword. You decide for yourself. Let me say the ugly words first. I will not bring a poor disciple who only has a wooden sword to wander the martial world. I can't afford to lose face like this. Besides, you won't be able to practice any superior sword arts with a wooden sword. Wang Xing, do you want to use this broken wooden sword to wander the martial world alone, breaking your head and bleeding? You won't be able to make a name for yourself for the rest of your life. Or do you want to accept a famous sword that everyone covets and learn profound martial arts from me? You will make rapid progress on the martial Tao. Don't be in a hurry to answer me. You can tell me your thoughts tomorrow morning." After Su Fengnian finished speaking, he went back to the carriage to rest, leaving behind a disciple who looked as if he was struck by lightning. The next day the fog was heavy at dawn. The majestic martial emperor city in the distance fell into the clouds and fog. It was sometimes hidden and sometimes visible. It was like a perilous sea. Su Fengnian walked to the seaside and saw Wang Xing with his eyes closed. He held the wooden sword and pointed at the sea. Probably because he had been holding the sword for a long time, there was a drop of fog on the tip of the sword. Before this, Wang Xing was wholeheartedly focused on practicing the sword. Su Fengnian didn't pay much attention to him and only taught him this ordinary sword stance. She treated it as a peerless martial art and practiced it tirelessly. Others might find it funny, but they also didn't find it funny. Wang Xing finally realized that his master was beside him. He didn't keep the wooden sword and turned to look at his expressionless master. Suddenly, tears rolled down from his eyes. He choked with sobs and said, "Master." When a child met a threshold that they couldn't cross, they would naturally plead to their elders. Su Fengnian said coldly, "Let go of the sword." Wang Xing's expression was bleak. "Master, I really want to practice the sword. I want to use the wooden sword to make a name for myself. Because grandfather said that there are people in the martial world who use wooden swords to make a name for themselves. In the future, I will definitely follow master and practice martial arts well." Su Fengnian sneered and said, "There is no such thing as having the best of both worlds. You can't even throw away a broken wooden sword. How can you pick up those good things that everyone covets? 10,000 taels of gold, Jianghu reputation, ranking in the Wuxia evaluation, founding a sect. Which one of them is not more precious than your wooden sword? So what if the wooden sword is your grandfather's legacy?" In the Jianghu, there were many newbies who would not hesitate to lose their family's fortune, disown their parents, kill their masters and offer their wives to others, not to mention their family's fortune. You're so inflexible and don't know how to beat around the bush, yet you still want to practice the sword. Towards the end, Wang Xing could clearly feel his master's stern tone. Although he hadn't known his master for long, he knew that his master had always been gentle and respectful, someone who could make him feel close to her. She didn't know why, but she knew that she had missed out on this master in this lifetime. She didn't need to think about the Jianghu anymore. Her arms trembled and she turned her head away from this master. As if in a fit of pique, she softly sobbed and said, "Master, I don't want to practice martial arts anymore." Wang Xing put away the wooden sword and placed it at her waist. She knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to this master whom she had only known for a few days. When she knelt down and put away the sword, Su Fengnian extended a finger and stopped the droplet of fog that had fallen from the tip of the sword. Su Fengnian looked at the droplet of fog that did not disperse and said softly, "I also practice the sword, but I always feel that I can't compare to many senior swordsmen. For example, Li Chuangong's swordsmanship, Dong Tai's swordsmanship, and Wang Xiaoping's talisman sword." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "But the ones I feel the most sorry for are not them. It's the one called Old Huang and the one nicknamed Wenbushing." Su Fengnian continued, "I've always felt that too many smart and calculative people, no matter how talented they are, no matter how good their swordsmanship is, no matter how expensive the swords in their hands are, they can't be considered true swordsmen." Wang Xing stood up, not knowing what to do. She did not understand what this man who was probably no longer her master was talking about. Su Fengnian flicked his fingers slightly, then stretched out his hand and placed it on Wang Xing's head. He rubbed it and smiled warmly. "These people are all master's seniors and old acquaintances. They have given up many things, especially the last ranger who carried a wooden sword like you. He happened to have the same things you want and the same things you don't want. Su Fengyin took a step back and said in a deep voice, I, Su Fengyin of Beiliang, accept Princess Hohat as my disciple today. Wang Xing was dumbfounded. Su Fengyin said indifferently, take the things that Wen Hua gave up back then. Wang Xing was still confused, but at least she knew that her master was still her master. That was enough. As for the names that her master mentioned that she had never heard of before, she didn't think too much about it. She just thought that her master was bragging. The master and disciple headed to Martial Emperor City. Master, you're not angry with me anymore? Yes. Master, I've heard of the Peach Blossom Sword God and the Wudong Sword Maniac. They are both sword immortal level experts. But who are the others? You will know in the future. Master, I don't know if I should say something. Then don't say it. Master, I can't hold it in. Don't be angry if I say it. Although you are definitely an expert, aren't you bragging too much? Do you really know those two immortals? Could it be that you have seen them from afar? Master, it's okay. I feel that you are the strongest expert in the world. Master, I heard that there are many experts in Beiliang. General Yuan who uses a saber, General Su who uses a spear, and the new king of Shu who has left Beiliang. Have you seen him from afar? Alright, there is also the young king of Beiliang. He is even more amazing. Alas, he is a vassal. I think you have never seen him before. Master, I see that you don't have a saber or sword with you. Are you going to Martial Emperor City to buy a suitable weapon to travel the world? The master and disciple were mostly disciples. Wang Xing was nagging to himself. The horse hooves and the carriage moved slowly. Finally, they arrived outside Martial Emperor City. The fog outside the city was getting thinner. However, the hundreds of world-famous weapons on the wall were mostly covered in fog. The fog dripped onto the corners of the wall, making the wall stains very deep. The carriage stopped outside the city. Su Fengyin finally spoke to his disciple who was sitting outside the carriage with his legs crossed. Lift the curtain. Remember not to block the door of the carriage. Wang Xing didn't know why, but he did as he was told. He lifted the curtain and squatted at the side. Su Fengyin sat cross-legged and looked at the open city gate of Martial Emperor City. Wang Xing suddenly opened his eyes wide. He saw his master's sleeves fluttering even though there was no wind. The fog in Martial Emperor City disappeared in an instant. Inside the city, the wall that once symbolized who was the most powerful person in the world began to tremble imperceptibly. Then the trembling became more and more intense. First, a purple color flew out of the city gate and crashed into Su Fengyin's arms. Then the famous sword Yellow Cottage, which was stuck on the high city wall, broke away from the wall and crashed into the red sandalwood sword box. Then 8 swords of different lengths crashed into the box one after another. Su Fengyin sat down with the box in his hands. Wang Xing, who was still holding the curtain, opened his mouth wide. What was going on? On the city wall, hundreds of masterless weapons were trembling at the same time. They seemed to be struggling and resisting. Su Fengyin raised his arm and said softly, "Come." Moth Fish Slender Sword, Thrush Sword, Junju Half-Shoulder Small Point from the Guanyin sect of the South Sea, Wu Family Sword Tomb, Peace and Seriousness, and Sword Immortal Qin Qingming Sun Buyu from 200 years ago. Swords flew out of the city one after another. Dantian Blade, Splendid Tree Blade, Gu Jiantong's Master's Peeling Peck, Frost Long Blade that was invincible 400 years ago, and so on. Swords flew out of the city one after another. The 18 best weapons in the world left the city wall one after another. There was nothing left on the city wall. They went around Su Fengyin and slid into the carriage in an exquisite arc. No matter how fast they flew, they stopped abruptly after passing through the curtain and fell gently. The carriage was stuffed full of weapons. When it couldn't stop, the weapons that came later were nailed into the ground around the carriage. After half an incense stick's time, the 418 weapons on the city wall of Martial Emperor City all had owners after leaving the city. Wang Xing was stunned on the spot. He couldn't think straight anymore. Her master was really an expert who knew a lot of experts. Su Fengyin, at this moment, was like the Jianghu in his hands. The new martial emperor of the Jianghu, the new invincible. At this moment, the Martial Emperor City, which had just received the shocking news of the city lord's death in Beiliang, finally believed that the young vassal king had indeed defeated Wang Xinji. After this, the whole world had to pinch their noses and admit that the son of Butcher was the new #1 in the world. Chapter 11:28. Wang Xing swallowed his saliva and pointed in the direction of the city wall. He said with a trembling voice, "Master, there are so many people here." Su Fengyin, who was hugging the red sandalwood sword box, asked with a smile, Are you scared? Wang Xing muttered with a bitter face. How can I not be scared? Su Fengnian said softly, this time we don't have to run away in a hurry. Outside Martial Emperor City, the city wall was packed with Jianghu masters. Most of them had been hiding for many years. They were sheltering old monster Wang to avoid being hunted by the imperial court. At the same time, they knew better than any other Jianghu people how heavy the dark cloud above their heads was. It made them unable to see the sun and despair. If Wang Xianji didn't die, the Jianghu people wouldn't be able to rise again. This was the biggest principle of the Jianghu for the past 60 years. As time passed, no one thought that the old monster would die. However, not only did Wang Xianji fail to ascend, he was defeated by a young junior and even died in the hands of this guy. This was the most shocking news in the Jianghu in the past 100 years. It was even more unbelievable than when Li Chuangong's wooden horse and ox were broken by Wang Xianji. There was no lack of experts on the city wall. If any of them were to be thrown into the Jianghu, even if they hadn't used their name for many years, as long as they returned to the Jianghu, those sects with good memories would take the initiative to avoid them. These genuine experts coveted the weapons on the wall even more than those embroidered pillows. After Wang Xianji left the city, many people heard the news and secretly snuck into the Martial Emperor City. When the news of Wang Xianji's death spread throughout the world overnight, more people rushed to the Eastern Sea. No one would wake up early if there were no benefits. Naturally, they were after the divine weapons of their dreams. They formed their own groups and wanted to rely on each other in the upcoming turmoil. They wanted to live and get a share of the loot instead of dying in the chaotic battle. Originally, as long as any of Wang Xianji's disciples remained in the city, no one would dare to be so impatient. However, the current Martial Emperor City was like a flourishing clan that suddenly lost all its males. All that was left was a house full of helpless young beauties. They were of different shapes and sizes. No matter how picky a man was, as long as he barged into the house and acted fast enough, he would be able to win over the beauties. In the end, a guy suddenly appeared out of nowhere and took all the women. Not only did he not let go of the family's wives and concubines, he did not even leave behind a single servant girl. How could the hungry men who were painstakingly leaning on the wall to look at the beautiful spring scenery behind the wall endure this? Everyone on the city wall was ready to make a move, eyeing covetously. However, no one was willing to take the lead in the beginning. This was what it meant to sacrifice one's friends rather than oneself. However, they were afraid that no one would make a move. By the time that guy turned around and left, no one had the courage to stop him. Finally, a man jumped down from the city wall with an unsheathed long and narrow saber in his hand. With a resplendent radiance, he shouted, "Yen Mountain's king of killing crossbow, please enlighten me." Once someone left the city wall, more than a dozen famous experts were not willing to be left behind. For a moment, the voices of people announcing themselves rose and fell one after another. Fangshan County's ink sword Zhou Mu, please enlighten me. Jian Province's pipa player Su Wangfeng, please enlighten me. Southern Border's thousand-hand Guanyin Feng Baigu here. Yendang Mountain's unfettered cultivator Situ Hongzhu, may I be so bold as to ask for a fight. I am Mount Yulong's monk Ling Miao, I would like to ask for advice today. More than a dozen experts were full of energy, each with a louder voice than the other. This was only the first group that left the city. Soon, a second group with even more people jumped down from the city wall. Compared to the first group, these men were more reserved. Most of them jumped down from the city wall without making a sound. When the first group of experts almost touched the ground and ran forward, the second group was still in the air, but the third group began to jump down in a single file. It was like a curtain of a cascading waterfall, decorated with large and small pearls. This dazzling and magnificent scene was destined to be passed down in Jianghu for a long time. Wang Xing put down the curtain and sat closer. He said in a low voice, "Master, many of them are famous heroes and devils. Even I have heard of them." Su Fengnian nodded and smiled, "Then I will tell you some you haven't heard of." Su Fengnian looked in one direction and calmly said, 60 years ago, the Northwest's #1 swordsman, He Baichuan's sword Elm Pod. His gaze shifted slightly and he continued, Dongyue sword Pool's Song Yanqing's 4th sword, Mo Shangcao. He looked in the third direction. Nanzhao's #1 Wei Miao once wielded the ancient spear, Dragon Winding Beam, to fight in Jianghu for 3,000 li, Jiang Baishi's sword Peeling Peck. Over 100 years, the great frost sword that was used by more than a dozen swordsmen. 2 generations of swordsmen of the Sword Tomb carried their swords in Jianghu and died in Jianghu. Don't worry first, then get serious. Su Fengnian calmly said the names and origins of more than a dozen weapons as if he were counting soldiers on the battlefield. Every time he said one, a weapon would either fly out of the carriage or rise from the ground. Su Fengnian looked around and smiled without saying anything. Today was an eye-opener for the newborn calf Wang Sheng. He no longer wondered why his master could do such an unprecedented feat. If he really wanted a reason, it was very simple. It was his master. Wang Sheng looked at the Jianghu masters rushing over like a tide and quickly reminded his master, "They are only 100 feet away." Su Fengnian chuckled and said, "I am now a paper frame. But the question is, can they get close enough to dismantle me?" Su Fengnian raised his hand and clapped lightly. Chapter 11:29. After the applause, not only were there famous weapons such as Elm Pod, Strange Grass, Big Frost and Long Saber, there were more than 20 weapons that had been silent for many years. Every weapon was like a spiritual object of the Shen realm. They either flew at a low altitude, fell in an arc, or wandered in an orderly manner. They found an enemy and flew away. None of the first group of more than 10 people were left behind. The rest of the weapons also did not participate. They just leaped over the heads of the masters and went to find the second group of Jianghu people behind. Su Fengnian no longer cared about the outcome of the battle. He turned his head to look at his disciple's slightly tanned face, which was overflowing with light and color. He explained in detail the root of martial arts in the world. Buddhism's mind-binding ape, Taoism's 3 corpses beheading, Confucianism's noble spirit. These are all talking about forging one's body. To put it simply, a person's body is a battlefield. If an ordinary person catches a cold, he or she can get through it by drinking some hot water and recover by himself. Those with weak bodies need medicine and other external items as reinforcements to rush to the battlefield. Otherwise, the body will be defeated like a collapsing mountain. As for how to refine the body, there are countless methods. But in the end, it's still the 6 paths of skin, flesh, tendons, bones, qi and spirit. Skin, flesh, tendons, and bones are easy to understand. Except for some people who are born with supernatural strength, there is not much difference between ordinary people who practice martial arts. The only difference is qi. There is a saying that one can see the embryo at 3 years old when practicing martial arts. It means that at an early age there is not much dirt on the child's body. It is easy to cultivate the meridians and aperture acupoints. The meridians are like the path of a person's qi, circulating endlessly. Very few masters can circulate qi for 600 to 700 miles in an instant. The aperture acupoints are a person's own paradise. Ancestor Lu once passed down a saying, "Go up the mountain and visit the immortals for 60 years, then the treasure mountain is within oneself." Usually, when talking about a person's talent, he is talking about these 2 things. Wang Xing listened in a daze, but it was not difficult to understand the metaphor of the meridians as roads. He asked in a low voice, "Master, I have been to many places in the past few years. Generally, the official roads are winding and difficult to walk on, not to mention those small paths. They are not as laborious as the post-house roads for soldiers and horses. Could it be that the qi of the experts is equivalent to taking the post-house route?" Su Fengnian said with gratification, "Exactly. The roads in the suburbs are divided into 5 levels according to the law. The post roads are undoubtedly the fastest way to transmit information. But when you really enter the room of martial arts, you will know that there are no rules. There are many unorthodox ways in Jianghu, taking shortcuts in the flow of qi. In Jianghu, in the 3 sects, there is no difference between the 2 realms. As Jianghu people who are not of the 3 sects but in the Jianghu who are not Jianghu people of the 3 sects as Jianghu people of Jianghu as well. In the Jianghu people. As a Jianghu and Taoist Tao, Taoist Taoism. In level Jianghu. While the master and disciple were chatting, the first group of Jianghu heroes saw that the situation was not good and had tactfully retreated. Among them, the 1,000-hand Guanyin Fang Baigyu hid countless hidden weapons and was very arrogant. He did not expect that just as he threw out a hidden weapon, his neck would be pierced by the peeling pek saber. This strong man from Nanjiang held his neck with both hands and staggered a dozen steps before falling to the ground and dying. A middle-aged swordsman wearing white had even worse luck. He encountered the frost saber, one of the top 10 famous sabers in the world. He turned and ran, but was still pierced in the back by this divine weapon that had not appeared in Jianghu for decades. His entire heart was smashed. He fell to the ground and died on the spot. On the other hand, the ink-soaked sword Zhoumu was the only swordsman left who could contend with the flying sword Yuing. However, they were only evenly matched. Wang Sheng was puzzled. "Master, why are the masters so worthless? Each and every one of them is similar to the fake secret manual that I bought with a few taels of silver. Is it because master is too powerful?" Su Fengnian did not answer directly. Instead he said, Wang Xinji once said that even if 9 of the 10 martial arts experts joined forces, he was confident that he could kill all 9 of them. This is the confidence of Wang Xinji as the world's number one, and also the spirit of a single person who can fight against the world. Wang Xing said with a fascinated expression, "Master, the fist master that I admire, Linya, is also old immortal Wang's disciple." Su Fengyin made a sound of acknowledgement. Someone on the city wall shouted, "Let's join forces and kill that brat together. Whoever succeeds will take the lion's share. I don't believe that we can't kill one with a few hundred people." Soon, someone else fanned the flames and agreed, "Yes, let's call our friends in the city. With hundreds and thousands of people, we can drown that brat with just a mouthful of saliva." Wang Xing said angrily, "Master, these people are too shameless." Su Fengyin smiled. He stood up and put the red sandalwood sword case upright. With one hand on the case and the other raised high, he said in a low voice, "Please." After the death of a legendary figure like Sheepskin Fur who only appeared once every 500 years, who would care about the two halves of the wooden horse ox? What about Peeling Peck, which was once held by Jiang Baisher? What about the 2 sword crowns of the sword tomb? Jianghu had forgotten. Su Fengyin wanted Jianghu to remember them again. After the word "please," the 9 swords in the case rushed out first and lined up in front of Su Fengyin in a line. The weapons that had rushed to the top of the martial emperor city turned back. The weapons in the carriage and around the carriage bloomed with their own brilliance at the same time. 418 weapons, 418 strands of energy. The chi was soaring. Heaven and earth were moved. More than 400 weapons lined up in a line. In front of Su Fengyin and outside the martial emperor city, there was a line of tide. Who could get close? Chapter 1130. No one dared to leave the martial emperor city anymore. Su Fengyin did not push his luck. He bent his fingers several times and guided several weapons into the air. For example, the elm pod sword was nailed into the ground a few feet in front of the ink-stained sword Zhoumu. The great spear dragon winding around the beam was nailed into the ground in front of a spear master. The slender crimson short sabers flew to the top of the city wall and fell into the hands of a machete man. More than a dozen weapons had new owners. After a brief moment of shock, these people, without exception, cupped their fists and bowed to Su Fengyin outside the city to express their gratitude. This was not only because they were happy about Su Fengyin's gift, but also because they were grateful for his recognition of their talents. Among the crowd, a nameless, thin teenager was the most eye-catching. He had actually obtained the great frost long saber that had been returned to its sheath. After being gifted the saber, the teenager could not control the heavy saber that was as heavy as a living thing. He was dragged by the saber for dozens of steps before falling to the ground. Only then did he hug the great frost long saber tightly and grin foolishly. No one could laugh. The teenager was born in the city. His parents were a pair of top assassins who had retired from Jianghu. A few years ago they had died in a bloody attack by unknown enemies. The teenager ran out of the city with the saber on his shoulder. He told the guy who treated all the masters in the city as nothing that he would follow in the future. As long as he was willing to teach him how to use the saber, he, Lu Yunzhang, would be willing to work for him. Su Fengyin asked for 3 spacious carriages to carry the goods. An old spy of the Whisking Water House who had been hiding in the martial emperor city for many years came out of the water and drove the first carriage. He could not stop crying as he drove. Lu Yunzhang had mingled with people from all walks of life in the martial emperor city since he was young. He was proficient in everything. He was in charge of the second carriage. His disciple Wang Xing, who had learned how to drive, was in the rear. Su Fengyin sat beside her and continued to talk to her about the basics of martial arts. In addition to the carriage, the old spy also had to take care of 6 horses. The carriage's load was beyond imagination, so horses had to be changed frequently. The 4 people, 3 carriages and 12 horses, along with more than 400 weapons, leisurely drove out of the East Sea. Then, along the southern border of Jingji and Pingfan, they made a small arc. When the team reached the top of the arc, Su Fengyin stood on a mountain near an isolated city pass and looked at the scenery of the south for a long time. Wang Sheng and Lu Yunzhang, who were of the same age, did not get along well. Wang Sheng could not stand Lu Yunzhang's mischievous smile, and he did not behave properly in front of her master. Lu Yunzhang, on the other hand, did not like the pedantic young man. The two of them were at loggerheads. As long as they met, they would quarrel non-stop. However, Lu Yunzhang was not most afraid of the immortal who had given him the saber. In the wise young man's opinion, since the immortal was an expert of the land of immortals, he naturally would not argue with him. However, the slippery Lu Yunzhang was scared to death of the old man who always liked to whisper to the horses. The reason was simple. The old man was an extremely powerful figure in Martial Emperor City. Rumor had it that he slept in mountains of gold and silver. Even bridegroom Yu had borrowed money from this old man surnamed Lu, who was nicknamed the Old Oil Seller. When Su Fengyin stood at the highest point of the terrain and looked to the south, not far away Wang Xing, in addition to the wooden sword at her waist, was also carrying the red sandalwood sword case on her back. She also had 4 swords tied to the city wall with ropes. They were the moose fish sword, the 3-inch sword dogwood, personally forged by the old Northern Han Confucian sage Chao Yi, the talisman sword Wild Crane of the Taoist loose immortal Huang Sishan, and the long sword Biting Pearl, that had once pierced through the abdomen of the Emperor of Dongyue. The sword aura was awe-inspiring and cold. It seeped into Wang Xing's skin and caused her lips to turn purple from the cold. Her master didn't say why she had to suffer, only that she would have to carry another sword on her back in less than half a year. In contrast, Lu Yunzhang was too relaxed and content. He carried the large frost saber all day long to show off, as if he had married a beautiful wife. Even when he slept, he would hug her in his arms. At this moment he was beside Wang Xing. The youth had been imbued with many of the habits of Jianghu. He also knew that in the sect, seniority was important. Although he and Wang Xing didn't get along well, he didn't want his relationship with this immortal disciple to be too strained. Lu Yunzhang whispered, "Blockhead Wang, what is our master looking at?" Wang Xing's lips were tightly pursed. He just stared at his master's silhouette, unwilling to pay attention to the youth beside him. Lu Yunzhang was used to being ignored by this blockhead. He asked tirelessly, "Do you know who that old green-robed swordsman is?" "Let me tell you, his identity is extraordinary. He's called Chai Qingshan, an old sword immortal of the Dongyue sword pool. He's the #1 expert of the Guangling Taoist sect. He was once a guest of Zhao Yi. Even the sword pool's sect master, Song Yanqing, has to call him martial uncle. Otherwise, why would our master return him 4 unfamiliar swords? Of course, it's not that our master is afraid of Chai Qingshan. This is the knowledge between the heroes of Jianghu. Blockhead Wang, you should learn a little." Wang Xing finally couldn't help but turn his head and stare. "Don't keep saying our master. My master has never acknowledged you as his disciple." Lu Yunzhang reached out and patted the scabbard of the large frost saber. He chuckled and said, "Speak with your conscience. Where can you find such a talented disciple like me? Look at you. You're carrying so many swords, but all of them added together aren't as famous as my saber." Wang Xing didn't want to talk nonsense with him. Chapter 1131. The old spy surnamed Lu was probably done chatting with the horse. He walked over to the 2 children, squatted down, grabbed a handful of soil in his palm and sniffed it. Everything had its vanquisher. Lu Yunzhang immediately kept quiet out of fear and took the initiative to sew his mouth shut. Wang Xing wasn't afraid of this taciturn old senior, but he couldn't get close to him either. The old man also didn't deliberately win over the 2 children who were destined to never cross paths in their lives. However, deep in his heart he really envied these 2 children who were extremely lucky. They might not know how great this opportunity was for the time being. The most powerful vassal of the Liang dynasty, the king of Bailiang. He was also the martial artist who had personally killed Wang Xinji. The old man sighed softly for no reason. "It's like sitting in a glass screen surrounded by the wind. It's really been hard on our general's eldest son these years." Wang Xing didn't hear what the old man was muttering, but Lu Yunzhang's ears were sharp. He couldn't help but squat down and ask, "Old Master Lu, what are you talking about? Tell me." The old man rubbed the soil with both hands and looked into the distance. He said indifferently, "It's a coincidence to meet, but it's also the most difficult to understand. Kid, remember to cherish your fortune. You can't find many people with your good luck in the world." Lu Yunzhang didn't say anything. He sat cross-legged and carried the big frost saber on his shoulder. His hands were casually placed on the scabbard, and his eyes were firm. Then they went straight to the northwest. Along the way no one dared to touch this bad luck. Many of the local first-rate Jianghu sects took the initiative to escort the 3 carriages. At most, they stood respectfully by the side of the road. When they saw the young vassal on the carriage they cupped their fists and bowed. No matter how old they were, they all did the Jianghu etiquette as a junior. When the carriage drove into River Province, Wang Xing had 8 swords tied to his body. He looked like a hedgehog, which was quite funny. Today, Su Fengyin was sitting in the carriage of the spy surnamed Lu, chatting about the war of the spring and autumn period. The old spy, whose real name had been abandoned for half his life, looked at the northwest wind that was already very unfamiliar to him and laughed softly. He was already 3 dust baskets of yellow dust with 2 dust baskets on his body. I really didn't think that he would be able to come back alive and smell the wind and sand here. As I get older, even if I can dream of this place, the memories of the old people and things will become blurry. Su Fengyin said calmly, Martial Emperor City is no longer the focus of the Southeast spies. Beimeng will soon invade the South. We need you here. The old man nodded. Even if we take 10,000 steps back, as long as we can die here, it's better than anything else. Su Fengyin smiled and said, Master often mentioned you when he was alive. The old man lamented, there are many green mountains and clear waters in the southeast. Although they are warm-hearted, they are cold. On the other hand, in the northwest, the sky is cold and the ground is frozen, but they don't feel cold. Su Fengyin smiled and said, no wonder Master always says that you like to drop bags of books and privately calls you the sour peddler. The old man was stunned for a moment before he burst into laughter. The old man's expression suddenly turned solemn. Su Fengyin waved his hand and said, go on ahead. Don't wait for me. A thin old man appeared on the road. He was empty-handed, but his sword intent was so strong that it was almost as strong as Li Chungang, an earth immortal. Su Fengyin got off the carriage and moved forward slowly. The three carriages brushed past the old man with an inconspicuous appearance. When Su Fengyin was about 10 feet away from the old man took a step back. Su Fengyin also stopped. Su Fengyin asked, Tomb Master didn't bring a sword? The old man with a calm expression did not speak. He just stared at the young man who had turned the Jianghu upside down. The old man finally said slowly, you're going downhill. Su Fengyin said indifferently, it's reasonable. Tomb Master has indeed chosen a good place and a good time. The old man smiled and said, also, did you choose a good opponent? Su Fengyin did not speak, but a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The Wu family sword tomb, the current head of the family, the true owner of the second most famous sword in the world, Su of Gojoseon, Wu Jian. An old man who had almost never fought with experts outside the sword tomb, but had become a worthy grandmaster of the sword. To be honest, Su Fengyin was related to the old man. However, when his mother gave up her identity as the sword crown and violated the rules of the Wu family, the sword attendant aunt's face was slashed by countless sword auras. Thus, she had no choice but to wear armor. Su Fengyin did not have a good impression of this old man who his mother said liked to go to the sword tomb mountain year after year to count, wash, and sharpen his swords. Li Chungang had once gone to the sword tomb to obtain the wooden horse and ox sword. Dong Tai was the illegitimate son of the Wu family. He had once lived and died on the sword mountain. In the end, he established his own sect, raised his own flying sword, and became the Peach Blossom Sword God. The top swordsman of 2 generations had not been able to bypass the sword tomb where countless famous swordsmen were buried. Perhaps because Li Chungang was in front of Dong Tai, the old man on the road could not be called the #1 swordsman. However, there were not many people who could let their guard down. In the past, only Wang Xinji could. Su Fengyin, who had defeated Wang Xinji, could naturally do it as well. However, he could not do it now. The old man's chi was restrained. He did not have the demeanor of an expert. He smiled as if he was chatting with a junior and asked pleasantly, you asked me why I did not bring my sword? Su Fengyin frowned but quickly felt relieved. The old man finally took a step forward. When he came, his sword came. So what if he did not have the Su of Gojoseon? Chapter 1132. The 3 carriages were ordered to stay away from the disturbance, but they didn't go far. The most experienced old spy quickly stopped the carriage. Wang Sheng and Lu Yunzhang didn't know what was going on, but they did as they were told. 1 old man and 2 young men stood side by side. Lu Yunzhang saw Wang Sheng sweating profusely, his lips turning purple, and his body trembling uncontrollably. Just as Lu Yunzhang was about to laugh at this kid's cowardice, he saw the 7 swords tied to Wang Sheng's body. Each of them was slightly unsheathed, especially Wang Sheng's newest sword, Goose Yellow. It was tied to his waist, and 2 faint yellow sword auras were coming out from the 2 ends of the scabbard. Lu Yunzhang was experienced and knowledgeable. He knew many bizarre stories of the martial world and martial the Arch City. He roughly guessed why the immortal young master asked Wang Sheng to add a sword every once in a while. It was because he wanted this unnamed disciple to be immersed in the sword aura and gradually connect with those sword embryos. The more the better. Through this, Wang Sheng would be able to hone a natural and vigorous sword intent. The old spy said in a deep voice, Wang Sheng, try your best to use your divine intent to suppress Goose Yellow's sword aura. If you want to cultivate a superior sword, you have to be able to control the sword and not be controlled by the sword. The pale Wang Sheng tried his best to nod, but it was a pity that he couldn't do it. Goose Yellow's sword aura was getting denser and denser. and the brilliance was lingering around Wang Sheng's waist. The young lady looked like she was wearing a yellow jade belt. The spy with the surname Lu frowned. He knew that these famed swords were attracted by the old man at the post house. Wang Sheng was just a beginner in the sword Dao and naturally couldn't restrain it. The old spy originally thought that by stopping here, he could deliver the weapons to the young vassal king in the shortest time possible and also have enough distance to resist the old man's sword intent. The old spy sighed in his heart. That sword Dao master was too experienced, and Wang Sheng was too immature. Lu Yunzhang asked curiously, "Old man Lu, who is that 50 or 60 years old guy? Is he worth Wang Sheng's and my immortal master's help?" Back then, even Chai Qingshan was polite and didn't dare to put on the airs of a senior in the martial world. The old spy sneered and said, "Regardless of sword intent or sword arts, how can Chai Qingshan be comparable to the person in front of us? He isn't some old man in his 70s, but an old man in his 90s. Lu Yunzhang said in shock, "Even the number one person in the dynasty's southeast, Chai Qingshan, can't compare? How many swordsmen in the world can scare people like that? That old man doesn't look like the peach blossom divine swordsman Dong Tai. I heard that divine swordsman Deng is very young. Even if he doesn't carry a peach blossom branch, he will probably ride a little donkey in Jianghu." The old spy said in a heavy tone, "He is the tomb master of the Wu family sword tomb. In terms of seniority, your master should call him great-grandpa." Lu Yunzhang was most annoyed by those who practiced the sword in the martial world. They practiced for decades and still didn't have any great achievements. How could they have the spirit to drag someone away with a swing of their saber? Playing with a saber was more enjoyable. However, the Wu family sword tomb was a place shrouded in clouds and fog. The youth had only heard that there was a large group of half-dead withered swordsmen sitting there. The old spy kept sizing up Wang Sheng as he spoke. He saw that her cultivation was still too shallow. Not only was she unable to suppress the eruption of goose yellow sword aura, but the four swords of mothfish, dogwood, wild crane, and pearl were still relatively quiet. The two new swords, Little Dizzy and Youthful Swim, were all showing signs of being completely unsheathed. The old spy felt some regret. This was the first time this child had coincidentally sharpened her sword, but she had failed to face the difficulties head-on. This was especially disadvantageous for her future cultivation. The old spy waited for a moment. He didn't want Wang Sheng and the sword executors to be defeated because of their personal feelings, so he planned to retreat. At this moment, Wang Sheng seemed to be very angry. She lowered her head and stared at the most restless goose yellow. She reprimanded, "Be obedient." Lu Yunzhang rolled his eyes and the old spy didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, the two of them were surprised to find that the famous sword had indeed calmed down. Most of the sword aura had been withdrawn and returned to its sheath. The remaining sword aura floated up and flowed around Wang Sheng's 10 fingers. The girl's fingertips were like a yellow flower. The corner of Lu Yunzhang's mouth twitched. He said helplessly, "This works too?" Although the old spy's face was calm, he was terrified. In every generation of the martial world, there would be a handful of geniuses. Among these rare geniuses, Buddhism and Taoism were the most mysterious. It was rumored that Qi Xuanjun had the mysterious ability of prophecy. Back then, on the demon-slaying platform, he had single-handedly fought the 6 skyscraping demons of Zhulu Mountain. 3 of them had died under the great immortal Qi's incantation. The white-robed monks of the 2 Zen temples were also said to have a secret mantra that could determine one's life and death. As for the people of the Way of the Sword, they could make many famous swords of spiritual Qi feel close to them. They were called natural sword embryos. While the old spy felt relieved, he couldn't help but mock himself. When he was young, he was also regarded by many seniors as having outstanding talent. It was just that he had never been taught by a true master. As a result, he had no interest in instructing others. What he learned was a mixture of different things. In the end, he was unable to go far on the martial path. Regardless of one's aptitude, having a guide often determined one's level of achievement. The old spy hesitated for a moment before saying, "Wang Sheng, follow me for 10 steps. Wang Sheng grunted. Lu Yunzhang said impatiently, "Old Master Lu, what about me?" The old spy said unhappily, "Stay where you are and keep an eye on the carriage." Lu Yunzhang sighed heavily. He turned his head and glanced at the 5-foot-long frost blade on his shoulder. "We'll depend on each other for survival." At the front of the post house, after the head of the Wu family took a step forward, there was no more movement. However, what was even more unexpected was that the old man didn't seem to be in a life-and-death situation. He actually began to ramble and his words were filled with emotion. "My ancestors once said that when I was born, there was a strange phenomenon in the sky. 9 flood dragons were in the sky, and 8 flood dragons took away 9 famous swords from the Sword Mountain. 1 flood dragon coiled around the Sword Mountain, lying on the ancient sword Qionyou. On the first day I started practicing the sword, the ancestor who personally taught me the sword told me that after I pulled out the Qionyou, I had to leave the tomb every 10 years to search for a sword. Chapter 1133. When I was 10, I climbed Sword Mountain in search of a sword and was able to pull out Qionyou. When I was 20, I went deep into the mountains of Liaodong and found Qi Wen at the bottom of a lake. When I was 30, I found Chao Feng in the forest of steels in the wilderness of northern Han. When I was 40, I traveled to West Chu to teach Manjushri and met Bai En on the Buddhist throne. When I was 50, I went to Shu to find Jiao Tuesday. When I was 60, I went to the southern border to seek revenge. I inadvertently saw Yazi nailed to a towering ancient tree. When I was 70, I found a Xia under a stone slab on an ancient bridge in Great An City. When I was 80, I went to the old Dongyue kingdom to visit friends and met Pu Lao inside an ancient bell. When I was 90, I entered Great An City and saw Pai Xiu. Now I have gathered 9 swords. My life should have been complete. When the old man reached this point, he smiled. In this life, other than searching for swords, I have only ever searched for swords. I have never asked why I practiced the sword. Every 10 years, I would ponder how to abandon the sword and obtain its intent. 10 years after 10 years, I have truly missed many people and many sceneries. Su Fengyin raised his head and gazed at the sky. In his field of vision, there was a sea of golden clouds. Sunlight sprinkled down like feathers, gorgeous and moving. Afterwards, the sea of clouds was like a piece of satin that had been ruthlessly pierced through by an awl, creating a slightly slanted opening. Su Fengyin did not move at all. However, a dozen or so famed swords from a carriage flew towards the opening in the sea of clouds. A massive sound exploded in the sky, like the striking of a bell, shattering one's eardrums. One could faintly see that the dozen or so famed swords that had been uprooted from the ground were all broken and fell to the ground. Wind and high spirits flew out from the sea of bamboo in western Shu. With Su Fengyin as the center, they circled around in a large circle, forming a prison and trapping Su Fengyin. Then, sword qi swept out from northern Han, transforming into 10 fragments. Each fragment was a sword, and the 10 swords became 1 qi. It was as if an immortal was leading the way. A majestic aura came from the northeast. A long rainbow pierced through the sky. With Liaodong as the starting point of the sword momentum and Hezhou as the landing point of the sword momentum, it drew a shockingly huge semicircle. It was wrapped in a stream of water mist, trying to repel the fire. Then a qi appeared from the distant southeast. The sword qi filled with an ancient intent. There was a total of 9 streaks of sword qi, each with their own merits. The old tomb master of the Wu family spent a total of 90 years to find the 9 swords. He did not use the ancient swords themselves to fight against his enemies, but only took the will of the swords for his own use. The old man had indeed chosen a good time to show himself. When he was rushing to River Province, the sword qi had already risen from the ground. If there really was an immortal who could look down on the mortal world from the 9 heavens, he would be able to see the 9 streams of sword qi coming from all directions on the ground, all heading towards the same destination, where Su Fengyin was standing. Su Fengyin had been standing in the same place all along, but other than the red sandalwood sword box on Wang Sheng's back and the 7 bound swords, all the famous swords on the 3 carriages had already flown out of the carriages to fight the enemy. About 300 meters behind Su Fengyin, a large section of the road was torn apart by the thunderclaps. There were 2 places at different heights beside Su Fengyin. One was 70 feet away, while the other was 60 feet away. More than 20 famous swords were destroyed before they could enter Bailiang's territory. There was even a qi that fell from the sky, scattering a cloud of fine powder 4 feet away from Su Fengyin's head. The streaks of sword qi were getting closer and closer to Su Fengyin. They were aggressive. The Yazi sword will with the heaviest killing intent swept over, destroying the 12 ancient swords with Gu Qingjian in the lead. However, the mottled and messy sword qi had already surged to 20 feet in front of Su Fengyin. However, the sword qi that came right after was the most powerful, like a ferocious beast that could swallow all things without spilling out. Su Fengyin spread out his hand and summoned a clothes-tamping sword. The 2 swords perished together. However, Su Fengyin had also retreated 10 feet, but the sword qi had closed in on him by 20 feet. At this moment, the old man still had 2 streaks of sword qi that he had yet to use. One was the sword qi of the pepper diagram that swam around in a circle, and the other was the sword qi of Qionyou that had never appeared. It was obvious that the old man was already 10 feet away from Su Fengyin. On the other hand, Su Fengyin had almost no swords left to use. The three carriages had hidden swords, leaving behind only the sword immortal Qin Qingming's relic, Zibuyu, and an ancient sword of unknown origin. The sword's body was engraved with the words plucked string. Zibuyu hovered behind Su Fengyin, holding the plucked string sword in his hand. He held the sword hilt with one hand and pressed two fingers on the tip of the sword with the other hand. Pressing the sword's body into an arc, Su Fengyin removed the hand gesture of holding and flicking the sword at the same time, and silently said, "Go." The plucked string sword spun non-stop and disappeared in a flash. Zibuyu also flew behind him. At the same time, the old man who had only taken one step forward in the battle finally began to move forward. It was as if he had been patiently waiting for this moment. The man and the sword arrived. This was the old man's 10th sword. If the 9 swords were a gift from God, the old man who had lived for almost 100 years had also practiced one sword. In an instant, the old man broke through the 10 feet distance of Su Fengyin's imminent skyline. The 9 treasured flying swords were all deflected by the old tomb lord's majestic sword Qi. 2 fingers were pointed at Su Fengyin's forehead. But Su Fengyin's fist was also on the old man's chest. The old man said softly, "Very good." Su Fengyin slowly retracted his fist, somewhat puzzled. The old man said with relief, "At this point, you are still willing to exchange your life for his. Great-grandpa has lost." Su Fengyin didn't know what to do when he heard the strange name. The old man touched Su Fengyin's head with a kind expression and said, "Great-grandpa was worried about others standing here, so he had to come here himself to escort you. I know you won't recognize me as your elder, and the sword tomb has indeed wronged little Su. But nothing can be accomplished without rules. Every family has its own difficulties. Your great-grandpa had no choice but to be the bad guy back then." Su Fengyin's lips trembled, but he still didn't say the 3 words. The old man didn't care. He retracted his hand and took a few steps back. He carefully looked at his great-grandson and smiled. Every family has its own rules. If great-grandpa didn't do this, there would be no reason for me to give you a gift that has been owed for many years. The old man continued, "The Wu family once broke through 10,000 cavalry with 9 swords. Great-grandpa was able to practice the sword himself, but not as the head of the family. Now, not to mention 9 swords, even 19 swords and 29 swords can't break through the 10,000 cavalry of Beimang. Your great-grandpa has never liked Su Shao, his grandson-in-law, who told him to be so weak in martial arts. Even now, I still feel that this bastard is not worthy of little Su." It seemed that the old man was talking to himself. Su Fengyin, the nominal great-grandson, was silent. The old man laughed heartily. "Great-grandpa is very happy to see you." The old man had probably seen enough of this extremely promising and appetizing great-grandson. When he passed by the young man, he patted the young man's shoulder and said, "Don't shoulder everything by yourself." The old man walked away with his back to the stubborn young man who still hadn't called him great-grandpa. One day, more than 100 people will leave the sword tomb of the Wu family and enter Beiyang on horseback with swords.